Hello and welcome to TRT World's continuing special coverage of the July 15th failed coup attempt. I'm Alican Ayanlar. Exactly a year ago, to the hour, plans were well underway and put into motion for another military intervention. In the coming hours, we would see tanks being deployed onto the bridge that you see behind me. Troops would be dispersed onto the streets, as well as F-16 fighter jets being dispersed over the airspace of some major cities across Turkey. But in the coming hours, something very unexpected happened. Hundreds of thousands of people, in fact, millions of people, stood up in defiance. And on July 16th, a day after, Turkey had awoken to a new chapter in its history. In this segment of our special programming, we're going to be looking at the aftermath and the consequences of the failed coup attempt of July 15th. And to help us out with all that, I'm now joined by Hale Şaşmaz. She's with the Bosphorus Center for Global Affairs. Hale, thank you very much for coming on. Right off the bat, I want to ask you, what's the number one thing that Turkey takes away from this?
Right, a year ago today, Turkey experienced a bloody coup, and today what we can take from is this. Members of Fethullah Gülen terrorist organization are being removed from government institutions. This is very important, this removal process, because what we're talking about here is a shadowy network, a terrorist organization whose members infiltrated state institutions, the military, the judiciary, the public sector, police force, and they set up plots against their rivals to make room for themselves within the state bureaucracy, and they set up plots against their critics as well. And last year today, they went as far as organizing a coup to topple the democratically elected government, and this coup attempt resulted in the death of 249 people. So this removal process is, I think, very good Turkey, and also the results of the coup. When we look at the results of the coup, we see Turkey is much stronger today.
We're going to talk about the pros and cons of this crackdown and the removal of the Gülenists that have infiltrated many parts of Turkish society in just a moment. But let's actually go back to the night of July 15th. There were 249 people who lost their lives and thousands of more people were injured. But as the hours were approaching midnight here in Istanbul, the bridge, the Bosphorus Bridge that you see behind me, as well as the neighborhood of Çengelköy on the Asian side, soon became the main symbols of the resistance. Here are two stories from that night. The first hours of a new day after Turkey had descended into a night of chaos. Coup soldiers surrender on the Bosphorus Bridge. It ends where it all began. 1 year later, life goes on, like it has for a long, long time. At first, it's difficult to tell that this quaint neighborhood on the Asian side of Istanbul was one of the most violent of the failed coup. But if you wander off the main streets, it's easy to find people who still carry the physical injuries from that night. One step at a time, Can Cumhurcu makes his way to his office in Çengelköy. He's the neighborhood's muhtar, or administrator. It's a post his mother also held. He vividly remembers everything from that night. That is, until he got shot. His nephew jumped in front of him to protect him from the spray of bullets.
I lost consciousness after being brought into the hospital. I don't remember much. They tried to resuscitate me by administering CPR. After gaining consciousness, I saw some of my relatives around me. They were all crying. I said, "You don't have to cry, I'm all right." But they wouldn't stop crying. I didn't realize they were crying for the lifeless body of the person next to me. I turned, only to find out that it was my nephew, Osman Yılmaz.
Just down the street, Nihal Olchok shows me some pictures. She remembers the days they were all a family. Nihal lost her husband and her 17-year-old son. They both left the house together that night and headed for the bridge.
Abdullah was shot as he was screaming for his father. He started to crawl towards him. The soldiers saw he was continuing to crawl and trying to reach his father, so they shot him a second time. His fists were clenched shut. When they washed his body for the funeral, they couldn't open them. I don't think he suffered too much. He was a boy who was determined to reach his father. He wasn't thinking about his own safety.
Abdullah and Erol Olçok were just two of the 94 people who lost their lives on that bridge that night. Shortly after that night, it was renamed the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge in honor of the civilians who died resisting the coup attempt. And on the first anniversary, it will once again be at the center of the nation's attention. And we'll be crossing to our Nicole Johnston in just a few minutes to actually see what's going on at that 15th of July Martyrs Bridge. But let's turn back to our guest, Hale Şaşmaz. Hale, there have been 6 military interventions or near military interventions in the last since 1960. And the rhetoric in this country has always been that a military intervention has always brought the country back at least a decade. When you look at this attempted coup, how do you think it's had an effect in terms of Turkish democracy?
Well, I would say it's the other way around this time, because after the coup attempt, Turkish democracy has been consolidated. This is, as you said, we had 4 overt military interventions in history and 2 covert military interventions. But this time, this is first in our history, people took to the streets. This is the first military coup prevented by people who took to the streets and stopped the military tanks with their bare hands. So this is, in terms of our democracy, is a very good sign. And if the coup had been successful, I believe Fethullah Gülen would come back to Turkey, and today we would have a fascist, theocratic dictatorship. But Turkish people did not allow this to happen, and they grasped the real face of Fethullah Gülen terrorist movement, and they united in solidarity. If you look at the referendum results, for example, the constitutional referendum we had in April this year, if you look at the results, they were tied, 51 to 49. Even these results show that Turkish democracy is mature, because in a country where there's no democracy, in a country run by a dictator, you would have at least 80%.
But those numbers also show me that it's a country that's still very much divided, though.
Well, I wouldn't say Turkey is divided, because we saw the same numbers after the Brexit referendum, and no one said the British people were divided. I don't think this is division, because even today, on my way here, what I saw was people. They stand together in solidarity. I saw people, it was the case on the night of the coup, people from all walks of life, people from opposite ends of the political spectrum, they stood together. The politicians as well, from different political parties, they stood together. And 1 year after the coup, I would say the same applies. As I said, I saw this with my very eyes today on my way here. People are together, and Turkish society is not divided, I would say that.
Okay, let's talk about the role of the Turkish military in all this. For years, the Turkish military has always had this reputation of being the most trusted institution in the country. Obviously, after this last failed coup attempt, things have changed, haven't they?
Exactly. When the Republic, I'm going to take you back in history, when the Republic was founded in 1923, the ruling elites, the army, they had this background, they were coming from this military bureaucracy from the Ottoman Empire. They considered themselves as protector of secular values in this country, and every time that they thought there was a distance, that people were getting distant from these secular values, when the secular values were under threat, they thought they could intervene and make things better. And this is what happened in 1960, 1971, 1980 and 1997. But when the AK Party came to power, they took a number of steps in diminishing the influence of military in politics, and they made room for civilian politics. They made a number of democratic reforms to send the army back to its barracks. But this time, what happened? yes, the military had left the scene, but this time it was Fethullah Gülen terrorist organization. When the military left the scene, Fethullah Gülen thought this is an opportunity to take over the steppe. And people realized this, and then they stood against it, and they said no. They defended their democracy.
Okay, let's put a pause on this for a moment because I want to slowly get into the purge, the crackdown that happened after the military or the failed military camp. Now, the failed coup attempt prompted a swift response by the Turkish government and triggered a massive wave of arrests and suspensions. Now, according to the Turkish Interior Ministry, more than 40,000 people are still being detained, while more than 60,000 of them have been released from prison after investigators found no links to the terrorist group known as FETÖ, or Fethullah Gülen terrorist organization. Almost 3,700 people were fired from the military, and more than 9,000 people, 9,100 people were sacked from the police. And the widespread investigations has also hit the judiciary as well, where more than nearly 3,500 prosecutors and judges lost their jobs. Now, it's clear that one of the biggest impacts of the coup attempt has been the firing of thousands of government employees and civil servants with suspected links to the Fethullah Gülen terror organization. Turkey says it's necessary to protect national security. Critics, on the other hand, say hundreds of innocent people were being caught up in the investigation. TRT World's Nicole Johnston has this report from Istanbul.
1 year on from the failed coup attempt, and the Turkish government is still deeply involved in a program of mass arrests, sackings and suspensions as it investigates government employees accused of being members and sympathisers of the Fethullah terrorist organisation. More than 50,000 suspected members of the group are in prison. Arrest warrants are out for another 8,000. Human rights groups and some European countries say the arrests include government critics and is aimed at crushing opposition. The Justice Minister denies it.
If you believe in democracy, rule of law and human rights, if you believe in these values, please do not care about the rights of these pushists, but care about the rights of those who lost their lives. And still, they are making an application in order to visit these people in prisons. They are also making their applications to observe our hearings.
Since the attempted coup, more than 103,000 state employees have been fired, including teachers, judges and police officers. More than 33,000 have been suspended, but around 34,000 people who lost their jobs and were investigated are now back working again after proving their innocence. But some Turks, including the main opposition party, the CHP, say the investigation has gone too far. For the last few weeks, tens of thousands of people have walked from Ankara to Istanbul to protest against the state of emergency the country is now under. They called the event the Justice March. And justice is what CHP Member of Parliament, Sinan Sarahan, is worried about, especially since half the country's judges and prosecutors have been sacked.
Of course, we need to judge these FETÖ members, but it needs to be under the rule of law. If someone is a criminal, the entire family shouldn't be fined. There are over 100,000 people sacked, and this caused problems like shortages in courts, and there are judges who are inexperienced, filling the gap.
A commission has now been set up to hear appeals from people who think they've been unfairly treated. It starts work next week. All its members are selected by the government.
This new commission will have 7 judges and 200 experts. It's created with the law, and it will investigate all the files one by one. If the request is fair, the person will get his or her job back in 15 days.
Once sacked, people lose their income and social security benefits. They're also usually shunned by the community. These days, few people in Turkey will risk being associated with anyone accused of having links to FETÖ.
Well, there's been a lot of criticism into this investigation into the Gülenists. Let's turn back to our guest, Halit Şaşmaz. Halit, there's been hundreds of thousands of people who've lost their jobs. There is criticism outside of Turkey saying that perhaps President Recep Tayyip Erdogan may have gone too far. How do you respond to this?
Well, I don't think it's a purge or a crackdown, because let's remember what happened last year. Turkey experienced a bloody coup attempt, and which resulted in the death of 249 people. Terrible things happened that night. So what we're going through is not a crackdown, but it is the process in which the elements of terrorist organization are being removed from government institutions. And after such a bloody night, I think this is Turkey's right to go under such a process. If there are some criticisms, I hear that, for example, they bring up teachers, low-level public officials. What do these people have to do with a military coup? They go to school, they teach kids, teachers. But to answer this question, I'm going to take you back to last year again, to Akıncılar base. The Akıncılar base, close to Ankara, it was used as the headquarters of the coup. And this is a military base. And there was one civilian man there, an assistant professor of theology, Adil Öksüz. He was in the military base. And this man, it was later revealed, was one of the associates of Fethullah Gülen, the cult leader. And it was again revealed that 4 days before the coup, he went to the United States and he came back 2 days ago. Up until that point, no one knew that Adil Öksüz, an assistant professor of theology, was a Gülenist. So I don't think this has, if we look at somebody's occupation, it's not a reliable criterion. If you're going to ask me, then what criteria? Is there any criterion in this? Yes. There are some criteria taken. People are not randomly being sacked or detained. Do you want me to give some examples with these?
I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there.
Okay.
It's a little bit short on time, but Halit Şaşmaz, thank you very much for joining us here. Let's actually turn to TRT World's Nicole Johnston. She's at the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge, where the National Unity March has just gotten underway. Tens of thousands of people are participating. Nicole, if you can hear me, just give us an update of the atmosphere and what's the program for the rest of the evening.
Yes, Alijan, this is one of the major stages for this evening's events. As you said, thousands of people have already started to arrive here for a commemoration of the events of July 15. We know that this Bosphorus Bridge, one of the major bridges spanning the European and Asian side, has been renamed in honor of those people who lost their lives on that night. And just to take us back to some of the events on that night, right here on the bridge behind me, this is where Turkish people stood up against tanks, against soldiers. Many of them faced off snipers. Some 90 people lost their lives. More people died here on that night than anywhere else in the country. So it has a great symbolic value for the Turkish people, and the government will be maximising that tonight with a commemoration. In a few hours' time, the President, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, will address the crowds here. There'll also be a video commemorating the night played, and a memorial will be unveiled.
Nicole, we're looking at pictures right now behind you. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people have gathered. The name of the march is called National Unity March, but how united is the country?
If you look at the march behind me, of course it looks very united, and that is the message that the Turkish government is trying to promote and emphasize this weekend. In the initial days after the coup, there was a great deal of unity in Turkey. All the political parties got on board opposing the coup. They supported the government, they supported the president. But as we just heard in that report, there is a great deal of opposition, division in Turkey right now. We saw that in the referendum result to change the country's constitution. It was only narrowly passed. There has been a criticism not only from the international community but from within Turkey about the methods, about the investigation and the scale of the mass sackings, arrests and detentions across the country. We heard more of that today in Ankara, in the parliament, after the Prime Minister spoke about the need for national unity. We heard from the main opposition parties, the CHP, the HDP. They were critical of the investigation, of the process, of the mass arrests of what the HDP said were journalists and human rights activists. So this is an attempt by the Turkish government to try and bring back some of that spirit, some of that unity we saw in the immediate days after the coup, but which since then has become, you know, much more political and divided here in Turkey.
All right, TRT World's Nicole Johnston reporting live for us on the Asian side of the 15th July Martyrs Bridge. We're going to come back to her throughout the evening, but let's actually take a look back at that special session at the Turkish Parliament where Prime Minister Binali Yildirim addressed the MPs.
We've heard from all four of the main parties in the Turkish Parliament, and the main thing in common that they all had was that they all condemned the failed coup attempt of July the 15th last year, and they all paid tribute to the people who had taken to the streets to resist what was going on. We actually heard first of all from the Turkish Prime Minister Binali Yildirim. He particularly paid tribute to the 249 people who had killed going out to resist what was going on, and he also paid tribute to the more than 2,000 people who had been injured in that. He referred to them as veterans. He also talked about how in other times in Turkey's history, such as in the First World War and during other military coups, that Turkey had had to pay a high price for its independence. But he also seemed to be trying to convey a feeling of national unity in the speech that he made. Now, we also heard from the main opposition leader, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, as well. He again condemned the failed coup attempt and praised the people who took to the streets. But to say that all the opposition leaders were in agreement with everything else the government had to say would be a bit of an understatement, because he also used his speech to talk about concerns he has with the investigations that are going on into alleged Gulenists involved in this plot from last year, and about whether there are political abuses taking place. And he also asked the government to reveal more information about what went on during that failed coup attempt of July the 15th, because he believes there are certain bits of information that are not out there in the public domain at the moment, and there are some gaps that need to be filled in. But I think the main thing about what's been going on today is that all the political leaders in the Turkish parliament were all firmly against what happened in July the 15th last year.
That was TRT World's Andrew Hopkins reporting for us from the nation's capital, Ankara. I want to turn down to a new guest, Nilüfer Narlı. She is she's the head of the sociology department at Bahçeşehir University here in Istanbul. Great to have you on our set and actually on our special coverage. When you look back at the past military interventions in Turkey, I kind of feel there's a sense that Turkey, or the society, has the tendency to sort of sweep the memories of the past coups under the rug. But I think things are a little bit different this time around, aren't they?
Yes, this is very important. In the past, especially when we look at the 1980 coup d'etat, the memory of the coup was suppressed, and there was the politics of systematic forgetting. And there was almost nothing done to the victims of the 1980 coup d'etat, and there was no transitional justice mechanism and no official efforts to commemorate the sufferings of the victims of the 1980 coup.
So you think there was a conscious effort by the institutions to actually forget about this?
Yes, but when we come to the July 15 failed coup attempt, the most important difference was the initiation of the institutional initiation of a number of programs to commemorate the memories of the victims, and then start economic and symbolic rehabilitation for the victims. And then, as we all know, the schools opened with a brochure, and the brochure was handed out to the students, and then in the brochure there is an explanation of the coup attempt, July 15 coup attempt, the narration of the coup, what happened that night, and also students are informed about the past history of the military coup d'etat in Turkey. So this is very important for democratization and reconciliation, because when we look at the nations, how they deal with the past, how they remember and forget the past, is very much related to reconciliation and democratization. When we look at many of the Latin American countries, after the military regimes fell, they start transitional justice mechanisms. But in Turkey, it didn't happen in the past. What happened in Turkey is people remember there was a trial of the General Evren and Tahsin Şahinkaya, but then they died in their very late ages after the trials ended, and so there was almost nothing done to the victims of the 1980 coup d'etat. But we observed some civil initiatives like, movies, and then remembering of the victims in the novels, and then human rights association efforts.
Okay. Let's press the fast forward button on Turkey's history. 10 years, 15 years. How do you think this conscious reconciliation effort will affect society? Paint us a picture about that.
In fact, for the societies, remembering the sufferings of a coup d'etat or conflict is very important, but not only remembering, remembering for the sake of remembering for the sake of reconciliation, and also doing justice to the victims. So when we look at the July 15, there is a especially distribution of victim to the distribution of justice to the victims and symbolic and economic rehabilitation of the victims.
All right, Professor Nilüfer Narlı, thank you very much for joining us on our special coverage. Well, this brings us to the end of this segment on our special programming. Do stay with TRT World. We have lots more to come throughout the evening. We have Imran Gardan, a special edition of Newsmakers, coming up at 1800 GMT. The National Unity March will begin at the bottom of the hour in just a few moments, where we have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people gathered at the foot of the Asian side of the July 15th Martyr Bridge. Do stay with TRT World. The news continues.
Well, we are on the Bosphorus Bridge, about 20 minutes away from the end of the march. Remember, this is the exact place where a few days ago only, tanks, pro-coup tanks occupied, not letting civilians through. These were the guys that came through. They stood up against the tanks. And now it is a scene of utter jubilation.
Debate that's never lightweight, never dull, always face-to-face, intimate and intense at this table under these spotlights.
How are we going to manage those costs if we can't get the data to the people who need it?
We will listen, ask the unexpected, challenge the status quo on all the key issues that matter to you, that make you think, get under your skin and leave a memory. Round Table on TRT World.
You are watching TRT World. Welcome back to our special anniversary coverage of last year's failed coup attempt. The day is being marked with events across Turkey. We will be bringing you all the latest news and reaction throughout the evening. Nicole Johnston is on the July 15th Martyrs Bridge in Istanbul, where a march is taking place, commemorating those who lost their lives 1 year ago. Meanwhile, our very own Ali Mustafa will bring us live reports from a boat on the Bosphorus, and Shamim Chowdhury is in the Turkish capital, Ankara, where President Recep Tayyip Erdogan will address Parliament later on this evening. But first of all, let's go straight to Nicole Johnston, because we are expecting this National Unity March. It's meant to start any moment now. Nicole, just set the scene for us.
It's a little bit difficult to hear you. It's quite loud here, but thousands of people, as you can see, have already started arriving here from some of the neighbouring suburbs for this National Unity March. They're here to commemorate the events of July 15, 1 year ago. The bridge here was one of the stages for the events that took place. Some 90 people were killed here. They faced off against soldiers, against tanks and snipers. Tonight, the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan will be here speaking in a number of hours. A memorial will be unveiled, and there will also be a video played. But so far, it's a festive atmosphere. The crowds are large, predominantly supporters of the government, of the ACT people, but more and more people are coming.
You may be struggling to hear us. We can just about hear you, Nicole. How many people are we expecting this evening?
It's difficult to know how many people will turn up here. As I said, there's thousands here already. No doubt there will be thousands more. This event is aimed at national unity. That's the message that the government is trying to promote this weekend. In the days immediately after the coup, there was a sense of national unity in Turkey. All of the main opposition groups got on board. They were opposed to the attempted coup. They supported the government. But since then, we've seen some of this national unity start to die away, to dwindle. There's been division in the country over issues like the referendum, the change of the constitution. But now the focus is on this rally and trying to recapture some of the spirit that we saw in the aftermath of the attempted coup.
Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people are going to be on that bridge or in the vicinity of that bridge. Nicole, the President, as you mentioned, is going to arrive later on this evening to make a speech. What are the security measures like?
I'm afraid I can't hear the answer. I can't hear your question. It's simply too loud here. You can see that the crowd is really starting to take off here. Some of the speeches have started. Earlier we did see some aggression from a small number of people in the crowd towards the presence of international media here. There were water bottles thrown towards the media positions, but the police quickly got on top of them, calmed the crowd down, and overall we're expecting that tonight should be a peaceful rally. And it's interesting that this comes only 1 week after a rally that was held by the opposition. Thousands of people marched from Ankara to here in Istanbul to protest against the government's measures in the wake of the coup, the investigations, the sackings, the mass arrests, the detentions. They received quite a lot of media attention. This weekend, the government will be trying to take back that limelight, to focus on the events of July 15 and to sear the memory of that into the consciousness of the Turkish people.
OK, Nicole, we'll leave it there for now, although I doubt it's going to get quieter throughout the course of this, the evening. But Nicole Johnston, thank you very much. Now let's go to Ali Mustafa, who's a few hundred yards away from where Nicole is, but hopefully it's a little bit more peaceful. And Ali, you can hear us loud and clear. You're there on straddling the two continents, Asia and Europe. You're on the Bosphorus. We can see you bobbing up and down there. Can you just explain to us where this march is starting, where it's going to end, and set the scene for us?
Paul, indeed, and I do apologize to our viewers if the boat is bouncing, but we are, as you said, between continents. Right now we're facing the Asian side, and behind me is this magnificent Kuleli Military Academy. Why is this place so significant? Well, on the night of the coup, a year ago, a lot of the coup plotters, some of the soldiers came from here and tried to take this entire area behind me hostage. And not far from this building is the Çengelköy police station. That's where a major clash took place. Fighting took place and 17 people were killed while resisting the coup. This is a very significant building, and after the events of July 15th, there are reports that the government of Turkey will convert this military academy into a museum commemorating the people that were killed on that night. And you were asking where this march is emanating from. Well, it's emanating from all parts. In fact, we've seen groups of people carrying flags make their way from here and all the way to the Bosphorus Bridge, which my cameraman Ensar will show you guys shortly. Right there, you guys were seeing Nicole Johnston from that bridge, and we can hear the noise of the loudspeakers that were silencing Nicole on the bridge up until here as well. We're about a few miles away, a few kilometers away from the bridge, facing the Asian side, so people are making their way along the shoreline, along the Bosphorus, from here in Çengelköy, Koleli, and are making their way towards the bridge. And moving back now, you'll see the Asian side more in focus as my cameraman pans the camera once again to the Koleli Military Academy. Behind me, it is an important day for a lot of Turks, and the numbers seem to show that they're showing up, commemorating the events of a year ago. Paul.
Ali, whilst we've got you there, it is a lot more peaceful talking to you than it was Nicole a few moments ago. In terms of the itinerary this evening, what exactly are we expecting on that bridge? And do we have any idea of the numbers and the security measures that are going to be needed?
To begin with, the Bosphorus Bridge, which our viewers just saw shortly, has been closed off. We are expecting President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to come and speak at a martyrs monument that has been created not far from the bridge. If I can just ask my cameraman to move the camera once again and show our viewers, it's there in the distance. You see the two flags right next to the Bosphorus Bridge. Right next to it on the left is the martyrs monument that has been made to commemorate for the loss of life on that night a year ago. 249 people were killed, and security measures. Well, the police, the security forces aren't taking any chances. Parts of the city are in complete lockdown. We are expecting a lot of people to show up, not only in and around the bridge, but traffic on the bridge, except that lone surveillance truck right on it right now. Well, there is no traffic. We haven't seen the Bosphorus Bridge cut off like this without any traffic. This is one of the most busiest thoroughfares in the world. And right now, there are just a few trucks passing through, anticipating, awaiting the speech by President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And once that begins, we can expect more people to gather. We've also seen, in fact, boats carrying a lot of people, carrying flags, who are also making their way. Some are making their way to Üsküdar, others are docking here in Çengelköy, Koleli, and then trying to make their way from here towards the bridge. But it's not easy getting to the bridge. This entire city, the police aren't taking any chances. There is a lockdown in place.
And Ali, just remind us why this bridge in particular is so symbolic with the events of July the 15th, 2016, and the events that took place a year ago.
When we talk about events like a coup, there are certain things that emerge no matter what happens that become a symbol. And on that night, on July 15th, if you were in Turkey, if you were on social media, or if you were, in fact, anywhere in the world, the Bosphorus Bridge, which is now called the Martyrs Bridge, the July 15 Martyrs Bridge, became a symbol of sorts. And this symbol became of democracy, for standing up for democracy, a symbol of resistance against anti-democratic forces, according to the Turks. So it's clear and it's visible why it has emerged a year later as a symbol where everyone seems to be converging. The president will be here, government ministers will be here, and the people will be here. So in terms of symbolic value, the Bosphorus Bridge, or now as it's called the Martyrs Bridge, has a lot of value and has become a rallying point for Turks across the political divide. We're talking about MHP supporters, we're talking about CHP supporters, we're talking about AK Party supporters. On that night a year ago, they all converged despite their political political leanings or allegiances on that one bridge, and they're all united as Turks. So yes, the Bosphorus Bridge, the July 15 Martyrs Bridge, has a lot of significance. And as the night unfolds and we see the President come, and we'll have Nicole back in again as well, we'll be here, we'll be telling you the role this bridge played and the role people played on this bridge in resisting that coup, Paul.
OK, Ali, thank you very much. Ali Mustafa there on the Bosphorus. Now let's cross over to the Turkish capital, in fact, Ankara, because more rallies are expected and there will be speeches taking place there later on this evening. Events focused on Istanbul in the first part of the night, and then to Ankara, where Shamim Chowdhury is there. She joins us now. What is the scene like then, Shamim, where you are several hours away from events in Ankara, but is it still the streets filling up?
Yes, Paul, they have been filling up for the past couple of hours or so, but really we're expecting the momentum to be fully gained by about 8 o'clock this evening, which is about an hour and a half from now. Now, 1 year ago exactly today, this square, Kizilay Square, was packed full of people driven by fear of a military coup, fear of a threat to democracy, something that the Turkish people hold so dearly. 1 year on, they are driven by something completely different. The atmosphere is almost celebratory. There are people selling flags. People are very relaxed. They're drinking tea and coffee, and they seem to be very much more relaxed. But of course, we are expecting tens of thousands of people to turn up, and the memories of last year are very much ingrained in their minds and in their hearts. And just to give you a sense of significance of this square, if I just step aside, you will see this orange gazebo just behind me, and it was on that exact spot where some of the rogue tanks had turned up on July the 14th, 2016. And it was those tanks that many of the people here climbed as an act of defiance. Now, we've been hearing the word unity throughout the day. This gathering, this rally is very much about that. It is non-partisan. We know that the various political parties do have their differences on certain aspects of how the aftermath of the coup was handled, but here, at least tonight, it is not about party politics. We are expecting people from every party, from all the four major parties, and of all different ages, to gather, to show their unity, to commemorate the martyrs, and to stand firm behind democracy.
Just remind us of the chronology of what happened on July the 15th last year, because we've seen events in Istanbul. We know the significance of the Martyrs Bridge, where we were talking with Ali a few moments ago. But remind us of the events that took place in the capital, because of course the Parliament building itself was actually bombed.
Yes, the Parliament building, which is just a kilometre or so away from where we are. And in fact, that's where the people who have gathered here will be marching as the evening progresses. Fighter jets targeted parts of the Parliament building, which were hit quite badly. Quite a lot of sections of it were quite badly devastated. Police headquarters were also hit, and various other strategic positions as well. So Ankara was certainly a key target for these rogue tanks and planes and helicopters, these rogue sections of the military. So it's very much alongside Istanbul. This was arguably the second most significant city in Turkey that had the most impact as far as the coup was concerned. And of course, you know, many people lost their lives here as well. And as I said, just in this square alone, many tanks had rolled up. But that didn't stop the people from coming out, just as they did in Istanbul and across the country. You know, this sense of fear was very much there, but among some of them, but it didn't prevent them from coming up and collectively overthrowing the coup. So it was a very eventful night in Ankara, in the same way as it was in Istanbul.
And Shamim, just give us the itinerary of what we're expecting later on this evening, because as I mentioned, events focused on Istanbul right now, but in Ankara, events and speeches are going to be marked throughout the evening into the early hours of the morning, aren't they?
Yes, they will be. So as we know, President Erdogan will start off with his speech in Istanbul. In the meantime, people will be gathering where I am standing. Within the next few hours or so, they will slowly start making their way towards the parliament where they will gather. But we can still expect crowds to remain here throughout the evening. It's not a sense of everyone moving away because we're expecting tens of thousands of people. Now, President Erdogan will move from Istanbul to Ankara, where he is expected to deliver a speech at exactly 2:32. Now, that was when the first strike by the rebel sections of the military hit Ankara. And at that moment, he will deliver a speech to reaffirm Turkey's democracy and the unity of the people. So it will be something that happens over the course of the next 6 hours or so, but we can certainly expect events to be quite rapid and quite eventful.
Busy night for the President and a busy night for you as well, Shamim. Thank you. Well, Hale Shashmas is here with me now to talk about that night and more. She's the executive coordinator with Bosphorus Global. That's a non-governmental organisation based here in Istanbul. Thank you very much for coming in to talk to us. Firstly, let's just talk generally. 12 months on from the coup, what are your memories of what happened 12 months ago?
Well, Turkey went through a bloody night. A faction within the army, within the Turkish armed forces affiliated with Fethullah Gülen terrorist organization, tried to topple the democratically elected government, and people took to the streets. This is the first time in history a military coup was prevented by people who took to the streets and stopped the tanks. They said, "Stop, I'm here," and they defended democracy. It was a horrible night. It was absolutely a horrendous night, a night of bloodshed. The bridges over the Bosphorus were blocked. Fighter jets, military helicopters flew low. They opened fire at people. And the Turkish parliament, the first time in history, was bombed. The presidential palace was bombed. It was more than a nightmare. It was horrible.
And in the hours and days after the coup attempt, we saw Turkey come together. We saw rallies every night. I remember them very, very well. And we're seeing this evening this unity march taking place, not just in Istanbul, but in Ankara as well.
Right.
How united is Turkey right now?
Turkey is very, very united. Since the coup attempt, on the night of the coup as well, people took to the streets, and they weren't just supporters of the Justice and Development Party, the ruling party in Turkey, but they were from the opposite ends of the political spectrum even. They were from all walks of life. They had different lifestyles, but they were there on the...
But 12 months on, is that unity still there?
I think it's there because I saw this with my very eyes today on my way here. People, they filled the streets. They are marching to the bridge today to commemorate the attempted coup and the martyrs. So when I looked at those people, you can see that they come from different walks of life. When you look at how they are dressed, and there was one single thing that they had in common. It was the Turkish flags. They were waving them. They were carrying them. So absolutely, with my eyes, I saw that on the streets today. People are united and they stand together in solidarity.
I suppose the one thing that has brought people together is opposition to the coup. Nobody wanted to see, or very few people wanted to see the coup succeed 12 months ago. But historically, Turkish society is quite divided. We saw the constitutional referendum in April, which was extremely close, almost 50-50. Can you just explain to our international viewers who perhaps don't know what some of those divisions, both political and social, are within Turkey, and why this unity is so hard to achieve?
First of all, I disagree with you. It's not hard to achieve the unity because this is what Turkish people did, standing in front of the military tanks. Some people even lay in front of military tanks. Turkish people did achieve this on the night of the coup. But you are right in saying that there were some divisions in Turkish society. Let me take you on a very brief journey in history to make sense of those divisions. I think Turkey's history has been a deep-seated struggle over sovereignty among the people and state institutions. When the Republic was founded in 1923, the founding elites had the ideology of Kemalism, and the state institutions were consolidated in line with Kemalist ideology, and they denied the sociological fabric of this society, being religious segments of society, Kurdish people. So these groups were pushed to the periphery, and those, the Kemalist, the ruling elites, stayed in the center, and they made use of the state institutions, state instruments. So they were in the center, and those were oppressed and left in the periphery. But in time, this came to an end in 1950 when the Democrat Party came to power, but it didn't last long, unfortunately. In 1960, Turkey's first military coup took place, and then the military intervened because the military served as the guarantor, as the protector of secular values. The Kemalist ideology, it attempted to create an ideal citizen, and those were in the periphery. They weren't allowed to come in. So they didn't have a say in state affairs. So this continued until 2000s, and in 2002, there was this, the AK Party took a number of steps in curtailing the influence of military over politics, and the military gradually turned to its barracks. So, and also this period witnessed the move of the periphery, those people, the non-Muslims, Kurdish people, religious people, to the center. So they gained ground in time.
Okay, Halil Şaşmaz, thank you very much for coming into and putting that into some sort of context for us. Thank you very much. Well, among the many people who resisted the coup attempt were the people of Kazan. That's a district in Ankara. 9 people there lost their lives. Hassan Abdullah met with their families 1 year on.
Hitting anyone getting in their way. Those trying to execute a coup targeted protesting civilians, the parliament, presidency and the special forces.
On the outskirts of Kahraman Kazan is the Akıncı Air Base. During the coup attempt, this served as the command and control center, and fighter jets were taking off from here. The people of Kahraman Kazan thought they had to do something about it.
What exactly, they weren't quite sure.
Maybe it didn't help, but people thought that at night, by burning their crops and tires, they could prevent the planes from taking off.
They also tried to block the movement of coup soldiers, and many of them were shot dead. One was 20-year-old Ömer Takdemir.
My son went out that night, but didn't come back. He saved this country and nation, but he didn't return himself. He has been to a place that doesn't have a return. I call him every day saying, "My son, I can't stand it anymore, come back." But he is not coming back.
O modern ve çağdaş Batı dünyasına
The Turkish nation has showed the modern Western world, including the European Union countries, how to protect democracy, human rights and the rule of law by standing up against tanks, F-16s and bullets. The real defenders of democracy are the Turkish nation.
The government has said it will compensate the people of Kazan for their losses, including the crops they burned. But the people have refused the offer, saying they did it for the country. Kazan has now been renamed Kahraman Kazan, meaning Kazan the hero. People here say no one should dare to overthrow Turkey's elected leaders, and they'll always resist any attempt to do so. Hassan Abdullah, TRT World, Kahraman Kazan.
Well, a computer operator named Mehmet Sozak was at home when he found out the coup attempt was underway. His mother told him she was willing to lose a son, but not her country. That night, Mehmet went out to resist, and he was shot. This is his story.
Adım Mehmet Sozak.
My name is Mehmet Sozak. I am 31 years old. After our Commander-in-Chief Recep Tayyip Erdogan called on the people to take to the streets, I went out for the sake of Allah and for the nation. I headed to the General Directorate of Security in Ankara. I was among the first people injured that night. Like me, many others put their lives at stake. Some of them became martyrs, and I was wounded but survived. May Allah accept my effort. It was around 9 in the morning when I returned home, covered in blood. My mum asked what had happened. I said, "Thank God we saved the nation from the traitors." I was shot in the foot. She said, "One bullet won't harm you," and moved her arms like this. 3 days later, we found out that part of her nervous system had been damaged because of grief. And when you think about it, this fight belonged to the mothers and fathers. That night, my father said that if he had 10 sons, he'd sacrifice them all for this nation. We are fighting for the sake of Allah. We support our leaders for the sake of Allah. And if our leaders were to become a threat to our nation, our honor, and our religion, we would take a stand against them too.
You are watching TRT World. We are coming to you live from Istanbul, bringing you a special coverage this evening, a year on from the failed coup attempt across Turkey. These are live pictures from Istanbul, the formerly known Bosphorus Bridge, now the Martyrs Bridge, where later on this evening President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is expected to address the crowd. And stay with us because we'll be continuing our special coverage in a couple of minutes.
This week in SciTech Voyager, we're going to Japan to find out about the latest hologram technology. Just what is the future for holograms?
Turkish President Erdogan have used them to deliver speeches. And then when I move over here, like a hologram, I'd see nothing. It's incredible.
And you can push the ball.
I can't believe this.
SciTech Voyager on TRT World.
I was living the story. I was seeing things unfold. Unarmed people changing the course of the history for their country. My 4-year-old actually slept through this event, but I was wondering what I would tell her if she was awake. The night that we spend under the rogue jets, bombing parts of the country, flying overhead, threatening to kill others as well, was a reminder for me of what might be happening to the people in places like Syria, etc. I think I'll take with me the sheer strength of common people when it comes to defending their country. I think it makes me feel hopeful about this country, its future, and I think it's definitely in safe hands. That night has taught me what people's power can be.
Behind every face lies a story.
the story of children who are left behind after the chaos of war and violence. A Day With, a unique documentary series made for TRT World.
Milletimizi illerimizin meydanlarına davet ediyorum. Halkın gücünün üstünde bir güç ben tanımadım bugüne kadar.
Hello, welcome to TRT World, continuing a special anniversary coverage of last year's failed coup attempt. Now, one of the biggest impacts of the coup attempt has been the firing of thousands of government employees with suspected links to FETÖ. That's the group that the Turkish government says carried out the coup attempt. Now, Turkey says the firings are necessary to protect national security, but critics say hundreds of innocent people are being caught up in the investigation. Nicole Johnston reports now from Istanbul.
1 year on from the failed coup attempt, and the Turkish government is still deeply involved in a program of mass arrests, sackings and suspensions as it investigates government employees accused of being members and sympathisers of the Fethullah terrorist organisation. More than 50,000 suspected members of the group are in prison. Arrest warrants are out for another 8,000. Human rights groups and some European countries say the arrests include government critics and is aimed at crushing opposition. The Justice Minister denies it.
If you believe in democracy, rule of law and human rights, if you believe in these values, please do not care about the rights of these pushists, but care about the rights of those who lost their lives. And still, they are making an application in order to visit these people in prisons. They are also making their applications to observe our hearings.
Since the attempted coup, more than 103,000 state employees have been fired, including teachers, judges and police officers. More than 33,000 have been suspended, but around 34,000 people who lost their jobs and were investigated are now back working again after proving their innocence. But some Turks, including the main opposition party, the CHP, say the investigation has gone too far. For the last few weeks, tens of thousands of people have walked from Ankara to Istanbul to protest against the state of emergency the country is now under. They called the event the Justice March. And justice is what CHP Member of Parliament, Sinan Sarahan, is worried about, especially since half the country's judges and prosecutors have been sacked.
Of course, we need to judge these FETÖ members, but it needs to be under the rule of law. If someone is a criminal, the entire family shouldn't be fined. There are over 100,000 people sacked, and this caused problems like shortages in courts, and there are judges who are inexperienced, filling the gap.
A commission has now been set up to hear appeals from people who think they've been unfairly treated. It starts work next week. All its members are selected by the government.
This new commission will have 7 judges and 200 experts. It's created with the law, and it will investigate all the files one by one. If the request is fair, the person will get his or her job back in 15 days.
Once sacked, people lose their income and social security benefits. They're also usually shunned by the community. These days, few people in Turkey will risk being associated with anyone accused of having links to FETÖ.
Well, Nicole joins us now live from Martyrs Bridge in Istanbul. Nicole, we're seeing live pictures of the giant stage and screen behind you. Hopefully you can hear me a bit better this time around, more than you could about 20 minutes ago. Just remind us what exactly is taking place to mark the anniversary of that failed coup attempt.
Well, here on the bridge behind me is one of the major stages for the evening's events. You can see that there are thousands of people here on the road leading across the bridge on the Asian side as far as the eye can see. They're waiting to hear from the President, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He's expected to address the crowd in 3 to 4 hours' time. There'll be a special commemoration, the unveiling of a memorial and a video. People have been asked to stay most of the night. This is a significant location. It was one of the main battlegrounds on the night of the attempted coup. On this bridge, Turkish people stood up against tanks, against soldiers and snipers. Some 90 people lost their lives here. So it's a location that's really seared into the memories of the Turkish people, and that's why it's such a symbolic location for the celebrations and the commemoration, the national unity that they are attempting to show here tonight.
Nicole, we saw in your package a couple of moments ago, this is a national unity march. How unified is Turkey at the moment?
In the immediate days after the attempted coup, we really saw unprecedented unity across the political divide here in Turkey. The main opposition parties, all the political parties, were against this attempted coup. They backed the government, they backed the president. But in the weeks and months since then, we have seen this national unity start to fall apart. There has been a strong opposition against the government's investigation of people alleged to have links with FETÖ, criticism and opposition against the mass arrests, the detentions, the suspensions of some 100,000 people across Turkey. We saw examples of that disunity only a week ago with a march of thousands of people from Ankara to Istanbul. We also had a referendum a number of months ago focused on changing the country's constitution. The referendum was passed, the government position was confirmed, but it was only narrowly passed. So this is still a divided country. But right now the government is trying to draw on national unity, on Turkish nationalism, to remind people and the international community of what happened here 12 months ago, and to trying to tap into some of that spirit and that unity that we did see in Turkey in the days immediately following that attempted coup.
OK, Nicole, thank you very much. Well, Haleh Shashmas is with me once more to talk about this in more depth. Just a reminder, she's the executive coordinator with Bosphorus Global. That's a non-governmental organisation based here in Istanbul. Good to see you again. Let's just talk about, for our international audience, FETÖ, as it's called, the terrorist organisation, Fethullah Gulen terrorist organisation, designated by the Turkish government. For the viewers who don't know, explain who Fethullah Gulen is and what this organisation is.
Right. Fethullah Gulen terrorist organisation, it is a shadowy network, it's a cult, and it's a terrorist organisation whose members infiltrated state institutions starting from the 1970s, 1980s, upon the instruction of Fethullah Gulen, the cult leader. His sermons were revealed in which Fethullah Gulen was saying the members within FETÖ, they must infiltrate state institutions because it's going to be a guarantee for the future of this network, of this terrorist organization. And they did so. They infiltrated state institutions, all of them, the military, the judiciary, the public sector, the police force, the National Intelligence Agency.
Why wasn't this stopped earlier? How was he allowed to do this? Why was he allowed to do this?
Very good question. Because it wasn't noticed, because FETÖ members, these people are masters of dissimulation. What does this mean? These people, they are asked to perform, they are asked to practice an extreme form of dissimulation. So when they're going to infiltrate military, they pretend to be an extremely secular person. They attend military receptions, they drink alcohol, they skip their prayers, they don't attend Friday prayers, for example, because this is what the cult leader Fethullah Gülen asked them to do. So, for example, another striking example of this dissimulation, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan had 5 AIDO camps, and 4 of them turned out to be Gülenists. So these people, I've looked into other terrorist organizations as well. I've never seen something like this. These people are masters of dissimulation. They do whatever it takes not to be recognized.
What was, or what is, perhaps still, his overall objective here?
Fethullah Gülen, last year on July 15th, FETÖ members, upon the order of Fethullah Gülen, their leader, tried to take over state. And if the coup had been successful, Fethullah Gülen would come back to Turkey, and today we would have a fascist, theocratic dictatorship. But it didn't happen. People took to the streets and stopped this terrorist network.
And we touched on it a few moments ago. There is unity within Turkey against that coup attempt. As Nicole was touching on a couple of moments ago, perhaps there are divisions now being created in how the government have responded in the 12 months since. We're seeing more than 100,000 people have lost their jobs, 50,000 have been arrested. That is causing some divisions again. How do you, not you personally, but how does the state now try and unify those people?
First of all, I don't think Turkish people are being divided, because if you look at these processes, they call it a crackdown or a purge, but it's not a crackdown or a purge. These people who are being detained or sacked or expelled, there are some criteria. These people are not being randomly sacked or detained. Some of the criteria are, for example, being a user of Bylock. Bylock is an encrypted smartphone chat application that allowed FETÖ members to communicate with one another, avoiding government supervision. For example, if you have Bylock in your phone, then you're suspected of a Gülenist. Not absolutely. But the second indicator of being a FETÖ member is investing money in Bank Asya. Bank Asya is a Gülenist bank. Have you ever heard a religious leader saying, sell whatever you have and put your money in Bank Asya, in this bank? I've never heard such a thing, but this is precisely what Fethullah Gülen, the cult leader, did in 2013. So if you have a bank account in Bank Asya after 2013, then this is another indicator. If you continue your subscriptions to FETÖ's magazines, if you have your child in one of FETÖ's schools, these are indicators. So not anyone, not an average person is being detained for being, because the government is unfairly being accused of eliminating opposition. But there is a background here, and these things go unnoticed and unmentioned in the media most of the time.
And how does the infrastructure within Turkey, the state infrastructure, the bureaucracy, the military, the judiciary, continue working when so many civil servants have lost their job and have perhaps alleged connections to this outlawed group?
Turkey is 1 year on, 1 year after the coup, Turkey is much stronger in terms of its state institutions, because these people, FETÖ members, are being removed. So this actually made the entire institutions more transparent. Previously, these people, members of FETÖ within the judiciary, for example, they set up plots against their rivals. Whoever criticized them, they took them to court, for example. For example, Nedim Şener, a prominent journalist, he wrote about the infiltration of state institutions and FETÖ members' involvement in the murder of Armenian journalist Hrant Dink, and he was arrested. Hanefi Avcı, former police chief, he wrote about their state infiltration, and after I think 2 months after, he was taken to court. He was accused of being a member of a terrorist organization.
And on a purely logistical point of view, 50,000 people arrested. I mean, are there enough spaces in prison? Where are all these people being held, and how does the judiciary process every single one of these cases fairly?
Of course, there might be some unfair treatments. I'll agree with that, but there are also some mechanisms of appeal. So the decrees are not absolute. So there was a commission established this January 2016, the Commission for Inspecting State of Emergency Proceedings. And this Monday, it's going to start taking applications. So state officials, including President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, they always underline that this action against FETÖ needs to be done legally. It needs to stay within bounds of law, and Turkey is a country where there's rule of law, so nothing illegal is being done at the moment.
And just to clarify, when you say you accept there's been some unfair treatment, what do you mean by that?
As you said, a lot of people are being, they are suspected of being a FETÖ member. And I talked about some indicators, and there are investigations going on about these people, and sometimes it's unfair. These people are not FETÖ members, for example, and at the end, if it comes out after the investigation, it is unfair.
Okay, Hali Shashmaz, thank you very much for talking to us again and contextualising everything for us. Thank you very much. Well, we are showing you live pictures now of the Martyrs Bridge in Istanbul. This is where a huge rally is taking place. Tens of thousands of people, if not 100,000 plus, are expected to arrive at the foot of the bridge, where in a couple of hours' time, the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan will arrive and address the crowd as the National Unity March, as it's called, makes its way from the Asian side of the city towards that bridge. And we will keep you up to date with the events in Istanbul and, of course, Ankara, the Turkish capital, throughout the course of the evening here on TRT World. Well, I'm delighted to say that Adam McConnell, a professor of history at Sabancı University, joins us now in the studio to discuss more about this. Adam, thank you very much for coming in on this, I suppose, historic evening for Turkey. It was certainly historic 12 months ago. Turkey has seen a number of coups throughout its history. How and why was this one different?
Well, the main reason that this one is different is because the military in the past, for example, in 1960 and 1980, it was definitely coming from the hierarchy of the military. They were the ones who carried out this coup. But last year, it was a group that was inside of the military. Of course, you've been talking about the Fethullah Gulen organization. It was his adherents, both inside the military and also outside of the military, who organized this coup attempt. So, in fact, and also politicians and officials in the government have tried to make this a very clear point. The people who carried out this coup last year were people who were dressed in military garb, but were not actually soldiers. In fact, there were incidents where people who had been, for example, expelled from the police in the past 3 years because of their connections with the Gulen organization, they showed up, for example, in tanks on July 15th last year, or in personnel carriers. So it was not a situation in which the military itself carried out the coup. It was a faction within the military who used their positions within the hierarchy, their positions of authority to give orders to, of course, soldiers who didn't know what was going on to try to carry out such an event.
I know 12 months as a historian, it's no time at all to judge the impact of history, but bearing in mind everything that we've spoken about in terms of the civil service and the number of people that have lost their jobs, and also the political atmosphere within Turkey now, how do you think July the 15th, 2016, what impact is it going to have on Turkey's future over the next 5 years, let's say?
Well, because I'm a historian and have a historical perspective on this issue, I see this as a trend which is going to, little by little, create more transparent, more democratic, meritocratic state institutions. Because this is exactly what Turkey had suffered from for the past 90 years. State institutions were not democratic. They were not focused on providing services to the Turkish people, to Turkish citizens. And only in the past 10 years, first was military tutelage finally removed from state institutions. And then, of course, the fact that state institutions had not been democratic previously had made it possible for Fethullah Gulen to, little by little, over a very long period of time, to infiltrate his people into the various state institutions. And this is what was finally ended last year. So now that we have these groups that had infiltrated them, this group that had infiltrated itself into the state institutions, little by little being removed from state institutions, I see this as a positive step towards democratizations, and I expect this to continue in the coming 5 years.
And from a historical perspective as well, let's talk about Turkish, because there are divisions politically, whether it be social, religion as well. Can you just contextualize for us where some of those fault lines have been over the last 50 years or so in Turkish society?
Over the past 50 years? Well, of course, for example, with the previous commentator, you had mentioned the referendum. Well, a referendum is a specific type of, it's not even an election, it's asking the voters to give just a simple yes or no response about a certain political issue, in this case, changing an aspect of the Constitution. So a referendum may not actually be a good barometer of what's going on in a society. In fact, I think Turkish society is not as divided as many people outside of Turkey think it is. On the other hand, of course, there are many different groups in Turkish society because Turkey is a very diverse society. And only once you get into Turkish society do you see that there are dozens of different languages, different ethnicities, also different religious groups. But one thing that I've seen in the past year is that the coup attempt and the response by Turkish society to it has provided a unifying principle for this collection of very diverse groups that make up Turkish society. And again, I see this as a positive thing. I think that this will help unify Turkish society in the coming years.
So the referendum that you mentioned, where it was almost perfectly divided, I think it was 51-49, maybe 48-52, but very, very close as well. There have been, of course, over the years, these divisions. You think that actually events of, I suppose, the last 12 months, really, from the coup and now the constitutional change as well, is propelling Turkey to perhaps a more unified future?
I think it's propelling it towards a more unified and more democratic future, because in the past, one of the things that was lacking in Turkish politics was a unifying ideology. The state ideology that had been present for the past 90 years, there are various terms that are used for it, like Kemalism or Ataturkism. In terms of ideology, it was actually very weak. It didn't provide a mental outlook for the people in the society. And an event, an extremely traumatic event that all of Turkish society took part in, such as this foiling this coup attempt last year, can provide that sort of unifying principle, and also the focus on democratization provides more of a unifying ideology.
Okay, fascinating to talk to you. Thank you very much, Adam O'Connell, for coming in and talking to us here on TRT World.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Well, of course, many people died in the failed coup attempt 12 months ago, and many more were injured. In Istanbul, both the Bosphorus Bridge and the neighbourhood of Cenelköy became symbols of resistance. On the first anniversary, Alican Ayanlı brings us two stories from 12 months ago.
The first hours of a new day after Turkey had descended into a night of chaos. Coup soldiers surrender on the Bosphorus Bridge. It ends where it all began. 1 year later, life goes on, like it has for a long, long time. At first, it's difficult to tell that this quaint neighborhood on the Asian side of Istanbul was one of the most violent of the failed coup. But if you wander off the main streets, it's easy to find people who still carry the physical injuries from that night. One step at a time, Can Cumhurcu makes his way to his office in Çengelköy. He's the neighborhood's muhtar, or administrator. It's a post his mother also held. He vividly remembers everything from that night. That is, until he got shot. His nephew jumped in front of him to protect him from the spray of bullets.
I lost consciousness after being brought into the hospital. I don't remember much. They tried to resuscitate me by administering CPR. After gaining consciousness, I saw some of my relatives around me. They were all crying. I said, "You don't have to cry. I'm all right." But they wouldn't stop crying. I didn't realize they were crying for the lifeless body of the person next to me. I turned, only to find out that it was my nephew, Osman Yilmaz.
Giren o yaralı benim yeğenimmiş, şehit olan Osman Yılmaz.
Just down the street, Nihail Olchok shows me some pictures. She remembers the days they were all a family. Nihail lost her husband and her 17-year-old son. They both left the house together that night and headed for the bridge.
Abdullah was shot as he was screaming for his father. He started to crawl towards him. The soldiers saw he was continuing to crawl and trying to reach his father, so they shot him a second time. His fists were clenched shut. When they washed his body for the funeral, they couldn't open them. I don't think he suffered too much. He was a boy who was determined to reach his father. He wasn't thinking about his own safety.
Abdullah and Erol Olchok were just 2 of the 94 people who lost their lives on that bridge that night. Shortly after that night, it was renamed the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge in honor of the civilians who died resisting the coup attempt. And on the first anniversary, it will once again be at the center of the nation's attention.
You are watching TRT World, continuing special coverage of the anniversary of the failed coup attempt here in Turkey. These are live pictures from Istanbul, where the National Unity March is taking place. People heading towards the Martyrs Bridge, formerly known as Bosphorus Bridge, where in a few hours' time, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan will address the nation. Well, we heard from Alican Ayanlı a few moments ago on his report on Çengelköy. Yasin Ekin is there and joins us now live. Yasin, good to speak to you. Just remind us then and tell us the significance of where you are.
Right. We keep hearing about the significance and the importance of the Bosphorus bridges. Now, without taking away from that, one story that hasn't been told was a story that actually happened and went down here in Çengelköy, which is it's located between the 2 Bosphorus bridges. The people, I spoke to a few of them, and they told us the events that happened that night. There is a military high school located a few hundreds right behind me. This is where everything started. This is where the soldiers were collected. This is where they came out. This is where they began blocking the roads. And then they occupied police stations. They went on to occupying the bridge. And that's where everything kicked off. It's not something that's heard very well, which is why, in fact, people here have been waiting for the president to show up, but we just got word that the prime minister is here and he will soon be addressing the people before the march.
So the march hasn't started yet because we're expecting the people to arrive on the Martyrs Bridge in the next hour or so. What status is that march then at right now?
Well, the march hasn't started yet, just like you stated. There's still some more time. However, people have begun meeting up. There are different meeting points all across Istanbul. All of these points are significant to last year's coup attempt in some way. So there are thousands of people located to the stage right to me, to my right. So we are expecting the Prime Minister to come out and address the people. And after he's addressed the people, people are expected to start marching towards the bridge. That march is expected to take roughly, it's about a half-hour walk, but it will take about 2 hours for everybody to get to the bridge until there's a great deal of people, which is when people are expecting the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to come out and address the people in commemoration of the people who lost their lives on the night of July 15, as well as unveil a series of memorials. There's actually one right here in Çengelköy. There's a fountain that's dedicated to the people who lost their lives in this district. And then there will be another unveiling of another monument on the Bosphorus Bridge, as it was formerly known. It was renamed as the July 15 Martyrs Bridge after last year's coup attempt.
And Yasin, what's the, I mean, obviously there's, we're saying tens of thousands. It's looking more like it's going to be hundreds of thousands of people on the streets of Istanbul. The president is also expected, as you say. What's the security situation like there?
The situation here is It's different. There are people of different political ideologies. We've spoke to some people who were ultra-nationalistic who came out to say that they support not only the current president, but they support the restraint, the resistance that the people showed last year. So there are thousands of people here. There are tens of thousands of people expected to show up on the bridge in commemoration, in memory of the people who lost their lives. So as to how many people will actually show up is uncertain, but we're thinking it's in the tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds.
And in terms, Yasin, of the mood there, is it somber in terms of remembering those who were killed on the night, or is it celebratory?
The atmosphere here is unlike what it was last year. Last year it was a lot more emotional. People were on different levels, but most of the people we spoke here today did say that the feel is a lot more celebratory. They say that despite the fact that what happened last year was incredibly sad, and the fact that people are still emotional, they don't want to remember what happened last year, but they will not, they're also keen on making sure that nobody forgets. The whole area is decorated with flags. People are selling, from balloons to Turkish flags. The events here, you have chants, marches, songs that are played. So all in all, there is a celebratory feeling here. But despite that, people are also here in mourning to those who lost their lives in last year's coup attempt.
Okay, Yasin, thank you very much. Well, TRT World's Ali Mustafa has been following the day's events from the waters of the Bosphorus. He's probably got the best seat in the house, let's be honest. He joins us now. Ali, we can see you there on the water. You've steadied your boat somewhat, less bobbing up and down this time. You've got a perfect view of that Martyrs Bridge. What are you expecting over the next few hours?
If it wasn't on the job, this would be the perfect day, Paul. I'm telling you, the sun is still out. The Bosphorus, as you can see, we're not that stable, but we do apologize to our viewers for that. But just to tell you a significance, right now we are facing the Asian side. That's the Koleli Military Academy. Why is this area so significant? Well, a year ago, some of the coup plotters came from that military academy and tried to take that sea line under their control. That's until they reached the Chengelkoy police station a little further that way, and that's where people resisted, and 17 people were killed that night in this area. There are plans to convert this military academy now, the Koleli Military Academy, into a museum and commemorate and dedicate it to those people that lost their lives that night. And to place ourselves, give our viewers an idea of where we are in this magnificent city, if I can just ask my cameraman to pan the camera slightly. You guys were seeing Yasin Ekin from that side right there, the bridge, the first bridge, previously known as the Bosphorus Bridge, now renamed the Martyrs Bridge, the July 15 Martyrs Bridge. Beyond that, you have the Hagia Sophia, and the historical districts of Istanbul, and this entire area. A year ago, a few hours later, in fact about 2.5 hours later, it'll be exactly 1 year when this bridge, the vicinity of it, was taken hostage by coup plotters, and that is why it is so significant today. And as we move back, pan back towards the Asian side, Chengelkoy and Koleli, right behind me, people are making their way towards the Bosphorus Bridge to relive that night, to commemorate the loss of 249 people who were killed in that night of resistance, as many Turks call it, 1 year ago.
You mentioned there the significance, Ali, of that bridge. You said it was taken hostage. 249 people lost their lives across Turkey that evening, but the bridge was significant. Explain to us why. What events took place over the course of the evening 12 months ago?
So what we saw, As this coup unfolded, we saw that the coup plotters targeted state institutions, symbols of the state. One of the first targets, as you mentioned, as our correspondents have been mentioning, was the bridge. So tanks moved in, armored personnel carriers moved in. Nobody knew what was going on. Then the coup plotters moved and took over the state broadcaster, where we were transmitting from TRT World, the TRT network, and they had a news presenter from TRT Turkish service read out a statement. Now, these are all tactics that would take place in the 1980s, the 1960s. Take over the bridge, take over the state broadcaster, but we are in 2016. A year ago was 2016. It's the digital age. Cell phones have replaced the television. The state broadcaster, still significant, can't match for a cell phone and FaceTime. And we saw over the course of the night, first people started rallying, mobilizing, using WhatsApp, social media. Then we even saw Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the Turkish president, who wasn't in Istanbul, he was on a coastal area by the Aegean, come on FaceTime, which was taken live on CNN Turk on that night. So it was quite a significant event. So on the one hand, you had the coup that was following a playbook from, let's say, the 1960s or 1980s, but then, as things are in a cosmopolitan city, in a cosmopolitan country like Turkey, people were able to share their own messages via social media. And because of that, we saw tens of thousands, not only in this city, Istanbul, but tens of thousands of people across Turkey. From Gaziantep, where I was reporting on the story on the refugees, to Istanbul, to Ankara, mobilize, respond, and get out on the streets. And a year later, they're still getting out on the streets to commemorate and to show the world, in some ways, a lot of people that we've spoken to, that they stand for democracy. And to protect that democracy, they took a step, they took measures 1 year ago, and they're still willing to show up on the streets of Istanbul, on the streets of Ankara, on the streets of Gaziantep, 1 year after that coup attempt.
Okay, Ali, thank you very much. Well, let's just leave Istanbul temporarily. These are live pictures of what's taking place because we can get some global reaction to the events of 12 months ago, because it's not just here in Turkey where rallies are happening. There's also one taking place in New York, and Kahraman Halis Çelik is there and joins us now live. Kahraman, what can you tell us?
Well, Paul, New York City, there's a pleasant, sunny day today, and we're at the very exact place where last year, today, the Turkish community gathered and stood with their homeland and stood against the attempted coup plot by Fethullah terrorist organization. Now we are here with the event organizer, Levent Ali Yıldız. We're going to ask him about why the community has gathered again today and what the Turkish community want from the U.S. authorities. Levent Ali, thank you very much for joining us today.
You're so welcome.
Why are you guys here?
Well, just like you said, we were exactly here 1 year ago today to protest the bloody military coup attempt in Turkey, which took place on July 15, 2016. And today is the first anniversary of the bloody coup attempt. We are here to show our support with the Turkish nation, to commemorate our fallen heroes. We lost more than 2,000, we actually lost 249 people, and we had over 2,500 wounded in the struggle of liberty, which was very brave for the Turkish nation, which was a very difficult situation, and we're here to show our support with the Turkish nation.
What exactly the community here wants from the U.S.? You're here, you live here, you're Turkish Americans. What would you like the U.S. authorities to do?
Well, Turkish American community is a very strong community, and even though we are physically here, our hearts with our homeland at the moment, and we share their pain. And what we want from U.S. authorities is, first of all, the leader of this terrorist organization, Fethullah Gulen, has been residing in America, in Pennsylvania, for the past almost 20 years. And after the bloody coup attempt, Turkey asked for U.S. to extradite him to Turkey, and we want that happen. It's been almost a year, and we want that happen quickly, soon, and hopefully he will be sent to Turkey and he will have a fair trial and he will see the fair Turkish justice.
Thank you very much, Levent Ali.
You're so welcome.
Paul, as you heard, and the Turkish community has gathered here in hundreds. There will be other commemorations throughout the city today, and the Turkish community is staying very strongly with their own homeland in Turkey. Paul, back to you.
Okay, Kahraman, thank you very much. Well, staying with the United States, and Turkey's envoy to the US is urging Washington to look through any of Fethullah Gulen's communications. It's to help prove Turkey's accusations that the businessman and cleric orchestrated the coup attempt. Gulen and his followers have been designated by Ankara as a terror group. It's known as FETÖ. Turkey has requested his immediate extradition. Well, the relationship between the United States and Turkey, a close NATO ally, of course, was put to the test on the night of the failed coup 12 months ago. The lack of an immediate, strong response from the United States was seen as a major disappointment by the Turkish leadership, and America's attitude in the aftermath continues to wear on the once firm alliance between the two countries. Our correspondent Ediz Tianjan has the story from Washington.
A night of terror across the nation. Tanks on the street crushing anything in their way. Soldiers firing indiscriminately. And jets targeting the parliament. Vulnerable moments for a nation that needed solidarity from its friends more than ever. But some of Turkey's allies waited for events to play out before breaking their silence.
It does not appear to have been a very brilliantly planned or executed event. But let's reserve all judgment until all the facts are in.
Within hours, hundreds of Turkish diaspora had filled the streets of New York. They called for action to stop the FETÖ organization, which the Turkish government says was a terror group behind the coup.
Support of an elected people, elected government.
Days after the coup attempt failed, a U.S. official had this to say.
We haven't made any assessment of Gulen's group and their involvement in this attempted coup. That remains to be seen. If we receive evidence, we'll certainly evaluate or assess that evidence. But, to our knowledge, he's living peacefully up in Pennsylvania and his compound.
Back in Ankara, these reactions were perceived as apathetic.
That person in Pennsylvania, the head terrorist, we will request that the U.S. hand him over. We will see our friend's attitude. In the same way, we will request that other Western countries hand over his followers. Let's see how they respond. Will they hand them over? All of this is a test. We'll see how they perform on this test.
It turned out the United States, considered one of the oldest and strongest allies of Turkey, didn't quite pass the government's test. And it hasn't helped that the US has so far refused to extradite the man accused of leading FETÖ, the businessman and cleric Fethullah Gulen. All of which has led to a chill in relations.
I think what happened originally is the coup was a shock to members of Congress. And then when that came out that it was not a military coup, they were perplexed. I think the relationship is going to improve, and I think we just need a matter of time. And I think a lot of members of Congress need to not focus on the headlines that are coming out of Turkey, but focus on the long-term relationship we've had.
On the night of the coup, Turkish democracy was threatened, and the country's leadership expected support from their closest allies. But the position of the United States so far has largely disappointed the Turkish government. But most officials on both sides agree that the cooperation between these two NATO allies is indispensable for the region, and its improvement is just a matter of time and work. It is Tianshan, TRT World, Washington, D.C.
Well, these are live pictures from Istanbul, where the rally is continuing. The National Unity March is, as far as we're aware, yet to actually begin its journey towards the Martyrs' Bridge in Istanbul. This is what they'll arrive to. Tens of thousands of people already on the streets ahead of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's address to the nation in around, 3 hours' time. That is expected. You can see there all the way at the foot of the bridge, tens of thousands of people, flags waving in Istanbul. It's pretty similar scenes in the Turkish capital, Ankara, and we'll go there in a moment as well. But let's get first more global reaction, because it wasn't just the United States and Turkey whose relationship has been put under strain in the last 12 months, but also Turkey's relationship with Germany. Francis Collings is in the German capital, Berlin. and joins us now live. Francis, good to see you there. Just talk us through then how Turkish-German relations have been over the last 12 months since that failed coup attempt.
Well, it's always been a complicated relationship. More than one person we've spoken to here, more than one political pundit or German-Turkish resident has likened the relationship to a family. You may not always get on, but you have children in common, so you have to find some common ground. There are over 3 million Turkish people, don't forget, living here in Germany. 1.6 are allowed to vote, and that is where things became pivotal, certainly with the referendum in April to redraw the presidential powers in Turkey. What became very plain was that this was a diaspora that was important in that vote. The Turkish government wanted to come here and they wanted to campaign, to hold rallies, and they weren't allowed to. I was here at the time with the foreign minister. He was reduced to speaking in the garden of the consulate residence in Hamburg, not even the consulate, in the garden of the residence to supporters. There were protesters outside, but the German government made it very clear they didn't want any politics from another country going on their doorstep. Now, these caused grave offence in Ankara because at the same time, and there's been accusations of hypocrisy, there were rallies being held in Cologne and elsewhere by the PKK, who are regarded by Turkey as a terrorist organisation, as they are by the European Union and the United States. So a lot of the degradation of this relationship has stemmed from what was going on in that campaign to redraw the presidential powers in April. But both sides know, and they know each other very well, that this is a relationship that may be somewhat fractured, it may be somewhat difficult, but it is going to prevail, simply, as I say, because of the vast numbers of Turkish people who've made their home here in Germany over the last 40 years.
Well, you've touched on it there, Francis. We saw in Adiz's package a couple of moments ago officials saying, perhaps off the record, that the relationship between Turkey and the US is too big to fail. It's of too much strategic importance. Is that a similar feeling between what's going on between Turkey and Germany right now?
Yes, it is. They are aware of this, but behind that, of course, there are difficulties and there are complications. For example, prior to just over a year ago, there'd been an arrangement between Turkey and Germany and the EU, primarily with the EU, but of course it affected Germany regarding the refugees that were coming across and finding their way here. Over 1 million refugees, many of whom, of course, left Turkish beaches, did end up here in Germany. That was an arrangement that Turkey thought was something that should be counted in their favour. They thought they'd gone a long way to helping that situation. So, of course, there's things like that to consider when we try and understand the political difficulties. There's the use of the Incirlik air base in the south of Turkey. They had a falling out over that. German politicians felt they were being denied access to that base. They're now moving from that base and moving a lot of their military to another base in Jordan, further to the south. So behind what's going on in public, there are complications, but at the same time, they are, of course, allies. They're NATO allies, and they know each other very well. So while they will be making loud noises, they will be showing quite often public displays of annoyance, irritation, and indeed anger towards each other politically. On other levels, they know they still have to get on. There still will be a relationship, and of course they can't just walk away from each other. It isn't going to happen. It's complicated, it's difficult. Germany isn't the only country that has, as you mentioned, a complicated relationship at the moment with Turkey, as Edis was reporting on. The United States has as well, and a lot of this stems down to the geopolitical situation to the south of Turkey's borders. But for now, there is a level of understanding, and don't forget as well that Chancellor Merkel and President Erdogan have met something like 6 times over the last year in a variety of locations. They do know each other very well. They know exactly where they're coming from on many issues.
OK, Francis, for now, thank you very much. Let's show you these live pictures once more then of Istanbul. You can see the crowds are continuing to gather on the Martyrs Bridge in Istanbul. It crosses from Asia to Europe over the Bosphorus Strait. The National Unity March, as it's known, is set to take place from various different locations throughout the city. It will then convene on that Martyrs' Bridge ahead of a speech from President Recep Tayyip Erdogan a little bit later on this evening, before he then flies to the Turkish capital, Ankara, to address Parliament overnight at around 2 o'clock in the morning as well. So we can expect the rallies and the commemorations to continue for a few hours yet. And staying with the Turkish capital, Ankara, because leaders of Turkey's main parties met at Parliament there this morning to air their views. They had some strong words for the coup plotters. Well, TRT World's Andrew Hopkins followed the proceedings, and he sent this report.
We've heard from all four of the main parties in the Turkish Parliament, and the main thing in common that they all had was that they all condemned the failed coup attempt of July the 15th last year, and they all paid tribute to the people who had taken to the streets to resist what was going on. We actually heard first of all from the Turkish Prime Minister Binali Yildirim. He particularly paid tribute to the 249 people who had killed going out to resist what was going on, and he also paid tribute to the more than 2,000 people who had been injured in that. He referred to them as veterans. He also talked about how in other times in Turkey's history, such as in the First World War and during other military coups, that Turkey had had to pay a high price for its independence. But he also seemed to be trying to convey a feeling of national unity in the speech that he made. Now, we also heard from the main opposition leader, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, as well. He again condemned the failed coup attempt and praised the people who took to the streets. But to say that all the opposition leaders were in agreement with everything else the government had to say would be a bit of an understatement, because he also used his speech to talk about concerns he has with the investigations that are going on into alleged Gulenists involved in this plot from last year, and about whether there are political abuses taking place. And he also asked the government to reveal more information about what went on during that failed coup attempt of July the 15th, because he believes there are certain bits of information that are not out there in the public domain at the moment, and there are some gaps that need to be filled in. But I think the main thing about what's been going on today is that all the political leaders in the Turkish parliament were all firmly against what happened in July the 15th last year.
So, as Andrew said, various party leaders have been giving speeches in Parliament in Ankara. The HDP Deputy Chairman, Ahmet Yildirim, condemned the coup attempt and hopes for a fair trial against the coup plotters.
We strongly condemn the July 15th coup attempt, which a year ago tried to destroy a democratic people and democracy. I wish God's mercy on those who lost their lives while fighting against coup. We are waiting for the coup plotters and killers to receive as soon as possible the punishment they deserve after a fair trial.
Well, Turkish Prime Minister Binali Yildirim praised the victims of the coup attempt, saying the people of Turkey showed the world how to defend their country.
15 Temmuz bu milletin düşmanına.
July 15th marks the day on which this nation showed its power to its enemies. July 15th is a day in which faithful, crazy Turks crashed the tanks. July 15th is a day on which the nation thwarted weapons with their bare hands against an attempt occupation. It's a day on which a lesson was given to world states on how a land should be defended.
And CHP leader Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu says enough wasn't done to reveal the political side of the coup attempt.
The Coup Investigation Commission has launched efforts to prevent an investigation. A permanent state of emergency regime has been established instead of rapid normalization. This parliament, which resisted the coup attempt and bomb attacks, has been deactivated and disempowered. Unfortunately, the creation of a strong democracy has been wasted. Efforts to reveal the political side of the coup are being blocked on purpose. If those who attempted the coup and supported the coup plotters and placed coup plotters in the most sensitive positions of the state are not called to account, we cannot struggle with the coup in real terms.
While MHP leader Devlet Bahçeli praised those who fought against the coup.
15 Temmuz FETÖ hain saldırısına.
I wish for God's mercy on our sainted martyrs who resisted the treacherous coup attempt by FETÖ without fear and struggled until their last drop of blood. I offer my respects and gratitude to the great Turkish nation to the people who stood in that dark night, heroically and together against the invaders.
Well, all those speeches took place in Ankara on Saturday morning. Let's go live to the Turkish capital now because Shamim Chowdhury is there and joins us live. Shamim, it looks like events have been taking place in the Turkish capital all throughout the day, but we're still expecting more into the evening. What can you tell us?
Yes, that's right, Paul. And in fact, events will actually start happening on a more frequent basis as the evening progresses. I am standing in the centre of Ankara in Kizilay Square, which has been renamed 15th July Kizilay Democracy Square as a result of the events that took place last year. Now, people have been gathering here for the past couple of hours or so. We are expecting a whole load more within the next couple of hours. This is where they gathered a year ago when they attempted to and succeeded, along with so many other people across the country, to overthrow the rogue members of the military who tried to carry out a military coup. There were tanks standing just located just behind where I'm standing. People climbed on these tanks to demonstrate their defiance. At that time, there was a sense of fear, a fear of an end of democracy, something that the Turks hold so dearly. Today, the atmosphere is somewhat different. It's actually quite relaxed. People are sitting around drinking tea. Many of them are carrying the Turkish flag. Many of them are waving the Turkish flag. People are selling food here. We can smell grills and things around us. However, there is a sense of heightened security. We've seen various snipers from some of the rooftops of the buildings that surround this square, and we've seen military helicopters. In fact, you may be able to hear one just now as part of the security. So events are stepping up. We are expecting people to move within the next few hours or so from here towards the parliament, where President Erdogan will arrive just after midnight and he will give an address. Now, we know that the main road that leads from this square to the parliament has been blocked off, but people will be progressing in that direction slowly and steadily. OK, Shamim, thank you very much for now. No doubt we'll be returning back to Shamim throughout the course of the evening here on TRT World. That was in Ankara. These are live pictures from Istanbul. You can see the sun setting in the background. In the foreground, tens of thousands of people have gathered. The red that you can see is the Turkish flag as the National Unity March, as it's known, makes its way to the 15th July Martyrs Bridge for a rally to commemorate 12 months since the failed coup attempt across Turkey. Events will culminate in Istanbul with a speech from the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and we will bring that to you live here on TRT World in the next couple of hours or so. But Alijan is back next, continuing our special coverage here on TRT World.
Driving towards the incident.
We're reporting to you from the very heart of the story.
The cause of the explosion is unclear.
Smoke and debris. We do now have unconfirmed reports.
The number of casualties is rising as we speak. Here on the ground, there's a lot of commotion. Some of the eyewitnesses.
There's been a social
People are taking to social media outlets to discuss.
Reports of the explosion are now spreading like wildfire. People are clearly shaken by what has been a horrific incident.
Commemoration, the only outcome of Friday's failed coup attempt is the loss of life. Hundreds of people are here to pay their respects to the soldiers, the police and the civilians who lost their lives. Now, it's clear that this failed coup is going to leave a scar on the victims' families to last a lifetime. Sally Ihan, TRT World, Istanbul.
The world is just a click away. Get the latest news from around the globe with fast and accurate coverage at trtworld.com.
Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri yönetime el koymuştur.
Milletimizi illerimizin meydanlarına davet ediyorum. Halkın gücünün üstünde bir güç ben tanımadım bugüne kadar.
Hello and welcome to TRT World's continuing special coverage of the July 15th failed coup attempt. I'm Alican Ayanlar, coming to you live from Istanbul with the Bosphorus just in my background. Throughout the day here on this network, we've been looking at a number of things, how the events unfolded 365 days ago, the scars it left on our nation, and how hundreds of thousands of people stood up in defiance. We've also been looking at Fethullah Gülen, the man that Turkey says was the mastermind of the failed coup attempt, and how the events of that night in midsummer of last year could have changed the course of the history. We'll be continuing to look at this in more depth throughout this special segment, plus international reaction, how Turkey's relation has changed with other nations over the past 12 months. We have a team of corals lined up for you throughout this special segment. Let's start off here in Istanbul. We have Ali Mustafa, the host of Straight Talk, who is literally in the middle of the Bosphorus, in between two continents. We'll be crossing into him shortly. To the left of your screen, we have Nicole Johnston, who's at the foot of the Bosphorus Bridge on the Asian side, who is following the National Unity March. In the center of your screen, we have Edis Tianchan, who will be joining us shortly from Washington, D.C. And to the right of our screen, our Europe correspondent, Francis Collings. He's at the Turkish embassy at the German capital of Berlin. Thank you to all of you. We'll be coming back to you in just a moment. But let's start off here in Istanbul, where we have Mesut Özcan. He's the director of the Diplomacy Academy at the Ministry of Turkish Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much for joining us here. Good to have you on. Let's start off with international reaction. When you look at the palette of international reaction, do you think Turkey's happy with the canvas that's been painted?
We cannot say so. Unfortunately, most of Turkish allies did not pay attention to Turkish people's sacrifices during this coup attempt. And over the year, unfortunately, most of Turkish allies, especially the United States, were not very cooperative with Turkey in terms of Turkish demands, extraditing Gülen, and also other people who might have their role in the plotting of this coup attempt. So there are some other countries. We cannot talk about a complete general picture in terms of reaction from other countries, but over a year, Turkish people, Turkish state deserved more than this cooperation from its allies, especially from the United States. And if you look to the countries in Europe, we cannot talk about the unified states. There are some countries who are very much cooperative with Turkey in that regard, but some others are not paying attention to Turkish demands in that respect, and they are hosting some of these people. So it's in that regard we can have a completely different pictures in different parts of the world. When we look to some Asian countries, they are much more cooperative in that regard in terms of closing schools, in terms of answering Turkish demands in that regard. In Africa, there are some countries cooperating with Turkey. So we can have different pictures in considering different countries in terms of their attitude in cooperation with Turkey in this coup attempt.
Okay. With this segment, we're going to specifically look at Western countries, the European Union and the U.S. But let's start off in Europe. Now, events of a year ago were not just a concern to the people in Turkey. Germany hosts over 3 million Turkish people in the country, many of whom have been there for many decades. Within the Turkish communities in Germany, there is still a real bond to the politics of the mother country. But relations between the two countries, the two nations, have been far from smooth over the past 12 months. Our Europe correspondent, Francis Collings, has more on this.
There may be smiles in public outside the Reichstag in Berlin, but inside the political corridors, The diplomatic relationship between Germany and Turkey is far from harmonious, and it's been getting worse over the last year. Two countries led by strong and yet very different characters, bound by mutual interest and a sizable Turkish community in Germany. But there are serious issues of disagreement.
With Turkey and Germany, it has always been some kind of like an odd marriage. So like partners, we sort of like love each other, but eventually we get into a fight. But there is no possibility for divorce because you have children, in this case, the Turkish-German minority of around 3 million people.
Events of the last year have increased the tension, notably the referendum in Turkey in April to redefine the presidential powers.
Hundreds of thousands of Turkish people here in Germany took part in that referendum and they had strong opinions. But the fact remains is that many of them feel more bound politically to Ankara than they do to German politics.
Which is why Turkey's politicians wanted a campaign in Germany, something denied to them by the German authorities. At the same time, Germany's allowed rallies in support of the PKK, not only regarded in Turkey as a terrorist organization, but also by the European Union and the United States.
We have been disappointed by the attitude adopted by Germany in the process ahead of the referendum. So if they have any feelings of disillusionment, ours is even greater than theirs.
Difficulties have been heightened by the German decision to grant asylum to more than 400 Turkish people accused of taking part in a coup attempt a year ago. But political divisions can be reflected at street level within the Turkish communities here. Kazim Erdogan came to Berlin from Turkey more than 40 years ago. He works as a psychologist and specializes in improving relations between the two communities.
It doesn't help to say the fault is the Turks or the Germans. Both sides need to admit their guilt, and this is how you begin to solve problems. We need to develop a new we feeling, we who live in Germany, instead of you Turks and we Germans.
Like many a troubled friendship, this one will take work to heal the diplomatic wounds. But the bonds between Turkey and Germany are too strong for the events of the last year to threaten what is always likely to be a difficult relationship.
Well, let's bring in our Europe correspondent, Francis Collings, who joins us now from the German capital. Francis, as I was watching your news package, one of the things that stood out was this love-hate relationship that one of the people that you spoke to was talking about. Let's take this one step up to the top of the diplomatic or statements food chain. How well do you think German Chancellor Angela Merkel and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan know each other? What is the state of the relations between the two countries?
I think they know each other very well, Ali Jean. They certainly meet on a regular basis. They talk on a regular basis. I think I counted 5 times in the last year they've met at a variety of locations. If it's not been here in Germany, if it's not been at the G20 in Hamburg recently, they've been meeting elsewhere. They have an understanding. Of course, they had to deal with each other on a fairly intensive level when the refugee crisis was at its zenith, I guess about 18 months ago, because a lot of refugees, as we know, came to Europe. Many of them, of course, ended up in Germany, and they came from Turkish shores primarily. So that was one major area of concern and discussion. So the relationship is good. It does seem to be, as I say, one of mutual understanding, but it doesn't stop them from being very open and being very honest publicly about how they feel about the politics in each country. They've both made very strong statements, and perhaps it is the mark of a decent relationship, of a good understanding, that they can be exceedingly firm and in some cases quite angry with each other or with each other's countries over various decisions, and yet still maintain that level of understanding and mutual respect that seems to be prevalent.
Let's talk about that feeling of politics. You mentioned that there were more than 3 million, nearly 3 million Turks living in Germany. How do the Turks living abroad feel about politics back home?
Well, they're very connected to it. I've spent a fair bit of time in this city. In fact, I used to live here over 20 years ago. And in areas to the south of where I am, we're near the Tiergarten part of the centre of Berlin. Areas like Neukölln and Kreuzberg, they've long been Turkish suburbs. People who came here as what they call Gastarbeiters many years ago, invited here to work in the post-war years in the 1960s and 70s primarily. But there have been mistakes made along the way. Many people who came here, who've been here for a long time, don't or struggle to get legal recognition here. We interviewed one chap we spoke to who was here legally as a guest worker some 25 years ago, and was telling me the other day that he used to make a tidy living by getting bits of concrete, spray painting them and selling them off as parts of the Berlin Wall when they weren't. But he said that was what he was reduced to. There was a difference between being invited legally and actually having the right to work here. So in that respect, many people still look back to Turkey. They still watch Turkish TV. There are Turkish newspapers and Turkish magazines, and the divisions that you will see in Turkish politics can be reflected at ground level here. Certainly that's one of the reasons that the German politicians have cited when they didn't want any rallies ahead of the presidential referendum in April in Turkey to take place on German soil. They said they didn't want politics to be played out locally. And as you say, over 3 million people live here. Over 1.4 million people had the right to vote in that election and other elections back home. So if you are living in a country, if you've been here many years, but you can still vote back in the homeland and you're still watching TV, there's very much an involvement with what is going on in Turkey. And anyone we've spoken to, and I was here a few months ago covering that presidential referendum, and certainly in the last few days, they will tell you exactly what they think about Turkish politics. Primarily, that seems to be their concern, more than perhaps what is happening in the Reichstag, not far from where I am at the moment in Berlin.
All right. Your correspondent, Francis Collings, thank you very much for joining us here. Let's turn back to our guest, Ms. Özcan. Francis was talking about the complicated politics between Germany and Turkey. When you look at some of the speeches that President Erdogan has made in recent months, talking about EU accession, Germany being one of the powerhouses behind the European Union, he says, well, if the European Union is not willing to continue the accession talks, we have a plan B. Do you think Turkey's at a crossroads with the European Union now?
We should say, unfortunately, over this year, we had a very negative turn in terms of Turkish-EU relations. But if you look to Turkish-EU history, there were some ups and downs in terms of this relationship and during these Turkish accession talks. But what we witnessed last year was a very negative turn, especially Turkish politics increasingly became an issue of debate in countries like Germany, Austria, in Netherlands. So this negatively affected bilateral relations and also Turkish-EU accession process. Here, what Turkey wants, a fair process, a fair and a technical one, not a political one. So if you compare the Turkish accession talks with other countries, it became much more politicized. Normally it should be a technical process. But what Turkish president asked and said in that regard, so we should have this much more on not political terms, but in technical terms. So in that regard, if we have much more fair judgment, then we will have much more positive environment between Turkish and the EU countries, especially Germany, because Germany is, with the Brexit, Germany will become the dynamic force within the EU. So I think there will be some comments from both sides, but both of the sides, both Turkey and Germany and also other European countries, wants to continue this relationship, but on a much more fair base. So what Turkish President Erdogan said in that regard, we should have a much more fair judgment, what we witnessed over a year, what Turkish people had their sacrifices after this coup attempt. So I think what Turkish President referred was the failure of the EU countries to understand what is taking place in Turkey in terms of this traumatic period.
Let's turn our attention back to the 15th of July and the failed coup attempt. And one of the main points across the Atlantic, which we're going to get to in a moment, is the extradition of Fethullah Gülen. But a lot of people actually forget there's a lot of Gülenists that are in Europe right now, along with other people that the Turkish state deemed as terrorists. They've been asking for their extradition. How is that coming along with the Turkish request?
In that regard, we do not have that much of these demands are answered. So if you look to the cases in Greece, for example, some of the soldiers who escaped just over the coup night, or if you look to the cases in Germany and other countries, so limited number of these demands are met. Most of the time, these demands are not met, and this is negatively affecting the bilateral relations as well. For this reason, for example, during the talks between Turkish and German officials, one of the issues is these demands of extradition with some other countries as well, for example, with the talks in Greece, with Netherlands, with other countries. So most of the time these demands are unmet. but this is also negatively affecting the Turkish-EU relations with many countries in the European Union.
All right, Mr. Nurcan, thank you very much for joining us here on our special. We're going to put a pause for a moment, and we're going to take a look across the Atlantic to the United States, where Fethullah Gülen has been since 1999. He's been there in self-imposed exile, and Turkey says he's the mastermind behind this terrorist organization. Let's take a closer look at the structure of this organization.
FETÖ is led by this man, Fethullah Gülen. He began his career as an imam in the Turkish cities of Edirne and Izmir in the 1960s. His talks and lectures led to a small base of supporters. In the 1970s, the gatherings took the form of an organization, loosely known as Hizmet. The group soon became active in the fields of education, relief work, and media. It's currently present in more than 160 countries. In 1999, Gülen left for the United States, reportedly to receive medical treatment for diabetes. Some say it was because he feared arrest in Turkey. Since then, he's been living in self-imposed exile. The Gülen organization had close ties with the AK Party, particularly after it came to power in the early 2000s. But their relationship turned sour after corruption allegations in 2013 that implicated some cabinet ministers. Government officials blamed suspected Gülenist prosecutors for the probe. The government accuses the group of being a parallel state and says its supporters have infiltrated public institutions, including the police and the judiciary.
Until you have things in your hands with which you can represent power, until you bring to your side all the power and strength of all constitutional institutions depending on the size of Turkey's state structure. This is what is happening here. What is happening here is settling accounts with the world in micro before expanding.
Ankara says it has gathered enough evidence that links Gülen to the failed coup. But Gülen denies involvement. Gülen is now on Turkey's most wanted terrorist list, and Turkey has demanded his extradition from the United States.
Now, the relationship between the United States and Turkey, which is a close NATO ally, has been put to the test on the night of the failed coup attempt in Turkey of last year. The lack of an immediate and strong response from the United States was seen as a major disappointment by Turkey's leadership, and America's attitude in the aftermath of all this continues to wear on the once firm alliance between the two countries. Our correspondent, it is Tianchan, has the story from Washington, D.C.
A night of terror across the nation. Tanks on the street crushing anything in their way. Soldiers firing indiscriminately. And jets targeting the parliament. Vulnerable moments for a nation that needed solidarity from its friends more than ever. But some of Turkey's allies waited for events to play out before breaking their silence.
It does not appear to have been a very brilliantly planned or executed event. But let's reserve all judgment until all the facts are in.
Within hours, hundreds of Turkish diaspora had filled the streets of New York. They called for action to stop the FETÖ organization, which the Turkish government says was the terror group behind the coup.
Support of an elected people, elected government.
Days after the coup attempt failed, a U.S. official had this to say.
We haven't made any assessment of Gülen's group and their involvement in this attempted coup. That remains to be seen. If we receive evidence, we'll certainly evaluate or assess that evidence. But, to our knowledge, he's living peacefully up in Pennsylvania and his compound.
Back in Ankara, these reactions were perceived as apathetic.
That person in Pennsylvania, the head terrorist, we will request that the U.S. hand him over. We will see our friend's attitude. In the same way, we will request that other Western countries hand over his followers. Let's see how they respond. Will they hand them over? All of this is a test. We'll see how they perform on this test.
It turned out the United States, considered one of the oldest and strongest allies of Turkey, didn't quite pass the government's test. And it hasn't helped that the US has so far refused to extradite the man accused of leading FETÖ, the businessman and cleric Fethullah Gülen. All of which has led to a chill in relations.
I think what happened originally is the coup
was a shock to members of Congress. And then when that came out that it was not a military coup, they were perplexed. I think the relationship is going to improve, and I think we just need a matter of time. And I think a lot of members of Congress need to not focus on the headlines that are coming out of Turkey, but focus on the long-term relationship we've had.
On the night of the coup, Turkish democracy was threatened, and the country's leadership expected support from their closest allies. But the position of the United States so far has largely disappointed the Turkish government. But most officials on both sides agree that the cooperation between these two NATO allies is indispensable for the region, and its improvement is just a matter of time and work.
Well, Edis Tianshan joins us live from Washington, D.C. It is good to have you on. Now, you've been speaking to congressmen and diplomats over the past several weeks. What is their take on the importance of July 15th, 2016?
Indeed, Alijan, I had a chance to speak with many officials at the Congress, as well as high-level diplomats from the State Department over the last few months. And really, all of them agree on one thing regarding the night of the coup. They all say that it was out of the blue. It was completely unexpected to them, just as it was to many others. But they also said it was very confusing. It took a while for them to figure out whether it was just the military behind the coup or it was another deep state organization like FETÖ, as it turned out later on. But many of them are still skeptical, simply because they're actually not aware of what kind of an organization the FETÖ group is. And it is now designated a terror group by Turkey, and the Turkish embassy, as well as many other organizations, are now trying to reach out to the Congress, diplomats, other officials, trying to raise awareness and trying to help them understand exactly what happened. But earlier I also had a chance to speak to one of the veteran diplomats, James Jeffrey, was a former U.S. ambassador to Turkey who has a fairly good understanding of the country of Turkey itself, and he explained to me what kind of an impact this tardiness, the late response from the U.S. had on the bilateral relations and what they can do now to move forward. Let's take a listen.
Turks are very disappointed. Turks have also, it's not just the government, are disappointed at the Obama administration's reaction. There were many reasons for that. This came as a total surprise. There was a general feeling that President Erdogan had exaggerated the crimes, if you will, of the Gezi Park people, and there was disappointment that the outreach to the Kurds had failed in the summer of 2015. So there were several reasons why the administration was not unwilling to believe what happened, but wanted to take time. And the other problem was there was this total focus on fighting Daesh. And anything that got in the way of it, like closing Incirlik or commanders that you've been working with suddenly were arrested, that seemed to be a problem in a it's all about us attitude that Americans often have.
Now, it is Turkey has also been pushing very hard for the extradition of Fethullah Gülen, the man they say was behind the 15th of July failed coup attempt. Just bring us up to speed on the progress and where we stand.
Well, so far, very little to no progress has been made, I should say, Alijan, and it really seems that this is going to be an uphill battle because extradition in general is a very complicated process here in the United States. It takes two different tracks. First of all, legally, the Justice Department here needs evidence of not just Gülenists and the FETÖ organization itself carrying out the attack, but the coup, rather, but they actually need specific evidence that Fethullah Gülen himself was the person who directly gave that order to start the coup. Now, that kind of evidence obviously might be impossible to reach, but if and once they can, it would still have to go through the political process as well. And that obviously requires political will from the State Department, but also just looking at the current situation here in Washington, D.C. I mean, the first 6 months of Trump administration in office has been chaotic at best. They've been very much distracted from very important issues, foreign policy issues that they have to deal with simply because of the heavy accusations that they're facing, and two important investigations, one congressional and one federal investigation that they're dealing with. So at this point, it is safe to say that Fethullah Gülen's extradition is very much in the back burner.
All right, it is Tian Shan live for us in Washington, D.C., just outside of the White House. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, I'd like to continue with this theme of Turkey-U.S. relations and bring in our next guest, Adam McConnell. He's with Sabancı University. Adam, thank you very much for joining us here on this beautiful set, isn't it? When you look at the relations between the two countries, I think it's fair to say that it's been soured over the past several years. Yes, perhaps most of it may have to do with the two countries' understanding or how they approach the fight against terrorism, with the U.S. support of the YPG against Daesh. But how much of it has to do with the extradition of Fethullah Gülen?
Well, the extradition of Fethullah Gülen has only been a really serious issue in the past year. So the other issues that you mentioned, of course, up to last year, they were causing important problems. On the other hand, we've had a change in administration in the past 6 months, and the situation has not seemed to change, although Turkish officials seem to be indicating that the extradition of Fethullah Gülen is gaining speed, but we still haven't seen any sort of concrete result from this yet. So it's going to continue to create problems until there's some sort of solution to this issue. And of course, like everyone in Turkey, they expect to see Fethullah Gülen extradited at some point in the future. But it's an ongoing process. It's going very slow. There hasn't seemed to be any sort of, push to speed up the process. So we wait, basically.
I want to continue with a bit of show and tell. I know that you brought a coin on set. Why don't you tell me the importance of this?
Well, as an American, I wanted to say that I'm proud to have these coins. This coin was, of course, pressed by the Turkish government to commemorate the people's resistance to the coup attempt last year. And I personally, whenever I come across these coins, because they circulate, I keep them and then I try to give them to people who I think will be interested in them. And of course, telling this, the story about the people's resistance to the coup attempt last year, along with the coin.
All right, Adam McConnell, we thank you very much for joining us here on our special segment, and we do thank you for that insight and knowledge. All right, let's cross over to Ali Mustafa. He's the host of our new show here on TRT World. It's called Straight Talk. He's actually literally in between continents on a boat. Ali Mustafa, good to see you. You're on a fabulous location, and just tell us where you are and what's been going on today in terms of the commemoration.
Ali Jan, we are, as you said, on the Bosphorus, straddling between continents. A beautiful breeze is blowing through, and as the sun sets, we are at a place called Beylerbeyi. This area is significant because on the night of the coup, this is the place where the coup plotters and soldiers first made an appearance before they went on top of the bridge. And if my cameraman can zoom in a little bit, we see a lot of people gathering there at Beylerbeyi port, and from there they're joining a march, this coup anniversary march that is now culminating from all parts on the Asian side as well as the European side, mostly from the Asian side. Çengelköy we were at, Kocaeli Military Academy we were at, and now Beylerbeyi. So this area is significant, and people carrying Turkish flags of all ages. Boats are bringing people from all corners of the Asian side as well as the European side here. Keep in mind, traffic on the bridge, traffic on the roads in most parts is at a standstill because of the security arrangements. And as you can see, it's quite a beautiful, beautiful skyline at around 8:30 local time in Istanbul. And shortly we'll be expecting a speech by Turkish leaders, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. We were expecting it some time ago, but because of the interest and the enthusiasm of people in Istanbul, in Turkey, to commemorate the one-year anniversary of that failed coup, we will be expecting the leaders. Just to give you guys an idea, Istanbul is significant, this area is very significant, and the Bosphorus Bridge has become a symbol of sorts in the past year. And all of our correspondents, we earlier heard Nicole Johnston, and you'll be hearing from her again as well, and Yasin Eken, who are on the bridge, are saying that, we're expecting thousands of people to converge to this area. And that's where we're at right now, Ali Jan, as my cameraman brings the camera back to me.
All right, Ali Mustafa, the host of our new show, Straight Talk, in a very befitting location. Thank you for that update. Let's turn our attention to the center of the commemorations. TRT World, Nicole Johnston joins us from the foot of the bridge that was formerly known as the Bosphorus Bridge, currently known as the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge. Nicole, you've been there for several hours. Tens of thousands of people have joined in on this National Unity March. Just give us bring us up to speed as what we can expect in the coming hours.
Thousands of people here. It's quite an incredible scene, a sea of red flags, people stretching as far as the eye can see at this stage. This is the center of events tonight. What we're going to see here in a few hours' time is the President, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He will be addressing the crowds, and that's what everyone here is waiting for. He'll be starting the commemorations. There'll be an unveiling of a memorial to recognize those people who gave their lives, as the Turkish people see it, as heroes on the night of the attempted coup. And just to take people back to that night, to what happened here on the bridge, many Turkish people went out onto that bridge. They faced off against tanks and against soldiers. There were snipers there. Some 90 people died in this area alone. It was the heaviest loss of life on that night, was here at the bridge. So that's why it's such an important and symbolic location for this commemoration tonight.
All right, TRT World's Nicole Johnston live for us at the foot of the bridge on the Asian side. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our correspondents as well as our guests. This brings us to the end of our special segment. Our special programming will continue here on TRT World. You're looking at live pictures from these commemorations. Imran Garda and his special edition of the Newsmakers will be at the top of the hour, so do stay tuned to TRT World. We're going to leave you with some iconic images from 1 year ago.
Avrupa'da, Afrika'da, tüm dünyada kardeşlerimizin
When I look these hills in Bosnia, I remember one sentence of one writer who said like, Bosnia is the most western point of the east and the most eastern point of the west. So it means like east and west are gathering in the Bosnia. We have a plenty of the beauties here in Bosnia. So Bosnia is really something that is different, and I can say freely, I can say unique in the Europe. I'm citizen of this country, and I'm proud of this is my country, because there is a mix of beauty, love, pain, suffering, justice, injustice, fight, wins, loses, like life is, in my opinion.
Because of weather condition, you will see so many motorbikes. 8 to 10 months we can use motorbike. You can see people, they are not obeying the traffic rules, but is going better. My country is beautiful country. Pakistan have everything, every source. I love my country. We have summer season, we have winter season, all kind of fruits, plenty of water. We have so many sources. Now Pakistan is also growing very fastly.
Indonesia has 17,000 something islands. It's like a hidden treasure of the world, because even they themselves don't even know what's there, because it's such variety that it's like, unless somebody's specifically going to look at it. And you can go from one area to another and it's like completely different societies, you know. Indonesia has more than 600 tribes. They have more than, I think it's 800 languages. And this is not dialects. This is languages, each individual language. So it's a real unique society based on tolerance. There's one thing that I would say about Indonesians is that, I mean, the underlying aspect is just they're so like pure-hearted. I moved to Indonesia about 18 years ago now, in '99. With my big family. We were 70 people. The idea was to be able to live amongst Muslims in a much more relaxed society. We're originally from the United States. 2011, and we actually exchanged citizenship. So we actually have Indonesian citizenship. So I actually get this often when I travel around the world. People say, "Where are you from?" I say, "I'm from Indonesia." They say, "Why do you look like this?" But anyways, yeah, it's been a wonderful journey. The people are wonderful people. The people are very, lots of smiling, lots of very good people, have good hearts, you know.
Bosnia were the western province in Ottoman Empire, and we were protecting or keeping the western border of Ottoman Empire. Through all our history, I'm talking now about history of Bosniaks, because that fact kept our identity. We were not Catholics, we were not Orthodox, we were something that was between these two forces are crashing from one side and other side. We were something else. We were not part of any church. Ottomans came, we accept Islam as our religion, as our practice, and it kept our identity like till today. Very, very strong feelings between, especially Bosniak, has about Ottoman Empire or about Turkey as a successor of Ottoman Empire.
Before we were preferring to send our child to European countries, USA, Canada or England, but now we prefer to send Turkey. They are getting scholarship and they are studying. When they came back, they found good jobs and they got good career. In 2000, Turkey was bankrupt, and after 2010, in 10 years, Turkey became very strong. Now, Turkey is not taking loan from IMF. Turkey is giving loan to IMF. There was a big flood. In all schools, there was campaign. Children, they send their pocket money. We cannot forget. This I'm telling because Turkey and Pakistan also have historical and cultural relations. We are very close to each other.
This has kind of been the thing. Over the years, the Sufis are the ones that brought Islam to Indonesia, and that's also one of the reasons why when we play music, it kind of connects with them because they have a history of the Sufis being very creative. I think similar, very similar in the sense from the Turkish society. You know, there's a lot. There's always, you know, from the sema and the different things that they do. Here, they don't have it the same manner, but it's but they have a very how do I say? It's not the same thing, but the culture is affected very much in that way. Culturally, you actually can see this in different parts of Indonesia. So it actually takes effect in the different dances that they have, the different rituals that they have and stuff like this. You can actually tell exactly where this is from. I don't know how the connection exactly of how it was brought here from that way, but there's a lot of cultural aspects that for anybody who lives here can be actually very strongly influenced, not just influenced, but you can see the connections very strong.
Last year, a few days after the Eid, I was sitting with my father and some of his friends in one restaurant, and suddenly I get one call. This time I learned something is happening in Istanbul and Ankara. It was a call of my friend. She was very worried. I cut the conversation and I said something is happening in the Turkey. Still, there was nothing in the news. I mean, in the TV or radio stations or internet. Still, it was quite fresh. What we learned first, it is that the military is actually the army is on the streets. So that was the first informations. I was on the phone all night, actually. All night I stayed on the connection. Our meeting before this information turned to totally something else. We were not talking about our topic, why we meet there. We turned to our topic was Turkey and what is happening. After this period of really, when we were really very worried, we are starting to analyze things. Like, what is happening, why this is happening, who made it, why they made it, who is responsible for that? Americans or Russians or, I don't know, someone from inside of Turkey. Actually, all these theories were on the table. It was always going from one reason to other reason, and it was like crashing, mixing, like we didn't have a conclusion, of course. But what was important to us, we wanted to that finish in that night, really. We didn't want, we were afraid, as you know, we lived the civil war aggression actually, but we were thinking the civil war will start in Turkey, and we remember that fear that when you cannot do anything but something is happening, you know. Something is changing your life, something is pushing you, something is giving you fear, but you cannot control it, you cannot make anything like to stop it.
It was weekend. It was not an ordinary day. I was planning to take my family to my in-laws. Whenever we go there, we all are excited. In Pakistan, it is like that. On weekends, we go there. My wife and my son, they were ready. But at once, one news came. There is army coup in Turkey. Oh, what happened? Turkey? In Turkey? There was not any problem between army and government. Why? What is happening? Turkey was going up. Their economy is strong. What is that? And also my brother-in-law's son was also planning to go to Turkey for education. The news was coming, there is a military coup, something happening, and army is taking over, and Turkish TV channel is under control. So many people, they came out. Traffic stopped. All TV channels stopped their routine activity. They started to give live reports on Turkey. My friends started to call me. You know what is happening in Turkey? I say this, I'm looking news, but inshallah nothing will happen. What you are saying, nothing will happen. Army took control. I was thinking, there was in my mind and my heart, Turkey is strong, can control. Turkey can control.
I don't watch television, almost never. But I have on WhatsApp, you have many groups of all different levels of society. And it was a very long few hours, even though it only lasted for a few hours at the 15th of July last year, the attempt to the coup. I see it from, I'm originally from the States, but I've been living here since I was 17. So what you could feel that the tension was very strong. Everybody's wondering what's happening. Either they're in front of their TV or they're spreading the news that they get from the Twitter, Instagram, and stuff like that. I was just watching the, how do I put it, like the spirit of the people. Just by watching the other people, it was very, like, in support. I mean, like 100%. It was like wondering and like waiting all night long. It was like, what's happening next? What's happening next? Like this. And the social media, everybody was talking about it. It was like, not just talking, but get some new news, and just spreading it that way. So it wasn't unless somebody just accidentally slept through the night. But I don't feel that that was even possible at that time. It was a big deal.
There is the few reasons why we were worried about that night. First thing is, as I mentioned in the beginning of our conversation, that there is a really very strong connection, emotional connection between Turkey and Bosnia. If you're looking at like friendly country, like brotherhood country, it's not nice when you learn that something is happening for someone with who you share, as I said before, like very strong emotion. So whatever is happening, and it is going to be bad, or we don't know how it will finish, it's not nice emotion. So firstly, we were worried about that. A second thing is Turkish politics. We are looking like maybe the only one who is protecting Islam on the global plan, who doesn't let to talk about Islamic terrorism, calling like by that name, connecting religion and this kind of very criminal behavior together, making one coin of these two totally different words, different meanings with different feelings. So, as I could learn, the Turkish politics was only voice who wanted to make these things clear. Islam and terrorism are not one coin. It's not one coin made of these two terms.
Also because I have different people in Turkey. Immediately I called to find out what the situation is, and Naturally, the end result was very good, but it actually was like a very long night. And I think that the reason why there was such a concern for the Indonesians toward the situation in Turkey was just because not only is there's like a deeply embedded love for Turkey because at the time of the Ottoman, but at the same time, Turkey is even till now, it's looked at as like very respected amongst the Islamic world. When I say kind of what they were experiencing that night.
Every Muslim country has troubles. Just one Turkey was strong. And if something will happen to Turkey, then our hopes will be destroyed. We were hoping, we were thinking Turkey is in our back. But if Turkey will go, what will happen? My friend says that, oh, it will be bad, Turkey. But I had hope. I said, no, Turkish nation will not accept this.
Next thing that we learned, that people started to go on the streets, like rivers. You can see the rivers of the people going through the streets and gathering. I think we're on the bridge place. What I know from my friends is all of them didn't support that government, but I know all of them support that night that government. Why? Because their people choose that government, and they really felt like that. I was talking with them about that, really. And firstly, I was surprised because I see some political opponents were protecting the government. But they explain like that, our people choose this government and we have to protect idea of our people. So it was really something great for me. And I think that night, Turkish people, all nations in Turkey give one lesson to all, I can say, Western civilizations or Western politics or Western democratic, which are generally trying to teach us that worthy of democracy, especially in the Middle East. But that night, Turkey gave the lesson to the whole world, I think. They were together in the one night for one idea.
Birliği, beraberliği, bütünlüğüne yönelik bu harekete karşı inanıyorum ki milletçe vereceğimiz güzel bir cevapla bunlar gerekli olan cezayı alacaklar.
The President Tayyip Erdogan gave message. All our TV channel, they show that message. Oh, all people came out. Then it was unbelievable. Although there are few are martyred, around 2,000 they are injured, but they stopped.
Someone is thinking that was the theater by the government. I don't think one president of that country could be, whoever it is, could be a gambler. I'm asking if that is correct, if that was the, let's say, a theater of the government. I'm asking myself, what if people didn't go on the street? What if people would be afraid that much they will stay into their homes and say what happened, it will happen? It's not something reasonable. I don't believe this theory is correct. I know that night on the street, they were not just supporters of the government. They were supporters of also other politics options, but they were all supporting legal government.
I was thinking there is something. Army never do this. Army is not like this. Later on, we understood this was not army coup. This was a group of army. It is a kind of terrorist act. But when I saw the watch, it was morning. All night I couldn't sleep and no one was sleeping. My whole family was also that night couldn't sleep. All Pakistan, whole of Pakistan, they didn't sleep.
The effects of the military coup, if it succeed, could be destabilizing of the Middle East generally and the whole world generally. But the fact that it didn't succeed doesn't mean that we are safe now and they will not try again something like that.
You're looking at live pictures from Istanbul at July 15 Martyrs Bridge. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, flanked by his wife, family and supporters, marching towards the bridge in Istanbul. A momentous occasion for the country 1 year on after the failed coup. The president has a busy schedule. Tonight, he will go to Ankara later on, but at the moment he is in Istanbul, where so many dramatic scenes and events had occurred exactly 1 year ago.
Ay yıldızı bayraklarınızı görelim İstanbul.
249 people were killed a year ago when a section of the army, spearheaded, as the state claims, by FETÖ, a terrorist organization, the Gulen organization, had tried to overthrow the government in a putsch. It had failed. It was overturned in less than half a day by people power, people taking to the streets and people going out onto the squares and going out onto the bridges and deciding to defend their democracy. That's at the heart of this commemoration that we're seeing 1 year on. It is something that President Erdogan has labeled a rebirth of the nation. As you can see, tens of thousands of people lined up just at the entrance to the bridge. The bridge was one of the first that was sealed off on that night at around about 9 o'clock. Tanks had closed off both ends on the European and the Asian sides. Of course, the city straddling the two continents. And people had taken to the bridge, and many were gunned down indiscriminately by coup forces in some horrendous scenes. But tonight is a night of commemoration and celebration, and really a chance for the country to relive those moments, but also look at what comes ahead. And there are a series of events planned around the country, as they have been occurring throughout the day. In fact, by Turkish communities throughout the world, people remembering the martyrs, as the Turkish people call them, of a just cause defending democracy. 249 people were killed on that night. A coup was tried, a coup had failed. And as you can see, the president waving to Turkish citizens walking towards the bridge.
Geliyor. Milletin adamı geliyor. Darbecilerin en büyük kabusu geliyor. 15 Temmuz darbe girişimini milletiyle birlikte engelleyen kahraman geliyor.
Of the nation is arriving.
against the weapons of the coup plotters, against the planes and helicopters of the coup plotters, he came to Istanbul and he restarted our new war of independence as a commander-in-chief. Even if the whole world attacks against him together with his nation, he works for the freedom and the future of his country, our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
İstanbul hüzünlü.
Istanbul is weeping. Istanbul is dedicated.
İstanbul istikbal ve istiklali için
Istanbul, for its independence and its future, has gathered again on the July 15th Martyrs Bridge. Thank you, Istanbul.
İstanbul'dan
From Istanbul to all squares of all Turkey, greetings.
Anadolu'nun yiğit evladı geliyor.
The brave son of Anatolia is coming. The man of the nation is arriving. The man who is in love with Turkey is coming. Among takbirs, he is coming here to greet our nation whose history is full of bravery. The brave son of Anatolia is coming. Our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is coming.
Temmuz gecesiydi, hava sıcaktı. Bir ihanet kalkışması ülkeyi yaktı. Gün bugündü, bütün millet ayağa kalktı. Çoluk çocuk, ihtiyar, genç sokaktı. Demokrasi darbeymiş, şaşkındı millet. Ya özgürlük bundan sonra ya burada zillet.
Welcome to this special edition of the Newsmakers. 1 year ago, members of Turkey's military tried and failed to oust the government of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. You can see on that bridge. Last year, there were tanks and there were guns. Tonight, there's the president, the first lady, people holding placards, images of the fallen and waving flags in a commemoration and a celebration 1 year on. In the end, the heroes were not soldiers or politicians, but ordinary people who took to the streets and decided to defend their democracy. In a few moments, we'll be going back to July 15 Martyrs Bridge to continue to give you that live coverage of the president as he walks along the bridge at the same time that the bridge was taken. It was called the Bosphorus Bridge back then, and it was one of the crucial parts of the country that was taken over by those coup forces who failed in the end. It was the epicenter of where the standoff between the army and the people took off. Many people took place and many people lost their lives there. But first, here's a report by Sandra Gutman.
Tanks and soldiers seized Istanbul's bridges. The parliament and presidential palace bombed from the skies. An anchor forced at gunpoint to declare the army was in control. A mutiny had emerged from the shadows and appeared to have won. But Turkey's president sent his own message to the nation.
Milletçe meydanlarda, havalimanında toplanalım ve bunların o azınlık grubu tanklarıyla, toplarıyla gelsinler, ne yapacaklarsa halka orada yapsınlar.
The tide turned. Thousands of people took to the streets, confronting soldiers face to face. Within hours, they surrendered. Their coup had failed. A year on, many in Turkey feel they owe the country's fate to people like Safiye.
Ben onlarla konuşmaya gittiğimde tek başımaydım.
I was alone when I walked over to have a word with them.
I tried to speak to their consciousness as much as I could, but it was for nothing. They started beating me up. When they walked away, they fired towards me from a tank to intimidate me. I was fired up from the moment I heard another lady was injured. That is when I got shot in my right leg, the moment I headed towards her. God gave me an opportunity to tell people my experience. I'm proud of what I lived through because I feel like a victorious survivor.
July 15th was a dark day for Turkey, but it was also celebrated as a victory. This was the country's first and only attempted overthrow that failed.
Turkey has a long and complicated history of military coups d'etats. The army overthrew the government and took power 4 times since 1960.
The difference this time was that a secretive network led by exiled cleric Fethullah Gulen is thought to have been behind the coup. To the state, they're a terrorist network that had embedded itself into the organs of government. But the Turkish military's highest commanders were not involved.
They took also a very clear stance, not only delegitimizing again at that level the coup attempt itself, but also materially decapacitating it.
For many weeks after the coup, the country was awash with national pride. In a rare show of unity, Turkey's main political parties also stood together.
We have 240 martyrs. These are the lions that lost their lives for our democracy.
1 year on, Turkey has changed in many ways, and political rivalries have returned. Istanbul's Bosphorus Bridge has even been renamed as Martyrs Bridge. But stories of bravery live on. Stories of people like Safiye and the hundreds who lost their lives. Sandra Gatman, The Newsmakers.
Well, to discuss this, I'm joined in the studio by former Turkish Minister of EU Affairs, Egemen Bağış. I'm also joined here in the I'm actually joined in London by one of the Arab world's leading intellectuals, and my former boss, Wadda Khanfar, is also the co-founder and president of a Sharq Forum. And also here in studio is Professor Emeritus of International Law and International Relations at Princeton University, Richard Falk. Thank you very much for joining us, all of you. What a night. Egemen Bağış, it's been a year. It feels politically as if it was 5 years, because so many things happened since that night 365 days ago. What does this night mean to you?
It's a night of remembrance. This country went through a major trauma. We're still trying to survive, but our parliament was bombed by our own warplanes. Our presidential palace was bombed. The national headquarters of intelligence was bombed. The police offices were bombed, and people were killed by their own soldiers with the bullets that were paid for by their own taxes. This was a very interesting, very traumatic, very sad event. You might think a lot has happened in the last 365 days that makes you feel like it's been 5 years. I feel not enough has been done, because there are still those who are responsible for those casualties, who are responsible for those atrocities, walking freely around the world. We are still expecting our strategic ally, United States, to extradite the person who's behind this coup attempt. We're still witnessing some of our key allies in Europe providing a safe haven to the perpetrators of July 15th coup attempt.
Right.
And nothing will be the same as it was before July 15 for Turkish people. It was a night that people feel that they were betrayed.
Right, so let me ask Professor Falk, from the outside looking in, as somebody who you've seen a lot in your time, do you feel as if the United States and the world in general had insufficiently expressed solidarity with the Turkish nation that had faced this coup d'etat attempt?
Yes, I was really disappointed with the reaction of the United States, and to a similar extent some of the liberal democracies of Western Europe. And I think it's important to understand that there was this kind of political ambivalence toward the Turkish government at that time, and I think it arose from really three different developments. One of them was the break with Israel that started when President Erdogan had this confrontation at the World Economic Forum with Shimon Peres over the attack on Gaza in 2009. Then I think the second one, and maybe the most important, was the feeling that Turkey was not a junior partner as it had been during the Cold War, that it was pursuing a more independent line in foreign policy, which was dramatized by the Brazilian-Turkish initiative with Iran to solve the nuclear problem. And then the third important, I think, precondition that explains this ambivalence was the Turkish reaction to the Arab uprisings in 2011, the enthusiasm, which created a tension with the Gulf and with Saudi Arabia.
And that's interesting because we're still seeing it sort of play out with Qatar and Turkey deciding to stand by Qatar and not support the blockade of the country. Wadar Khan, for 1 year on, what has changed? Has Turkey changed for the better or worse?
Imagine if this coup actually happened and succeeded. What kind of Middle East will we be living in at this moment in time? I mean, this region is going through huge and disastrous geopolitical chaos for the last few years, at least since 2003. Now, what happened actually 1 year ago that we stopped a major disaster from happening in this region? Because if Turkey has joined this particular chaos happening in the region, then we would have seen much more than what we are seeing right now in Iraq and Syria and the rest of the region. The second most important matter, Turkey emerged much more strong, united and powerful since Turkey has been able, of course thanks to the people of Turkey and the educated population that was understanding the value of democracy. That was a major important lesson that this region is actually going forward towards democracy protected by the public, and that's what is important. As you refer to the situation right now happening in the region, from 2013 until today, we have seen the decline of democracy in the region and the murder of the Arab Spring, and we have seen the counter-revolutions in Egypt and of course in Libya and in Yemen and many parts of the Arab world happening. Now, if Turkey has joined that, then this region would have lost totally any hope of peaceful transformation or of any future that could describe to us something rather than violence, terrorism, and chaos.
Egemen Bayish, you said that you believe the perpetrators are still walking free. Now, I'm going to extrapolate from that and assume that you mean both Fethullah Gulen, say, being in Pennsylvania, but also that you believe that perhaps the coup plotters or Gulenists are still infiltrated in some parts of Turkish society. Is that what you might mean as well?
Well, predominantly, majority of them have escaped and they are living outside of Turkey. But I'm sure there are those who have been successful in hiding their true identity, and they might still be in different parts of the government, in the business community, in the NGOs, in different parts of the society. So that is a possibility. But what is more important is these guys, especially those who are now living abroad, are defaming the good name of this country. They are calling our president a dictator. They are telling that there's no democracy left in Turkey. As we just heard, Turkey is probably the most democratic country in the Middle East right now, and it is a beacon of hope for many other Middle Eastern nations. And with all the difficulties, I mean, you can imagine Turkey is simultaneously trying to deal with the trauma of July 15th and hosting 3 million Syrian refugees who have found a safe haven in Turkey after running away from a bloody dictator in Damascus. In the meantime, we have more than 500,000 Iraqis who have found safe haven in Turkey. And other regions, other countries in the region see Turkey as a hope. And if the coup attempt had been successful, it would have been a nightmare, not only for the Middle East, but for international order. And as a member of NATO, as an aspiring candidate of EU, Turkey expects more solidarity with her allies.
Multiple enemies for this country. I mean, if we look at, say, PKK, Daesh, and now the Gulen organization, right? FETÖ. Enemies inside and out. What is the biggest threat, and is it internal or external, Egemen?
I think the biggest threat is the challenge, both within and outside, to create the division within the country. And that's what they have tried to do for the last 4 years. Since the World Economic Forum episode that Dr. Falk mentioned in Davos, after that 1-minute episode, we went through the Gezi uprising. That was May 2013. And then we had the December 17 and 25 judicial coup attempts in 2013. Then we had the Kobani incidents where they tried to dig holes on the streets throughout the southeast and create a division between the Turks and the Kurds. And then there was a rise in terrorism, the attacks in Urfa, Gaziantep, Ankara train station, Istanbul, Sultanahmet, and the airport, and then eventually Reyna. And on top of that, they tried to create a division between Turkey and one of the aspiring new economic partners, Russia, by taking down the Russian plane, and then the killing of the Russian ambassador, and then this July 15th episode. I mean, Turkey was never left alone, and there's one problem after another, and we have been very lucky and smart in dealing with all these challenges.
Undoubtedly, and it's always been a tough geography, has it not, right?
But for the last 4 years, it's been tougher.
It's been a tough geography and extremely tough. I mean, a lot of Turks even tell me this is even crazy for us these past few years, and we're used to a certain semblance of chaos. Professor Falk, unspeakable things happened on that night. 249 people killed. They bombed the parliament, they bombed the intelligence headquarters, civilians were executed. For a lot of people on the outside, the failed coup attempt sort of happened in a vacuum, but for the Turkish people it did not, because there was a runway. There was a history with this movement, and of this movement trying to infiltrate the society, and as Egemen mentioned, what happened in 2013-14 with the judicial coup. But then there's criticism of the state's response after what happened 1 year ago tonight. From your perspective, has the state's response been fair and just?
It's a very hard question for somebody outside the country to make pass judgment on how a government tries to restore security after the kind of traumatic events that we've heard about, and after the multiple threats to security that Turkey faces. So I feel too many Americans try to judge what other countries do internally under crisis situations. And I would not pass judgment on that as an outsider. What I would say is that ultimately, security depends on establishing a real democratic trust between the people and the state. And that requires real fidelity to the rule of law. And even though it's hard to do that under crisis conditions, the long-term security and well-being of this great country depends on establishing a regime that is trusted by the people, is fair to the people, including its adversaries, and tries to move toward a higher plane of democratic governance.
Wadda Khanfar, what is the biggest threat to Turkey on this day in 2017, 1 year after the coup? What would you say is the biggest threat?
Of course, the biggest threat always is to be caught within the psychology of a threat that might continue with you. I mean, in my opinion, Turkey should move forward, Turkey should embrace the future, should move way far from the psychology of the coup itself. Now, I do feel that Turkey has really done a great job during the last year of consolidating the situation inside the country. We had a referendum, and now we have a new constitution. And therefore, maybe when you are moving and looking forward, you are building on the trust that the public has put in the new system and the new constitution, and then you move forward to address issues related to the region. Because there is a major threat in this region, a major threat of total collapse. The architecture, the regional architecture itself has collapsed. We have a huge vacuum. And now we see attempts of restructuring the region done by certain players within the region, while, in my opinion, Turkey and Iran, of course, the major two countries in the region, should be talking to each other, trying to consolidate a new understanding of how to stabilize the region. Because the threat of abandoning a regional understanding and the regional concept of integration, or at least minimizing the risk of further the destruction, is necessary at this moment in time to preserve the interest of both Turkey and Iran and the rest of the region altogether. So we are hoping that Turkey will emerge out of this in order to lead, in order to influence, in order to take its regional position and to move forward with the region to build a new structure that could prevent further escalation of chaos in this part of the world.
See, Egemen Bayish, this is fascinating, right? And I know you have to go in a few minutes because we're looking at those live pictures and you're going to the bridge, right? You're going to give a speech.
I will be. I'm anxious to go and listen to the speech of President Erdogan live.
And you must tell us when you absolutely have to go, but we won't keep you for much longer. But this is fascinating from what Dahan, because essentially, in brief, he's saying the region needs Turkey. The region is a mess right now. Syria is a complete mess next door. The region is vacillating, you know. There's this chaos. Turkey is one of the few stable powers in the region, or one of the few powers that can bring about stability. But then I go back to what I asked you earlier on. How do you do that? How do you do that in a confident way when you're still not sure if your armed forces, your judiciary, your politics are infiltrated by a subversive group that wants to overthrow it? How do you do all of that while you still have such an incredible threat within?
Well, because we have to. We have to do it. It's a major responsibility. All those people, billions of people in the world, not only in the Islamic world, but the humanity that feels isolated from the West, sees Turkey as a beacon of hope. And we have a responsibility towards them. We come from that kind of a genetic culture. People of Palestine need Turkey. People of Arakan need Turkey. People in India need Turkey. People in Africa need Turkey. And Turkey is the most eastern part of the West and the most western part of the East. Istanbul is the most European city of Asia and the most Asian city of Europe. And that is what we do best. We build bridges. We have been doing that for centuries, between East and West, between energy resources and users, between supply and demand. Since the Silk Road, Turkey has become a very important point of passage for products, services, ideas, cultures, civilizations, and that's what we have to do. We have to rebuild bridges with our neighbors first, with a new, maybe, approach to foreign policy. Because we made mistakes in the past as well. Vis-a-vis Syria, Egypt, maybe Israel, in the Middle East. And we have to, Turkey has to find a way to be a conduit, to find resolutions among the disputed partners. When you look at the Islamic world today, you see a lot of tragedy. Look at what Saudi Arabia and Qatar are doing to each other, and then Saudi Arabia and Yemen. And then, on the other hand, what we have seen between Iran and Iraq in the past, between Kuwait and Iraq in the past. Even the sufferings because of Daesh, they call themselves so-called an Islamic organization, but they're only killing people of Islamic faith. So this shows there is a huge fitna, a discrepancy, a attempt to divide the whole ummah. And Turkey has to show that we what unites us is bigger than what divides us. And we have to work together. No matter what your religion is, no matter what your ethnicity is, no matter what your culture or political views are, we have to find peace because it's the only way to move forward.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you about something that I'll ask our other guests later on in the discussion, because I know you have to rush out. The president has referred to July 15 as a moment of rebirth for the nation. Egemen, what does that mean?
Well, we have seen coup attempts in other parts of the world, and we have seen uprisings against those coup attempts. But once the tanks were rolling, most of the uprisings were distributed and people went back home. But something else happened in this country. On July 15th, this country was united from left and right, Alawites and Sunnis, leftists and rightists, and women and men, young and old. All together, we fought against the perpetrators of the coup. And people found very innovative ways to stop tanks, to stop helicopters, and they did not mind losing their lives. And they, as you mentioned, we have 249 martyrs overnight. But the next day, our banks were working, our economy was functioning, our industry, all our factories were functioning. It's because of those 249 people who did not mind losing their lives for this country that we went back to running the country as usual. So we have learned it through the hard way that the people of Turkey, they believe in democracy and human rights so much that they don't mind losing their lives for it. So some of the European countries who are criticizing our democracy, who are criticizing our human rights records, who are criticizing the way we deal with minorities, should also remember that every group in Turkey was united, and they are still united behind President Erdogan today, to support the stability and democracy of this country. And that's the strength we need to deal with all the multinational and multifaceted problems in the region, despite some challenges within our system. But most of the Gülenists have been cleansed, but those who are enjoying themselves abroad should also know that their day will come.
Right. Okay, Egemen, I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to thank you here.
You have a great guest, and
yes, of course.
I look forward to...
It's been a pleasure having you on the program. Stay where you are for just a moment, because we're going to be staying with the people responsible for defending Turkish democracy. And Egemen, you can leave in just a second. But we've got the story of Yusuf Çiftçi. You've got to watch this. Egemen spoke about those people who threw their bodies in front of tanks, found innovative ways of stopping tanks and helicopters and soldiers. Listen to Yusuf's first-hand account of being shot and injured 1 year ago.
İsmim Yusuf Çiftçi. Türkiye'nin orta bölgesi olan Kayseri şehrinden 2 çocuk babasıyım, evliyim. 2 tane kızım var. Birisi 5 yaşında, diğeri de 1,5 yaşında. 15 Temmuz günü tatilden döndüm. Çanakkale, buraya aşağı yukarı 5-6 saatlik bir mesafeden. Tabii yol yorgunu olarak eve geldiğimde istirahat edecektim. Yine sosyal mesajlaşma üzerinden, WhatsApp üzerinden Ankara'daki, yani başkentimiz olan Ankara'da Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı'na silahlı saldırı olduğunu öğrendim. Helikopterlerle ateş ediliyordu. Çok büyük, olağanüstü bir durumdu. Yani ya savaşta olmamız gerekiyor böyle bir şey için, ya da ülkemizin tamamen işgal edilmiş olması gerekiyor. Üniformalı kişilerin askeri tanklarla orayı kapattığını duydum. Köprüler stratejik konumdadır. Savaşta da, barışta da köprü çok önemlidir. Arkadaşlarımı alıp Boğaz Köprüsü'ne doğru hareket ettik. Biz de o üniformalı kişilerle görüşmek için yaptıklarının yanlış olduğunu anlatmak, onları belki ikna edebiliriz. Ülkemizin istikbali için, çocuklarımızın istikbali için onlarla konuşuruz ümidiyle onlara doğru gitmeye devam ettik. Ellerimizde Türk bayrağı vardı. Biz onların üzerine doğru, onlara doğru yürümeye devam ederken sivil halk birden onlar bize ateş etmeye başladılar. Etrafımda insanlar kan revan içinde yere düşmeye başladı. İnsanların vurulmasından ziyade onların bize ateş ediyor olmaları beni şaşırttı. Yani benim ordum, benim silahım, benim tankım, benim askerim bana ateş ediyordu. Sağ diz kapağımdan vurulmuşum. Tabii ilk başta bunu anlamamıştım. Kendimi yerde buldum. İlk ağrıyı beyninizde hissediyorsunuz. Daha sonra nerenizdense orada hissediyorsunuz. Uzun namlulu ağır silahla diz kapağımdan vuruldum. Ve bacağım üst kısmı, femür tamamen boydan boya kırıldı. Patella kırıldı, parçalandı. O günkü uğradığımız ihanet benim bugüne kadar okuduğum, tarih kitaplarından okuduğum ya da duyduğum hiçbir ihanete benzemiyordu. Daha iyi bir Türkiye'yi inşa edeceğiz. Bunu hep beraber yapacağız. O gece nasıl hep beraber ülkemizi savunduysak, şimdi de hep beraber iyi bir gelecek inşa edeceğiz.
İç ve dış düşmanların tuzaklarını kendi başlarına mahkus eyle Allah'ım.
You're looking at live pictures of Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan at the July 15 Martyrs Bridge in Istanbul. Extraordinary scenes. There's a dua currently being recited by an imam, a prayer for those who gave their lives, 249 people. During that night, the bridge was the epicenter where the fighting took place during last year's failed coup attempt. Erdogan says the failed coup led to a rebirth of his nation. And in fact, as the sun rose over Turkey the day after the attempted putsch, members of all political factions, as Egemen mentioned, came together to condemn the assault and call on a new era of democracy. Since then, thousands have been detained, as was mentioned, as suspected coup plotters, and thousands more have marched against the government as recently as last week. So, is the country more united following the coup? Well, we'll ask that question to our guests in a moment, but first, this report by Natalie Pohonen.
15 Temmuz gecesinde canlarını milletin hukuku için siper eden, dillerinde tekbir.
Just weeks after the coup attempt, people from all corners of Turkey came together in Istanbul to rally for those who were killed in the coup attempt and for democracy. In a rare show of political unity, the leaders of the ruling AK Party and opposition CHP and MHP shared the stage and a similar message.
July 15 has opened the doors of reconciliation and consensus. As of that date, we have a brand new country, we have a brand new Turkey.
Our similarities are more than our differences. We have the duty to have ownership of this heritage of our martyrs. We need to protect our country in a determined manner. We shall not be polarized.
My noble nation, rest assured that we will be united, stay united, and altogether we will become Turkey.
The leaders of the predominantly pro-Kurdish party, the HDP, were not invited, but they had also denounced the coup attempt. The then US Secretary of State John Kerry said America stood squarely on the side of Turkey's elected leadership, but he also warned the NATO ally not to take excessive measures.
And we will certainly support bringing the perpetrators of the coup to justice, but we also caution against a reach that goes well beyond that, and stress the importance of the democratic rule being upheld.
A sentiment echoed by the EU.
Our first concern in this moment is to try and facilitate or push, as you said, for a situation that is in this moment particularly worrying, to go back to normal and to order and to peace and to respect of rule of law, human rights and fundamental freedoms as soon as possible.
About a month later, Turkey reached out to the US to extradite the man it believed responsible for the coup attempt, businessman and cleric Fethullah Gulen, from his home in Pennsylvania. The US said it had not been given evidence to meet the standards for extradition.
We have no interest whatsoever in
in protecting anyone who has done harm to an ally. None. But we need to meet the legal standard requirement under our law.
US authorities say they still haven't been given enough evidence. The aftermath of the failed coup has also strained one of Turkey's major relationships. Almost 6 months afterwards, German Chancellor Angela Merkel visited Ankara. She expressed concerns about the sacking and suspension of people since July 15 and press freedom under the state of emergency.
Also ich habe von meiner Seite aus darauf hingewiesen, dass natürlich gerade in einer solchen Phase des tiefgreifenden politischen Umbruchs alles getan werden muss, um eben die Gewaltenteilung und vor allen Dingen auch die Meinungsfreiheit, die Vielfalt der Gesellschaft weiter gewahrt sein muss.
Turkey had expressed its own concerns about Berlin's non-response to extradition requests for people allegedly involved in the coup.
Sometimes we are hearing complaints regarding the practices. There may be mistakes when we deal with such a big incident in which hundreds of thousands of people are involved, but it is absolutely not deliberate. Turkey is a state of law. We will not act out of revenge. We will treat everyone with fairness under the rule of law.
The political unity on display in Turkey after July 15 was fractured when the AK Party and MHP backed the referendum to change the nation from a parliamentary to a presidential republic. They argued a presidential system would bring stability and security to help prevent future coup attempts, while they rallied behind the yes vote, saying it would strengthen Turkey's democracy. The CHP and HDP campaigned for no. The yes vote won by a narrow margin, but there was now a sharp political divide, and people took to the streets to voice their opposition to the result. The latest sign of the country's political discord has been the CHP's long march from Ankara to Istanbul, attracting people across the political spectrum.
Every day, Turkey is entering deeper into a dark period. We have serious losses in this democracy. Because of this, all of us have to fight together.
The party says the state's response to the coup, mass sackings and detentions under the state of emergency, have gone too far. But the president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, called it a march for terrorists and their supporters.
Şimdi bize şunu söylüyorum. O hali ne zaman kaldıracaksınız? Bütün bu huzursuzluklar bittiği zaman o hali kaldıracağız. Terörle mücadelede hedefe ulaştığımız zaman o hali kaldıracağız.
A year on, the domestic and international political fallout of the failed coup continues to cast a long shadow. Natalie Pohonen, The Newsmakers.
And as Natalie mentioned, that the United States had told Turkey that so far their calls for the extradition of Fethullah Gulen have not met the legal standards for extradition. Part of the deep frustration from the Turkish state and the Turkish people is that they have sent 875 files to the United States and multiple delegations with an abundance of evidence, in their view, to show that Gulen was behind the failed coup, but the United States still hasn't extradited him. I'm going to ask my guests about that in a moment or two. But first, earlier I spoke to the former Deputy Prime Minister and current AK Party MP, Cevdet Yilmaz, who joined us from the steps of the Parliament building in Ankara. I asked him what the night of the attempted coup meant to him.
Thank you for having me. Actually, this is a very special day for us. This is the anniversary of 15 July, which is a historic event for us. And this very place, this parliament, was the center of all the things that happened in Turkey. Actually, the putschers, the coup attempters, they bombed this parliament. And this is the symbol of our national will. And all the parties, different political parties are represented in this building. So that bombing of the parliament showed that the coup attempters they were not just attacking the incumbent government, but they were actually attacking the very nation, actually, all segments of society, all political affiliations. They were trying to actually demoralize the whole society by bombing this very symbolic building. But our parliament that night showed a heroic resistance, actually. People from different parties were in the parliament, and they resisted to the bombs and to this heinous attacks by the coup attempters. And that night was historic not only for Turkey but also for this parliament. And this is a veteran parliament now. In our independence war, this parliament was leading the world against the foreign enemies. But in that specific occasion, it became again a second time a veteran parliament, this time leading our democratic resistance to the coup attempters, to the FETÖ terrorist organization.
As you mentioned, there was tremendous unity across the political spectrum that night and in the days and weeks afterwards. We saw the entire country come together, whether people supported the AKP or not. They were all against the coup plotters, and they were all united as a nation. 1 year on, when we look at the country and we see, for example, last week, we saw a massive rally in Istanbul after that march from Ankara, led by the opposition. There were at least 100,000 people. Depending on who you ask, it could have been many more. Does that suggest a healthy democracy, or does it show you that maybe Turkey politically is more divided 1 year on?
Actually, I see it as a healthy sign of democratic maturity in Turkey. Despite all these extraordinary events that we went through, despite all this trauma and all these difficulties we faced after this coup attempt, trying to actually do certain reforms and trying to actually reorganize our institutions so that we will not face similar events in the future, it is not easy. And Turkey is a democracy, actually, and the very same, the event, the main opposition party's march to Istanbul took more than 20 days, almost 25 days. But during all this march, the government actually took all necessary measures to provide safety to them, to actually eliminate some provocative events. And that was successful. Actually, I congratulate our security forces and all those contributing to the safety of this march. And that showed actually that even the most actually strong criticisms and oppositions in Turkey are somehow tolerated. What is not tolerable in our circumstance and in all democratic nations is terrorism, acts of violence. Otherwise, Turkey is open to all kinds of oppositions, actually. And we went through very important lively discussions in recent referenda as well. I mean, in the 16th of April, different parties supported different ideas, and we have actually see a yes vote with a small margin, and that shows that some international actually perceptions that there is lack of democracy or plurality in Turkey is not founded. Actually, it is unfounded. Turkey is going through difficult times, but despite these difficult conditions, we value democracy very much, because the whole meaning of 15th of July was defending democracy, defending elected parliament and government against anti-democratic forces, terrorist organizations. So we may have our differences among different parties. In every democracy you see discussions, debates, and sometimes very harsh criticisms among political factions. But what is important is to unite against, anti-democratic and anti-political forces. And Turkey, in that sense, showed a very important, progress. And when you look at the past, in the past Turkey also experienced certain coup attempts and some successful coup d'etat. But in historic events, we couldn't have this unity between different parties and different sections of society. This time around, Turkey has shown this maturity, and I believe this maturity will strengthen our democratic perspective in the future.
Is it possible to continue to strengthen the democratic maturity in the country, to keep a healthy, vibrant democracy, to grow the political space, to grow the economy, to continue to let the nation thrive, while at the same time doing all of this under a state of emergency where thousands are arrested and losing their job? Can the two really be done together, or does the state of emergency need to end sometime soon?
Of course, state of emergency, as its name implies, is an emergency situation. It is not a normal situation. But we know that in democratic countries, if there is a need, you can recourse to such measures within constitutional framework, of course, and within general democratic standards. So state of emergency is not against democracy or against rule of law. It is within, when you look at the UN Charter, when you look at European Union standards, it is within these limits. So Turkey is using this state of emergency to struggle more effectively against terrorist organizations and to actually eliminate some terrorist factions within some important strategic state institutions. So this is a must for Turkey, not an option. When you look at France, for example, they have seen a single event, terrorist event in Paris, and they have used this state of emergency for a very long time. In our case, we went through a very big event, actually. That's what a coup attempt. And it is not easy to actually tackle with this threat in normal conditions. So the state of emergency is not affecting daily life of ordinary people in Turkey. It is basically a tool for effective struggle against terrorist organizations like FETÖ, like PKK, like ISIS. So Turkey is trying to use this legal structure which is within democratic limits to eliminate these threats and to provide more security to its people and defend its national security. That is it. And when the need is no longer there, of course, this state of emergency will be lifted and we will return to normalcy, and that is, of course, our aim. And Turkey will continue its democratization because, as AK Party, in our experience, we have seen that democratization and economic development go hand in hand. This is our experience in the 15 years. So we are very well aware of the fact that democracy and development go hand in hand, and that will not be any different in the future.
Former Deputy Prime Minister and current Member of Parliament, Cevdet Yılmaz. Sir, it's been great to talk to you. Thank you very much for taking the time. You're looking at live images from Istanbul. It's July 15, Martyrs Bridge. It's not too far away from where we are in studio here. President Erdogan is attending as the names and the images come up of those who gave their lives, 249 of them on that fateful night 1 year ago. Look at those aerial images of the bridge and the city, and very poetically straddling both Europe and Asia, as tens of thousands, I'm not good at counting crowds, but at least tens of thousands are out there on the streets, remembering the fallen, commemorating that event when the people overturned an attempt to overturn their democracy. There's an element of celebration, but there's also a somber poignancy as they remember those who lost their lives. The president will be speaking a little bit later on. We just heard from the Prime Minister, Binali Yildirim. People are out on the streets and the squares and the bridges tonight as they remember the fallen 1 year ago. Well, once again, we're joined by one of the Arab world's leading intellectuals, Waddah Khanfar in London. He's still with us. He's also the co-founder and president of Ash-Sharq Forum. And continuing with us in the studio, Richard Falk, a professor emeritus of international relations at Princeton University, was also at the UN and was you were at the helm of a lot of very important critical human rights reports that many people would be aware of. Richard Falk, where do we stand right now with Turkey in its role in the region and its role vis-a-vis the international community? Are you optimistic?
Well, I think that it's a critical moment, and it's hard to be either optimistic or pessimistic. The situation is so complicated with so many contradictions that it's very hard to find a clear bottom line that points to the future. I think what one can say is that it is crucial for Turkey to have a restored role in the region, because it is a constructive, potentially very constructive force. And I think part of the turning point, to me, in a certain way, was Turkey's reluctance to join with the U.S. in the attack on Iraq in 2003. See, that cleavage between these two countries has not really been healed. And that limits, I think, both the attitude of outside forces toward Turkey and Turkey's freedom of maneuver within the region.
Waddah Khanfar, first things first, before we talk about the broader stuff, should the U.S. extradite Fethullah Gulen?
You know, now I'm not a legal person, but what I understand from the things that have been following during the last year, of course, that he has been involved in the coup. The Turks have handed over a lot of documents and evidences. We have seen this. We have seen on TV people coming out and confessing their relationship with the group and with the leader of the group personally. So, of course, the Americans should do so. Otherwise, the Americans are actually siding with, you know, anti-democracy forces in the region, siding against Turkey as a major ally in the region. And in my opinion, that is going to be very harmful on long-term relationship between the Americans and the Turks.
Are we at a point where, Waddah, the West can't take Turkey for granted as an ally, and maybe they did in the past? Whereas Turkey has options. It has options of relationship with the Iranians, the Russians, whoever. But for maybe 80 years, Western countries felt Turkey, they're always on our side, no matter what we say or do to them. Can they not take Turkey for granted anymore?
Of course they should not, and Turkey should not take them as well as the most or the only canvas for their foreign policy. I do believe at this moment in time, we have the American foreign policy declining in the region. The rise of Trump in the United States of America is creating new dynamics. In my opinion, that is healthy in a way. Of course, healthy in what sense? That the allies of the United States should realize that without them establishing a center of gravity in the region by the hands of the people of the region and for the interest of the people of the region, they should not rely on the Americans, because the foreign policy of the Americans at this moment in time, and previously actually, has never been reliable and has never actually served the interest of the region. The second thing, the Europeans as well are going through a huge crisis, and they have not been consistent in the way that they are dealing with the Middle East and with Turkey. Therefore, yes, I would argue that the time has come that Turkey and other players in the region should start thinking about the region regardless of what the Americans and the Europeans would like the region to look like. We have been for 100 years, 1917 up to now, 100 years. We have been, in a way or another, revolving around the Western interest in our countries rather than defining our interest by our own. This is why, yes, I advocate that Turkey, Iran, and major other parties in the region should sit together and start thinking of the future, not necessarily because they agree on everything, not necessarily because Turkey and Iran would have the same view on Syria and Iraq, but because without having mechanisms of conflict resolution based in the region and also tuned to the interest of the people of the region, we will continue to bleed and to lose and to have hopes in parties, foreign powers that will never serve us, will lead us to further destruction and chaos.
Yeah, are we entering a multipolar world that will see the stronger emergence of the likes of Turkey? Big questions ahead. Richard Falk, you're looking at these pictures, you see these people in the squares commemorating this day a year ago. There's we're talking geopolitics, there's also a question of spirit. So the president has spoken of this being a rebirth. For Turkish people, this is a kind of, it's 15th of July, but it's a kind of 4th of July moment, almost a second Independence Day. Tell me how important that is and if you think it's useful.
Well, I think it is an extraordinary moment, as you say, and I think the spirit of unity, as far as explaining the attempted coup is concerned, has endured over this year, despite the dissent on other issues. I mean, the four parties today spoke in a one voice as far as who is responsible for the coup and the need to maintain that unity in relation to restoring a kind of normalcy. There's big disagreements under that point of consensus.
But as the AKP MP said, that's a sign of healthy democracy. I mean, some would disagree, but is it a sign of healthy democracy?
Well, of course, it's a sign of healthy democracy to allow disagreement. It's not a sign of healthy democracy if there is repression mixed in with that disagreement. And I think the perception has been that Turkey has overreacted. And that gives rise to this justice movement.
And it's interesting, I mean, they marched all the way from Ankara. More to talk on that in the coming weeks and months. It's been a pleasure having you, Professor Falk, on the program. Wada Khanfer in London, thank you so much for joining us. Also earlier, Egemen Bağış and Cevdet Yılmaz. We continue our live coverage of this very special and sometimes sad evening for all the Turkish people, 1 year on after the failed coup. Thanks for watching The Newsmakers with me, Imran Garda. You're watching TRT World.
Yasin Naci Ağaroğlu, Yasin Yılmaz, Yıldız Gürsoy, Yılmaz Ercan, Yunus Emre Ezer, Yunus Uğur, Yusuf Çelik, Yusuf Elitaş, Yusuf Çelik, Zafer Kuyuncu, Zekeriya Bitmez, Zeynep Sağır ve Ziya İlhan Dağdaş. Aziz vatanımız uğruna toprağa düşen tüm şehitlerimizi, sizleri rahmet ve minnetle alıyoruz. Vatan size minnettardır.
Debate that's never lightweight, never dull, always face to face. Under these spotlights.
How are we going to manage those costs if we can't get the data to the people who need it?
We will listen, ask the unexpected, challenge the status quo on all the key issues that matter to you, that make you think, get under your skin and leave a memory. Roundtable on TRT World.
escape from the torment, chaos and agony that is Syria has led her all the way to distant Macedonia.
وقت اجينا لهون عطونا خيمة جديدة.
She now has to survive in refugee camps in a foreign country, and she badly misses her own land.
احنا كتير بسوريا نحب الريحان ونحطه مع الشاي.
A day with Lien in Macedonia on TRT World.
The world is just a click away. Get the latest news from around the globe with fast and accurate coverage at trtworld.com.
You are watching TRT World, coming to you live from Istanbul. These are live pictures as we continue our special coverage of the anniversary marking 1 year since the failed coup in Turkey. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people have gathered at the foot of the formerly known Bosphorus Bridge, which is now the July 15th Martyrs Bridge. The President, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has arrived to address the hundreds and tens of thousands of people who have gathered. You can see it's an emotional night for the people who have gathered. The red Turkish flags are waving, and we will be bringing you the speech of Recep Tayyip Erdogan as soon as he takes to the stage here on TRT World. We'll also be getting global reaction to the events of 12 months ago. We will be live in Berlin. We will be live in Washington, bringing you the reaction and the impact it's had on Turkey's relations with the rest of the world. It was 12 months ago that 249 people lost their lives during the failed coup. The Turkish government blames the Fethullah Gulen terrorist organization known as FETÖ for carrying out the failed coup. These are live pictures from Istanbul. Rallies are also taking place across the country. In the capital, Ankara, will be going there a little bit later on as well. But let's cross over to our correspondent, Nicole Johnston, who is on the bridge in Istanbul with the tens of thousands of people that you can see, also waiting for and anticipating President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's address. But Nicole, over the last hour or so, speeches have been taking place from the stage. What have we heard and what's been said?
Over the last hour, we've heard from the Turkish Prime Minister Binali Yildirim. This is the second time we've heard from him today. He's continuing to emphasize the message of national unity. It's a time for the country to pull together, to remember what happened 1 year ago, to commemorate and memorialize those people who died on the night of the attempted coup. But really, everyone is waiting to hear from the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He's on this stage, and we would expect to hear from him any minute now. As you said, there are tens of thousands of people here at the bridge. They've been here for many hours, a sea of red Turkish flags behind us. The government has wanted to emphasize that this is not a political rally, but a rally, a commemoration for all Turkish people. Because in the immediate days after the coup, the Turkish people did bring themselves together. They came together against the attempted coup, including all the various opposition parties. They've also been united in their belief that it was the FETÖ movement behind it. While we have seen a great deal of division in other areas of Turkish politics and society, including the referendum over the last 12 months, on the anniversary of the coup, it does appear to be a time to show a strength and support for Turkey's national unity.
And Nicole, what is the mood like where you are? Is it celebratory or is it somber, remembering those who lost their life 12 months ago? Well, let's leave it for a moment, Nicole, because we did see a shot there of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who was at the microphone. We're anticipating him to address the nation any moment now. In fact, let's listen into what he has to say.
My dear brothers, who are a gift of our martyrs, my distinguished veteran brothers, dear guests coming from different corners of our city in order to participate in the commemoration in this bridge. It has been 1 year since the attempt of treachery on July 15th, and once again we have filled all the squares all over Turkey. My dear brothers and sisters, I'd like to greet you cordially and wholeheartedly. Exactly 1 year ago, today, around these times, together with many corners of our country, here, at this place, at the Boğaziçi Bridge, as it was known then, an attempt of betrayal began. With their tanks, with their armored vehicles, the coup plotters came here and blocked the entry to the bridge, which was the last step in their attempt that they had been planning for some time. The coup plotters who blocked the bridge were trying to send out a message to whole Istanbul and to whole Turkey and to the world, a message that they now had taken over control. Around these times, in different parts of Istanbul and Ankara, similar occupation attempts started happening. At that time, I was with my wife, with the Minister of Energy, my daughter and my grandchildren. We were at Dalaman and moving in this direction towards here. Looking at the happenings, immediately our nation understood that FETÖ terror group was behind this coup attempt. The nation saw that the FETÖ terror group was starting an attempt of occupation and reacted as soon as possible. Based on my call and the call of the Prime Minister, millions of citizens took to the streets against the coup plotters. They have filled the squares, the military bases and airports. The greatest defiance and the most bloody attacks happened in Istanbul and in Ankara. In other cities, coup plotters did not have the chance to start action. Before they had a chance, our nation and our military personnel and police eliminated them. In Istanbul, the majority of bloodshed happened here, at the July 15th Martyrs Bridge. 36 fellow countrymen fell martyrs at this place in front of the tanks. May God bless their souls. We have 20 martyrs in Saraçhane, in Çengelköy, at the Atatürk Airport, at the military base in Esenler, at the Türk Telekom building, and in other places we have tens of martyrs as well. In Ankara, at the General Staff, at the Kızılay area where there is the General Staff and the Parliament building, more than 40 citizens fell martyrs. In front of the presidential complex, 29 people fell martyrs and 36 people became veterans. At the Gölbaşı Special Operations military base, there were bombings by coup plotters, which resulted in the martyrdom of 53 brothers. Kazan, which is now officially given the title hero, has 33 martyrs. In Ankara, At the military base, we have more than 10 martyrs. The tanks, the bombs, the bullets, the guns, the helicopters, and the planes were quite deadly. But despite the most deadly weapons, even though they were used very generously against our citizens, they were met by our nation, which had nothing in them. Did my citizens have even guns? The only thing they had was, just like here today, they only had the flags in their hands. But in addition to that, they had a weapon which was much stronger. That weapon was their faith. As the poet says, faith is the strongest of weapons, and hearts without faith in them are only a burden on the body. On the one hand, there was my nation who had faith, who had belief. But on the other hand, there were the coup plotters which had no faith. On that night, with their faith, our nation stood and won against the strongest weapons of the world. A nation which walked against the tanks only with takbirs in their mouths. They take out their t-shirts and put it inside the tank in order to make the tank inoperable. And they could only do this thanks to their faith. Even though dozens of people were being shot around them, they did not think about going back, but rather, at the first opportunity that they can find, they walked towards the coup plotters once again. So who can stop such a nation? Even though bullets were falling only a few meters ahead of them, they were marching forward. Even though others were asking them to return, they said, if I'm not to die today, when am I supposed to die? So who can shackle such a nation? If only this bridge could speak and speak of the heroism displayed on that night. If only the soil, the stones, and every centimeter of the land could speak and talk about the heroism displayed on that night, because our language is insufficient in putting the heroism into words. That's why I would like to make another quotation from a poet, from poet Mehmet Akif, in his poem for the martyrs of the Gallipoli. The whole land, the mountains, the hills are full of bodies of martyrs. They have been shot in their heads, on their forehead, and laying on the soil, and many suns set for a crescent. So yes, many suns set that night. On the night of July 15th, a lot of suns set for this crescent, and I wish blessings to their souls. They were our sons. May God bless their souls. They got injured, they got wounded, but they did not bend, and I'm grateful to those on behalf of my nation. They defended their freedom, they defended their calls to prayer, their flags, their nations, their homeland, their state, and their future. I'm grateful to all members of my nation who defended their future. The night of July 15th, When the coup plotters attacked, we have lost 250 heroes as martyrs. And do you know what we gained in return? In return, we saved the future of Turkey.
2193 kardeşimiz yaralanarak
On that night, 2,193 brothers and sisters were injured and became veterans, but millions of brothers and sisters who were watching them got hope. That was the price that we paid. Mothers, fathers, wives, brothers, children. Of course, their tears cannot be measured, but as a return for what we sacrificed, we won our freedom and our future, which again is priceless. Do you know what God says? When people fight for their country, when people fight in Allah's way, Allah pays them in heaven. This is the consolation given to us in Quran, and our martyrs have gone to heaven. That position is the closest position to our Prophet, and may they enjoy their seats. And now here we have also prepared a symbolic seat for them. And as our God says again, as our God says, do not speak of those who are slain in Allah's way as dead. They are alive, but you perceive it not. As we built this, we thought as people, as servants, and as their brothers, we will not forget about them and we will not let them be forgotten. In Ankara, we built a similar structure right across the presidential complex, which hopefully we will inaugurate tomorrow in Ankara.
Rastgele bir araya gelmiş insan topluluklarıyla milletler arasındaki fark,
There's a difference between random crowds and nations.
çıkarları için bir arada bulunurlar.
Random crowds only come together for random interests, but nations have a shared history, shared values, and shared aspirations. For these, when necessary, they are ready to sacrifice their lives. The Turkish nation on July 15th, just like it did many times over in its history in order to protect what was holy to them, it did gladly sacrifice their lives. Throughout history, we have always been tested with fire, with treason and attacks of enemies. We are no regular, no ordinary group. We are a nation, but they are the evil ones. This is our difference.
Demir filizinin ateşle yoğrulup çelikleşmesi gibi
Just like iron turns into steel, the treachery that we face makes us stronger. It unifies us, just like we see here today. It unifies us. It makes us one. It makes us stronger. The coup attempt on July 15th was not the first attack against our nation, and it will not be the last. Terror groups are used as pawns, which have pains coming from history. FETÖ is not about the FETÖ terror group itself, or PKK is not only about the PKK terror group, or DH is not only about that terror group, or other terror groups are not about the tip of the iceberg. We know this quite well. We know that who are backing them. But it's a fact that without crushing the pawns, we cannot get to the other players in the chessboard, and we cannot get to the king. For this reason, we will decapitate these betrayers first. On Kandil, on Küpe, at Besler, in all mountains of southeast and eastern Anatolia, our soldiers, our security personnel, our police, our commandos, all of our security personnel are, yes, cleaning them one by one, clearing them one by one, and the rest is up to the parliament. We are a rule of law. When it comes to the parliament makes the decision, and when their decision is brought to me, I would approve of it. Because when I visit the families of martyrs, or when I visit the veterans in their homes, I see the fire in their homes, the fire in their hearts. Regardless of what some people may think, first we should go and ask those families. They say otherwise because they don't have the fire in their hearts. The terror groups that we see might not be just about what we see, but they should also know quite well that Turkey is also not just about what it seems like. Behind us, we have a tradition, we have a history of thousands of years.
Kardeşlerim, Cumhurbaşkanlığı forsumuzdaki her bir yıldız
each star on our presidential logo is an indication of this tradition. We have a civilization of 1,400 years. When we are born as babies, we hear the call to prayer on our ears. And when we die, we are given the Salah prayer. As in between the two, our lives are shaped by the civilization that we're in. We have existed for 1,000 years in this geography, and in no part of that history we had no struggle. On July 15th, just like an exploding volcano, the spirit that enlightened the night did not come out of nowhere. Before that, there was a great background. Just as the poet says, if you're not ready for death, you do not really live. And victory goes to those who run without hesitation. If you don't have the red of your blood on your flag, you would rather weep tears. If you want also to be victorious, with your high sound, high voice, you should fill the skies. Victory is a fairy, and it flees from those who are silent and runs towards those who have a high voice. Everyone is one and the same on this road. The living are honored and the dead are glorious. Those who are fighting for their motherland are always run from one glory to another. Our veterans are honorful and our dead are glorious. We will see the future of the world and of our country. The vile attacks of terror groups or the plans of the forces that use them cannot win over us. We can only lose when we lose this conviction, this faith. And that day, God willing, will never come. If necessary, we will die one, but we will come back 1,000.
Kardeşlerim, ölümle korkutarak yolumuza devam edeceğiz.
We will continue on this road by intimidating death with death itself. We will never lose belief in our hearts or strength in our arms or the sweat on our shoulders. Without stopping ever, we will continue work.
Olacaktır sana vaat ettiği günler hakkın. Kim bilir? Belki yarın, belki yarından da yakın.
As it says in our national anthem, days which God has promised to give you will dawn. Despite that, some people still call it a controlled coup attempt. A controlled coup. They are trying to play down this glorious defiance of our nation. This is quite shameless. This has no ethics. It's true. That night, at 11:15, he descended to the Atatürk airport.
İstanbul Havalimanı'nda on binlerce kardeşim orada.
And I had tens of thousands of brothers and sisters waiting at the Atatürk airport. The tanks were waiting in front of the VIP lounge, and since the tanks were waiting there, he was unable to get out of the airport. He was scared at first. They went outside and talked with the tanks. After their meeting, the tanks protected him, Mr. Kılıçdaroğlu, so that he could leave the airport and go to the Bakırköy municipality.
Ve biz Yeni Kapı buluşmasına bu beyefendiyi de davet ettik.
We have invited him to the gathering at Yeni Kapı. If I had known, I wouldn't have invited him. We figured out only later. At first, he declined my offer. He declined my invitation. But last minute, on Friday, he said he would come. But he had no share in the Yeni Kapı spirit because he called it a controlled coup. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is disrespect. This is blasphemy against our 249 martyrs or 2,193 veterans. This is disrespect and blasphemy towards this nation. How can you say that? This nation is not a coward like you are. This nation has a heart. You don't have that heart. You don't have that bravery. This fight is not the fight of cowards or the fight of vandals. There are two groups of people who keep saying this. First, the FETÖ group and the foreigners which support them. Our nation reacted to their betrayal. For that reason, the FETÖ terrorists, just like they did throughout their lives, this time they are resorting to rejection, denial, and disguise. And the second group is the person who is leading the main opposition party. Of course, when on July 15th, the night of July 15th, under the protection of the coup plotters, you get out of the airport and go to a safe place near the airport, enjoy your tea and coffee and watch everything unfold on TV, it's normal to think that way. But in fact, that night, on the streets, on the squares, at airports, at bridges, At every place where the coup plotters might take action, there was my nation reacting and feeling much differently. Right now, they're using the excuse of the report of the research commission, and they're trying to disguise their policies. The night of July 15th at the parliament, some of my brothers stood firmly against the coup plotters in order to protect democracy and their nation. My brothers from CHP who stood strongly on that night are exemption to what I'm saying. July 15th was not a controlled coup, but the person who's leading CHP was brought to that position in a controlled manner, and he is serving loyally to those who have brought him to that position since the first day he came to that position. First, you are a chairman who came to his position thanks to a CD, thanks to a footage on a CD. There are pictures and documents and witnesses as to what he was doing that night. But he is insulting the millions who took to the streets. He was with the coup plotters, so nothing we say about him will make sense. Even today at the parliament, he says he's able to say the same thing. So just like the FETÖ plotters, he is fulfilling the duty he was given. But for the first time today, he accepted FETÖ as the coup plotters. Otherwise, he marches together with FETÖ and PKK. But we work for our country, for our freedom and for our future. Just like here today, we are ready to march together with our nation. My dear brothers and sisters, we will remember and remind of July 15th. And this is a duty for us, not only towards the veterans, martyrs and their families, but towards our whole history. On Friday, we had more than 100,000 Quran recitations at Ankara Millet Mosque. We carried out the closing prayer for those recitations. So we will keep reminding and remembering. If we do not draw lessons from July 15th, we might experience new July 15th. And in the next July 15, we don't know which plans the enemies will come towards us with or who they will use as pawns. Muslims are smart. They would not be think twice. Those who organized July 15th had certain goals. And it's obvious how they were able to seize this much power. You and me know these facts. Every July 15th commemoration is a time where we commemorate our martyrs and extend our gratitude to the veterans and their families. We have paid a lot of ground in this regard. So let's see what happened since that night on July 15, 2016. After the coup attempt ended, we have firmly reacted to the members of that terror group. All members of that group who was working in the public sector were sacked. So far, the Turkish army, Turkish police, education, health, judiciary, and universities in different public areas, 111,000 FETÖ members have been sacked. 38,000 people who have been dismissed are still under investigation. Are we going to keep paying salaries to these terrorists? Are we going to pay them money out of the taxes of this nation? We cannot give them any money out of the public budget. If they want to work, they can work somewhere else and find subsistence there. Since the coup until today, 134,000 people have been detained and more than 50,000 have been arrested. Around 8,500 ones who are at large will be caught. All associations, foundations, schools, courses, NGOs, universities, and media outlets, more than 5,000 of these have been closed, and their assets have been transferred to Treasury, which is to the nation. With deceit, whatever they took from our nation was given back to the real owner, to the original owner. Again, around 1,000 private companies which were linked to this group were controlled by giving a public administrator to them. Not just FETÖ, but for the PKK terrorist group, similar measures have been taken. In FETÖ, the court decisions have started emerging. No traitor who betrayed this country will go without a punishment, without a sanction. Our nation rewards whoever serves them, but the same nation does not hesitate in crushing those who betray them. The memory of our martyrs is going to be fresh in our hearts, and those betrayers are always going to be remembered in hatred. Maybe you saw on TV, none of those who took part in the July 15th attempt had any sign of regret in their faces. Others in the same group are mostly similar, so they're not only just evil or ignorant, but they wanted to betray our country knowingly. Turkish people are very compassionate, but when people insist on their betrayal, my nation is strong against them. As they rot in prisons, they will have a lot of time to think about these. These are their best times. As I discussed with the Prime Minister the other day, as they're being brought to court, they will be given a single type uniform, just like in Guantanamo. As a country and nation, we draw lessons from July 15th and we continue on our road. May God help us. May Allah protect us from such betrayals and from attacks and from natural disasters. We are unveiling a martyr's memorial, and I will once again recite a prayer, a poem from Arif Nihat Asya. We are silent voices. May we always have calls to prayer in our minarets. Either invite the bees which create honey, but do not leave us without them. Minarets, do not leave skies without minarets or mahias. The country which has Muslims and Islam, do not leave this country without Islam. Give us strength. Do not leave us without any heroes on the jihad squares. Do not leave us without any heroes, because we expect heroes. We should know how to stand against our enemies. do not leave us without any strength. The roads and years of the future, in the years and roads of the future, do not leave us, do not take our Ramadans away from us. Either disperse your herd, but do not leave us without a shepherd. Do not take our love, water and air from us, and do not take our motherland away from us. This country is full of Islam, and do not take our Muslims away from us. I'm grateful to my Creator for creating me as a member of such a nation. Together with all of my colleagues, we have the opportunity to serve, and for this reason I'm grateful to my God. Together with the families of martyrs and veterans, we inaugurate this memorial, and we will now proceed to the ceremony in front of the Parliament building. So now I will be setting off to Ankara, and in Ankara, in a similar fashion, we will unveil a memorial in front of the Parliament building. We will have a gathering just like this one. At the Beştepe Millet Mosque, we will perform the dawn prayer, and then we will proceed to the unveiling of the monument in front of the presidential complex. Tonight, at 13 past midnight, the democracy watches and marchers will begin. Istanbul is my heart. It's my homeland, it's my country. Beautiful Istanbul. The history has its eyes in the walls of Istanbul. We have trees planted in the names of the 250 martyrs planted here.
Fatih'ten kalmak kıraat. Pırlantadan kubbeler belki 1 milyar kıraat. Şehadet parmağıdır göğe doğru minaret.
Our minarets are a sign of our faith, and they remind us of death. Death is more alive than life itself, and compassion is more than the punishment that we get. We find such meanings in Istanbul, in the beautiful Istanbul. Democracy watches are going to continue until midnight tomorrow, and once again, I wish blessings to the souls of our martyrs, and I wish condolences to our whole nation as well as their families, and I wish health to our veterans.
You are watching TRT World, bringing you President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's first of 3 speeches this evening here on TRT World. It's marking 12 months to the day since the failed coup attempt across Turkey. He's live in Istanbul on the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge, as it is now known. It was formerly known as the Bosphorus Bridge. You can see there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people before, as you heard then, his itinerary for the evening. He'll then head to Ankara, the Turkish capital, of course, where he will address Parliament at around 2:15 in the morning local time. That was the exact time that the Parliament building was struck 12 months ago when the bombs were dropped by those F-16 fighter jets. He'll then go and unveil another memorial, another monument outside the presidential complex in Ankara. That's what's ahead for the president over the next couple of hours. Ahmed El-Barai is alongside me in the studio, our editor at large. Ahmed, you were listening in alongside me to the entire speech there from President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. What did you make of the tone that he struck?
First, the gathering itself on the bridge, the martyrs where the president intended to have the gathering over there was a very symbolic move. He was deliberately at the very beginning of the speech mentioning the exact places where every victim has fallen with the names, and that is also symbolic to the kind of gratitude to those victims who sacrificed their lives for defending their democracy, their elected government, and so on. And second thing, he spoke about the punishment of those plotters who committed this crime against the country here in Turkey. And he said that it's up to the government whether they send me the reinstatement of the death penalty, and if it comes, I'm going to exactly approve it. And then
I wanted to just ask you something about that, because I don't know whether it was maybe slightly lost in translation or whether we were talking about a metaphor here. He said that the traitors, as he called them, the coup plotters, they will have their heads cut off or be decapitated. Was that metaphorically speaking, or perhaps literally speaking here, when talking about reinstating the death penalty?
The president is very clear on this. He said that even if the parliament doesn't bring me the death penalty to approve it as a president, as the executive, in case he is elected in 2019, he is going to go for a referendum for this particular one. And he said there is fire in the houses of those victims. When I go and meet the families, I feel the agony, the pain they have gone through by losing their beloved one in that brutal night, when they lost their children, their family members. So these plotters, these criminals should be punished, whether of course, he is going to take it by law. He is going to go through the process. But more importantly, what I want to shed more light is the way he spoke about Kılıçdaroğlu, the leader of the main opposition party, when he said that he's a coward. He was watching the night of the coup from the house of the governor of Bakırköy. He didn't go, he didn't talk to the street with the nation to defend the democratic government. He just watched, and now he is going for justice in a march. That's completely ironic. If you go for justice, you should have gone to the street at that night to defend your own democracy. That's the very important point. Another thing he said is very interesting, I think, is if we don't take lessons from that night, we may be having another coup attempt. And we should be careful. We should always be cautious. Otherwise, the coup attempt, he said that those conspirators are not going to stop their plots unless we do have that unity, that spirit of unity. We stand for our democracy and we defend our own country.
So much, Ahmed, to go through with you in detail throughout the course of this evening. But for now, thank you very much, Ahmed Al-Barai, alongside me here in the studio. Let's go back live to Istanbul, just outside the very building we're in fact, because Nicole Johnston, I think hopefully you can hear me this time. You are amongst the crowds. We're seeing live pictures of the president and his wife just making their way through the crowds. He is, of course, now heading to Ankara as well. We are expecting the unveiling of the memorial and a firework display as well. But Nicole, you listened in to the entire speech. How's it gone down where you are?
Well, the speech was very well received here at the Bosphorus Bridge. Essentially, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan was speaking to the faithful, speaking to his supporters of the government and of his position. Initially, he started off speaking about sacrifice, the heroism and the bravery of those people who came onto the bridge on the evening of the 15th of July to defy the tanks, the soldiers, to stand up against snipers, the many people who lost their lives. This went down very well with the crowd here, especially because just before that, they read out the names of the 250 people who were killed on the evening of the attempted coup. The president then went on, as we just heard, to criticise the leader of the opposition, the main opposition party, the CHP. I found that quite an interesting position to take on an evening when the government has been emphasising national unity. Earlier in the day, though, in the parliament in Ankara, we heard from the CHP and the HDP, opposition parties who were critical of the government's investigation and its actions following the attempted coup. Tonight was the president's turn to put forward his position to justify the government's action. He spelled out the numbers, those staggering numbers, in clear terms. 111,000 people, state employees, have had their relationship with the state cut. 134,000 people detained. 54,400 arrested. These are numbers that the government is proud of. They're not secret numbers. They have kept the public informed about the progress of the investigations the whole way through, even though it's come under strong international criticism and criticism from human rights organisations that say that this crackdown on FETÖ has gone too far. But this was the government's night. Afterwards, it then went on to go so far as to say that the CHP leader was following the same politics as those who had attempted the coup. But essentially, this was the president's night and his supporters' night. And while you see a sea of red flags, Turkish flags behind us, most of the people here are backing the government's position.
Okay, Nicole, we are seeing live pictures. I'm not sure if you can see it from where you are, your position, but the monument to those who lost their lives 12 months ago is now being unveiled by Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. It's not really unveiled, I suppose, officially opened, let's say. Let's just take these live pictures for a second.
Selamünaleyküm abicim fotoğraf. Dur beni de çek lan. Çek beni çek. Beni de çek.
Okay, Nicole, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is alongside Prime Minister Binali Yildirim. As I say, I'm not entirely sure you can see this from your position, but let's continue to dissect the speech that the president has just given. We are expecting him to make two more, or he will be making two more speeches throughout the course of the evening, one in Parliament in Ankara and another one at another monument also in the Turkish capital. Perhaps I think people were expecting the political speech to take place in the Parliament, but the speech we've just seen on the bridge there did have its political undertones as well, didn't it?
Arkadaşlar, sahneyi boşaltıyoruz lütfen. Anlayışınız için teşekkür ediyoruz. Sahneyi boşaltıyoruz. Çok sağ olun arkadaşlar.
Okay, Nicole, I'm not entirely sure if you can hear me amongst the throngs of hundreds of thousands of people down there on the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge. I was just asking about the tone of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's speech and what you made of it.
Initially, I thought the tone was quite mild. He was, as I said, playing to the strengths, the bravery of the Turkish people. This is a memorial, after all. It's a commemoration. It's not a time for a strong political speech. But as the time went on and after he had discussed how the events of the evening unfolded, after he had told various stories about people who had defied the military on that night, then the speech did become more political. It became stronger, angrier and more defiant. Most of that anger was directed at the opposition, against those who are opposed to the government's position, the arrests, the detentions against those who say that the government has gone too far. At one stage, the president even accused the leader of the CHP of saying that this had been a planned coup, so to speak. He rejected that criticism. He really put the leader of the CHP in his place, and he was no doubt responding to some of those comments we heard from the leader of the CHP and the leader of the HDP in Ankara, in Parliament earlier today. They used the opportunity of this commemoration to make strong political speeches against the government, against what they are essentially calling a crackdown and a purge. But this was the government's night to justify its position, to explain how the events of the evening of July 15 unfolded, and to show the Turkish people what it's doing. What it's doing in terms of the huge number of suspensions, sackings, arrest detentions, tens of thousands of people, something that the international community has stood back and criticised heavily. But essentially, the president was also speaking to a domestic audience, and that's why he was defiant and he was strong, and these were his supporters. So he felt quite comfortable in criticising the opposition, even though for the last few days the message had been that this would be an evening of national unity. But what we heard here tonight wasn't a great deal of unity in terms of the political divide in Turkey between those supporting the government and those who do not.
OK, Nicole, for now, thank you very much. We will stay with these pictures of the president inside that memorial that's being opened, officially declared open, following the anniversary of the failed coup attempt, which was 12 months ago today. Now, we were meant to be crossing to our correspondent, Ali Mustafa, who's actually on the Bosphorus, not far from that bridge between Europe and Asia. You can see the live pictures of the president there. Let's now go to Ali Mustafa, who we have re-established connection with. Ali, I'm not sure if you were listening in to everything the president had to say there, but the speech started off talking about the symbolism of that bridge and what happened 12 months ago, and the number of people that lost their lives because that particular bridge was where the most blood was spilled.
Indeed, Paul. And the president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, did invoke faith a lot during his speech. Keep in mind that he was talking about defying this coup as an act of faith, and those who stood up against the tanks, not caring for their lives. And in that he also mentioned the people that have lost loved ones. He said that if, as a Muslim, and this is what President Erdogan said, if one loses their life for a just cause, which he thought the coup or standing up against the coup was, then there is no purpose to grieve. It is a sort of resistance which is justified. And going back to what he said about Kılıçdaroğlu, the CHP leader, keep in mind, to give our viewers some context, when the president said that Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, the leader of the CHP, hadn't done his part, Kılıçdaroğlu had just completed a march and opposition rally from Ankara to Istanbul. And this happened after the arrest and sentencing, in fact, of one of the CHP's deputy leaders. So a lot going on. And further to the numbers that he gave, that 111,000 people have been dismissed from government jobs as a result of this post-coup purge process that has taken place inside Turkey, as well as the 50,000 people that have been arrested. We spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister of Turkey, Mehmet Şimşek, and we posed this question about Western criticism of people being held without charge. He said the extent of the penetration of Turkish state institutions by the suspected coup plotters, namely Fethullah Gülen's terrorist organization, has meant that the purge and the government's response has been to this extent. At the same time, the government maintains that Turkey will not close itself down. Turkey will not become an inward-looking country, is what the government is saying. Mehmet Şimşek, speaking to me, also said that Turkey and the Turkish government believe in democracy. They believe in opening relations and maintaining ties to Europe and protecting freedoms. And Mehmet Şimşek also said, further to what the president said on the bridge, that the fight against FETÖ, or this purge against a terrorist organization that staged a coup, is essential to maintaining democracy. So a lot going on, and Recep Tayyip Erdogan in his speech on that bridge behind me, making it clear.
Ali, sorry to interrupt you, because we're seeing live pictures from the memorial of a ceremony taking place, which is to commemorate the 249 people who lost their life 12 months ago. Ceremonies taking place, as I say, and it was on that bridge, Ali, in particular, where most of the blood was spilled. Just remind us why the bridge is such a symbol of events 12 months ago and how the evening unfolded on that particular bridge at that particular spot.
Vatanımız, milletimiz, memleketimiz, mukaddesatımız uğruna canlarını ortaya koyarak
Local time in Istanbul in Turkey, 1 year ago on that bridge, the first signs of the coup with tanks and armored personnel carriers blocking that bridge, and then slowly we saw a wave of people making their way as news spread of an unfolding coup underway in Turkey, in Istanbul, on the Bosphorus Bridge. We saw people slowly make their way and put up a resistance against tanks. These were unarmed people, civilians, who stood up against soldiers, and these images were very powerful. 36 people were killed on this bridge itself, and as the night progressed, we had fighter jets which were part of the coup that had taken off from bases like Incirlik Air Base and so on and so forth, the Akinci Air Base. They all were flying low, sonic booms were heard, attacks were being mounted by the coup plotters, and this bridge, the red-colored bridge, which was previously called the Bosphorus Bridge, now it's been renamed as the Martyrs Bridge, became a symbol of resistance as far as the Turkish state is concerned. And the Turkish people came out that night on that bridge, and it's no surprise a year later, this is one of the first spots for President Recep Tayyip Erdogan as far as making this symbolic speech that Turkey will not back down from fighting against terrorism. He says Turkey will not back down from fighting against the organization that was behind, as far as Turkey was concerned, behind this coup, FETÖ, the Fethullah terrorist network, which has a global reach according to the Turkish state. And now, today, a year after the coup, in fact, to the hour after the coup, since the coup unfolded, the bridge has become a symbol, and a symbol which Erdogan says will not be forgotten. Paul.
Okay, Ali, thank you very much for now. Ali Mustafa there on the Bosphorus. Alongside me in the studio is our editor-at-large still, Ahmed Al-Barai. Let's touch on this a little bit more. The ceremony looks like it's wrapping up there on the 15th of July. Martyrs Bridge. I want to just ask, sort of delve into a bit more depth about the symbol of that particular bridge now and what that bridge means to the people of Istanbul following the events of 12 months ago.
The bridge itself was, as Ali has just mentioned, the place where the people, they stood fast against the coup attempt. Basically, one of the most sincere friends of President Erdogan himself, he's the one who was in charge of his presidential campaign, has been killed on that bridge, he and his son, at that night. It is the place where it represents Turkey and Istanbul mainly, and if the coup plotters were able, the military staff who were there were able to seize that bridge and block it, then Istanbul is done. The whole coup attempt would have succeeded. That's why the people took to that bridge, where it's open area. The helicopters who were launching missiles and gunshots, they were able to directly shoot them and get them down. But the people, with all these kind of brutal scenes coming, they took to the streets with hundreds of friends. They called their family members, and they all, despite this kind of a threat that is they're jeopardizing their own lives, they forget about all of that, and they took to that place and said, they tried to defend the country they love, the president they've elected. And it was really symbolic, because this is the first time, and you know that Turkey is not a stranger with coup attempts. You have 5 coup attempts that have been happened in this way. That's why I say it's an epic, that it's a historic day where the people here in Turkey, they gave a great example mainly to the Middle Eastern people. They should know that coup, this is the last coup. Turkey was able, the people here in Turkey, they were able to give that lesson to the whole region, that this is the last coup once and forever. If the nation has the will to stand against these tanks, they would be able to do that. And you don't need to have gun machines, you don't need to resort to guns or military resistance. It's only you stand and say no to a military coup, and you will be able to do it. Now, at that time, we were living the same coup attempt a couple of years ago in Egypt. And you remember the people there in Rabia, at that time they were massing against Sisi, General Sisi. And at that time, I wrote an interesting article for the Middle East Eye, and I was trying to juxtapose how the stances of the opposition in Egypt and the opposition here in Turkey. It was a real wonderful day of solidarity, where the spirit of unity among the opposition, even President Erdogan now he is speaking about, he invited Kılıçdaroğlu after the coup attempt to the rally, and he didn't know that he was watching. But anyway, that day, all the opposition leaders stand by the government, unlike the opposition in Egypt, where they supported the coup attempt, and that led to the catastrophic consequences that we've been watching now. Just imagine what had happened if the coup attempt had succeeded. You would have Fethullah Gülen coming back to Turkey. He would be reinstating a kind of an autocratic regime, where he, as a possible Khomeini, who is coming back with a revolution to Turkey, would be reinstating his own state that he was looking forward to have. Lots of videos he is speaking in about his aspiration, his dream of having not only Istanbul, not only Turkey, but maybe the whole world. He is speaking about a new vision that he's going to state for the whole world. He is like the Messiah, or the Mahdi for the Muslim world. So just imagine if the people factor was not there on the bridge, on other junctures, on other places in Istanbul and in Turkey. If that had succeeded, how the ramifications would be catastrophic on the whole region, not only in Turkey.
Okay, I have plenty more to discuss with you throughout the course of the evening here on TRT World, but you are watching our special anniversary coverage of last year's failed coup attempt. Let's hear from President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who in the past hour has addressed huge crowds gathered at the bridge, as you've just been hearing. In his speech, President Erdogan paid tribute to those who died while fighting against the coup.
As the poet says, faith is the strongest of weapons, and hearts without faith in them are only a burden on the body. On the one hand, there was my nation who had faith, who had belief. But on the other hand, there were the coup plotters which had no faith. On that night, with their faith, our nation stood and won against the strongest weapons of the world. A nation which walked against the tanks only with tekbirs in their mouths.
Egzoz borusunun affedersiniz
They take out their T-shirts and put it inside the tank in order to make the tank inoperable. And they could only do this thanks to their faith. Even though dozens of people were being shot around them, they did not think about going back, but rather, at the first opportunity that they can find, they walked towards the coup plotters once again. So who can stop such a nation? Even though bullets were falling only a few meters ahead of them, they were marching forward. Even though others were asking them to return, they said, if I'm not to die today, when am I supposed to die? So who can shackle such a nation? If only this bridge could speak and speak of the heroism displayed on that night. If only the soil, the stones, and every centimeter of the land could speak and talk about the heroism displayed on that night, because our language is insufficient in putting the heroism into words. That's why I would like to make another quotation from a poet, poet Mehmet Akif, in his poem for the martyrs of the Gallipoli. The whole land, the mountains, the hills are full of bodies of martyrs. They have been shot in their heads, on their forehead, and laying on the soil, and many suns set for a crescent. So yes, many suns set that night. On the night of July 15th, a lot of suns set for this crescent, and I wish blessings to their souls. They were our sons. May God bless their souls. They got injured, they got wounded, but they did not bend, and I'm grateful to those on behalf of my nation. They defended their freedom, they defended their calls to prayer, their flags, their nations, their homeland, their state, and their future. I'm grateful to all members of my nation who defended their future. The night of July 15th, when the coup plotters attacked, we have lost 250 heroes as martyrs. And do you know what we gained in return? In return, we saved the future of Turkey. On that night, 2,193 brothers and sisters were injured and became veterans, but millions of brothers and sisters who were watching them got hope. That was the price that we paid. Mothers, fathers, wives, brothers, children. Of course, their tears cannot be measured, but as a return for what we sacrificed, we won our freedom and our future, which again is priceless. Do you know what God says? When people fight for their country, when people fight in Allah's way, Allah pays them in heaven. This is the consolation given to us in Quran, and our martyrs have gone to heaven. That position is the closest position to our Prophet. and may they enjoy their seats. And now here we have also prepared a symbolic seat for them. And as our God says again, as our God says, do not speak of those who are slain in Allah's way as dead. They are alive, but you perceive it not. As we built this, we thought as people, as servants, and as their brothers, we will not forget about them, and we will not let them be forgotten. In Ankara, we built a similar structure right across the presidential complex, which hopefully we will inaugurate tomorrow in Ankara.
Rastgele bir araya gelmiş insan topluluklarıyla milletler arasındaki fark,
there's a difference between random crowds and nations.
çıkarları için bir arada bulunurlar.
Random crowds only come together for random interests, but nations have a shared history, shared values, and shared aspirations. For these, when necessary, they are ready to sacrifice their lives. The Turkish nation on July 15th, just like it did many times over in its history in order to protect what was holy to them, did gladly sacrifice their lives. Throughout history, we have always been tested with fire, with treason and attacks of enemies. We are no regular, no ordinary group. We are a nation, but they are the evil ones. This is our difference.
Demir filizinin ateşle yoğrulup çelikleşmesi gibi
just like iron turns into steel, the treachery that we face makes us stronger. It unifies us, just like we see here today. It unifies us. It makes us one. It makes us stronger. The coup attempt on July 15th was not the first attack against our nation, and it will not be the last. Terror groups are used as pawns, which have pains coming from history. FETÖ is not about the FETÖ terror group itself, or PKK is not only about the PKK terror group, or DH is not only about that terror group, or other terror groups are not about the tip of the iceberg. We know this quite well. We know that who are backing them. But it's a fact that without crushing the pawns, we cannot get to the other players in the chessboard, and we cannot get to the king. For this reason, we will decapitate these betrayers first. On Kandil, on Küpe, at Besler, in all mountains of southeast and eastern Anatolia, our soldiers, our security personnel, our police, our commandos, all of our security personnel are, yes, cleaning them one by one, clearing them one by one, and the rest is up to the parliament. We are a rule of law. When it comes to the parliament makes the decision, and when their decision is brought to me, I would approve of it.
You are watching TRT World. That was the speech from Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan around half an hour ago in Istanbul. It's 12 months since the failed coup attempt across Turkey. And there were many moments on the night of that attempted coup that stand out for those who lived through it. Here's a look back now at some of those pivotal events, including the chaos of the first few hours when civilians were subject to airstrikes and shelling.
İşgalcilere ülkemizi asla bırakmayacağız.
Well, let's get more on the events of 12 months ago. Galip Delay is the research director at the Al Sharq Forum. He joins us now in the studio. Galip, thank you very much for talking to us. 12 months ago, when the coup began, I believe you were sat in that very chair, and this channel was itself raided by soldiers and taken off air. Talk us through your experience of that night, not just here, but throughout the hours that followed.
Well, as you put it, like 12 months exactly that night, I was sitting in this chair, and we were talking about the ISIS attack in Nice, in France, when we were alerted that there was some kind of like unusualness that taking place. At the beginning, there was a sense of confusion. There was a sense of people were perplexed because people did not know exactly what is happening. And again, the idea of a coup can happen in Turkey of 2016 was a bit bizarre or a bit strange to the people's idea. It's not that this country did not have the coup. This country have a very long and extended period of the coup. It has like, you know, many coups, 1960s, 1973, 1980s, 1997.
Was this one different?
It was different. It was different in a sense like in all the previous coups, the idea was to take the power from the political elite. Here you have seen the very symbol of the, you know, the parliament, the very symbol of the democracy was bombed. So in the previous coups, you would not bomb the parliament because you want to run the country still. You want to run the country from the presidential office, from the parliament, from the other institution of the power. But here the difference was that that's why, like, you know, it was a bit more like a full-scale terror campaign rather than just a coup attempt, because this very symbol of the political power in the country, or the very symbol of the democracy in the country, was bombed. So the fact that they could bomb the parliament, they could bomb the intelligence headquarters, they could bomb the special police headquarters, they could bomb the presidential palace, this is an alien not only to the previous coup in Turkey, but actually to the history of the country, to the history of most of the countries around the world, because for a very simple reason, the driving reason behind most of the coups in the world is to take the power from the current power holder and then to run the country. And of course, here you see, like, you know, the country being set against not just the political elites, but the people as well too.
And the Turkish government obviously claim it was Fethullah Gulen and his terrorist organization, now designated as a terrorist organization that carried it out. FETÖ, or Fethullah Gulen in particular, has been around since at least the 1970s and 80s, infiltrating the Turkish state. How was he able to get into a position to attempt this coup? Why was the organization not stopped earlier?
It is a process that is going for decades, and very secretive, infiltrating the institution of political power in the countries, like making attack alliances with different groups within the countries, And the fact actually is not that it was not only the current government that was complaining about the activities of this group before. Almost every segment of society in this country, from the liberals to the Kurds, from the Kemalists to the leftists, almost every single segment of society in one way or another have been victim of the Fethullah Gülen's presence within the particularly police and the judiciary. You see, like from all this big judicial investigation that was previously taking in place, in all of them the finger was pointing at the Fethullah Gülen organization for the irregularities that was taking place. So how did it acquire that much power? Actually, that's a question that should be, it will be a great topic for a PhD thesis or for a big report, because it is a very unique case on its own. The nature of it, the philosophy behind it, the theology behind it, the political psychology behind it, it's quite unique in its own. So is it esoteric? It's mysterious. So therefore, it's not very easy to answer this question with one word. I think for academic scholars, for journalists, one of the great topics of the interest would be to study this group with all its angles, because it is very very strange. On the one hand, you have a group for the public consumption, from the pure consumptions, acquiring or adopting the language of democracy, tolerance, harmony, etc., but it's exactly the same group that could bomb the parliament, that could kill people in cold blood, civilians on the bridge, that could bomb the presidential complex. So it is not something very easy to understand by looking at it from outside and adopting our usual rational analysis faculty that we are adopting for other events.
So going forward then for Turkey, let's start domestically. Now that the organisation FETÖ has been crushed, I guess, for want of a better word, that's certainly the hope of the Turkish government. How does Turkey move forward from here? Because a huge number of people in the bureaucratic system, in the civil service, have either been fired or been arrested. I mean, they need to be replaced, I guess. How does Turkey build and go forward now?
Well, it's not an easy process. Let me start it with putting it that way, because we're talking about an organization that have deep presence, from the media to the civil society, from the military to the bureaucracy, from the religious institution all the way to the educational institution. So therefore, unless you understand such nature of this organization and their deeds, it's very hard to understand from outside. So at this stage, I think there should be stages. One of them was the punishing or bringing the plotters, bringing this group to justice, to account for what they have done. So the punishment or to exacting justice is one of the requirements. So this is a process that is taking. But I think the hardest part will be to study, to work on this group in all its dimension, to make sure that anything like that will not happen in this again in this country, or maybe if possible anywhere else as well too. So I think the second part of understanding this group and to have a better judgment of this group will be a much more difficult task to achieve, because as I said, punishing is one way of dealing with this group, and it is, it's something crucial, necessary, because almost 250 people were killed, more than 2,000 people were injured, parliament was bombed, the institution was bombed. So therefore, the one that has done this needs to be brought to the justice. But I think this is relatively the easier part. The hardest part will be to deal with this issue in all its aspects. From the educational foundation that gives birth to it, the theological foundation that gives birth to it, the institutional foundation that gives birth to it, the structural foundation that gives birth to it. So this should be the process that Turkey should work on it going forward.
Okay, Galip, thank you very much for coming in late on this Saturday. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Galip Delay. Well, the relationship between the United States and Turkey, of course a close NATO ally, has been put to the test, and it was put to the test on the night of the failed coup last year. The lack of an immediate, strong response from the US was seen as a major disappointment by the Turkish leadership, and America's attitude in the aftermath continues to wear on the once firm alliance between the two countries. Our correspondent Ediz Tianshan has the story from Washington, D.C.
A night of terror across the nation. Tanks on the street crushing anything in their way. Soldiers firing indiscriminately. And jets targeting the parliament. Vulnerable moments for a nation that needed solidarity from its friends more than ever. But some of Turkey's allies waited for events to play out before breaking their silence.
It does not appear to have been a very brilliantly planned or executed event. But let's reserve all judgment until all the facts are in.
Within hours, hundreds of Turkish diaspora had filled the streets of New York. They called for action to stop the FETÖ organization, which the Turkish government says was the terror group behind the coup.
Support of an elected people, elected government.
Days after the coup attempt failed, a US official had this to say.
We haven't made any assessment of Gulen's group and their involvement in this attempted coup. That remains to be seen. If we receive evidence, we'll certainly evaluate or assess that evidence. But, to our knowledge, he's living peacefully up in Pennsylvania and his compound.
Back in Ankara, these reactions were perceived as apathetic.
That person in Pennsylvania, the head terrorist, we will request that the U.S. hand him over. We will see our friend's attitude. In the same way, we will request that other Western countries hand over his followers. Let's see how they respond. Will they hand them over? All of this is a test. We'll see how they perform on this test.
It turned out the United States, considered one of the oldest and strongest allies of Turkey, didn't quite pass the government's test. And it hasn't helped that the US has so far refused to extradite the man accused of leading FETÖ, the businessman and cleric Fethullah Gülen. All of which has led to a chill in relations.
I think what happened originally is the coup was a shock to members of Congress. And then when that came out that it was not a military coup, they were perplexed. I think the relationship is going to improve, and I think we just need a matter of time. And I think a lot of members of Congress need to not focus on the headlines that are coming out of Turkey, but focus on the long-term relationship we've had.
On the night of the coup, Turkish democracy was threatened, and the country's leadership expected support from their closest allies. But the position of the United States so far has largely disappointed the Turkish government. But most officials on both sides agree that the cooperation between these two NATO allies is indispensable for the region, and its improvement is just a matter of time and work.
Well, Ediz is live in Washington, D.C., and he joins us now live. He's got plenty more on the relationship between Turkey and the US. Ediz.
Exactly. In the aftermath of the failed coup attempt, there were a series of roadblocks in the bilateral relations between Turkey and United States. It was not just because of a late response, a response that Turkey thought wasn't strong enough, and it was also because the extradition process right now here in the United States, after Turkey's request to take Fethullah Gülen back, has actually seen little to no progress. And for more on this now, I'm joined by Yenal Küçüker, who is the Executive Director for the Turkish Heritage Organization here in Washington, D.C. First of all, I'd like to start with you as a Turkish American. What do you think of the American public opinion? Do you think they have a good understanding of what FETÖ is all about and what possibly led to a nationwide coup on that day?
Thank you very much for having me here today. Well, first of all, as a Turkish American who's been living in America for the past 20 years or so, I think the American community absolutely has no idea what has taken place a year ago in Turkey. And American community does not have enough information about what the Gülen community is, the Gülen organization is, and how extensive they are, not only in Turkey as well as the United States. That's why it's very important for the Turkish American community to unify and educate the elected officials and the American community.
And I know that along with you as a Turkish heritage organization, we've also seen the embassy, other think tanks organize all sorts of events trying to raise more awareness about the FETÖ terror group as designated by Turkey. Now, how effective has it been so far, given how strong they're established here in the States?
It's a great question. Hasn't been as effective as we thought it would be. Number one reason for that is because the Gülen movement has been very effective in terms of their PR campaign. They've been running a very strong PR campaign for the past, I would say, 8 to 9 years, and that they're now bearing their fruits, obviously. And I can give precise examples about NPR, National Public Radio, that they interviewed Fethullah Gülen just a couple of days ago, Washington, another Wall Street Journal, New York Times. All of these prominent media outlets are basically covering his stories, his opinions, and op-eds basically. As a result, as Turkish-American community, we're trying to get the word out there. We're having really difficult time getting anything on the newspapers, and it's basically we're running against a wall every time we try to reach out to the American media.
Very interesting indeed. We've also heard from Robert Amsterdam, Turkey's lawyer here, saying that approximately they spent $500,000 just on their PR campaign. It's actually much more than what Turkey spends in its own lobbying efforts. But also, as a last question, let me ask you about the situation regarding the extradition process. How much of a sticking point does this pose right now, do you think, in the bilateral relations? And if the extradition doesn't make any progress, do you think this is continue to be a problem in the future?
It will certainly continue to be a problem in the future. I'm not a legal expert, but I can tell you as Turkish Heritage Organization, we've been following all the developments, talking with experts, organizing panels on this issue. And there's a treaty that goes back to 1979 between the two countries. Based on that treaty, Turkey is basically asking the arrest of Fethullah Gülen. So far, the government officials in the U.S. basically are saying that it's a judicial process. We need to follow the due process. Obviously, Turks are very much frustrated by this because they want to see immediate results, and rightly so, because this is a no small matter, and they'd like to see results. I personally think that this is going to continue. It's a very slow process. I think within a year, when we come back a year after this, we probably won't have any results, and the extradition process will slowly be maybe a little bit further down the road, but I don't think we'll have any significant outcome.
And it will be interesting to see how that plays out. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your perspective. Yenal Küçüker there, he's the executive director of the Turkish Heritage Organization, obviously closely following all the developments in the bilateral relations. But I can tell you, in terms of the extradition process, it is in general here in the States a very complicated process. There are both legal and political tracks that they need to move on. Legally speaking, for the justice officials here, it's not enough proof that Gülenists in Turkey on the ground were carrying out the coup. They actually want specific evidence that Fethullah Gülen himself was the person giving that direct order, and evidence that could be near impossible to find. But even if they actually find enough evidence, there still has to be political will, obviously. But as we've seen, the Trump administration's first 6 months in the office has been quite controversial, as they've been facing serious allegations of potential collusion of their campaign with Russia. They've been finding it very hard to tackle any of their top priority foreign policy issues. And obviously an issue like Fethullah Gülen's extradition is certainly in the back burner for now.
Okay, Dees in Washington, D.C., thank you very much. You are watching TRT World. We're bringing you a special continuing coverage of the anniversary of the failed coup across Turkey 12 months ago. Rallies are taking place across the country. We've seen the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge here in Istanbul, where the President, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, addressed the nation around an hour or so ago. These are live pictures now of Izmir on the Turkish coast. You can see again tens of thousands of people have gathered there in a rally, and a little bit later on throughout the evening, proceedings will head to the Turkish capital, Ankara. The President, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is on his way there now, where at around 2:15 in the morning local time, he is expected to address Parliament. Well, events of a year ago were not just a concern to the people in Turkey. Germany is home to more than 3 million Turkish people, many of whom have been there for more than 3 decades. Within the Turkish communities in Germany, there's still a real bond to the politics of the mother country. But relations between the two nations have been far from smooth over the past 12 months. Our Europe correspondent Francis Collins reports.
There may be smiles in public outside the Reichstag in Berlin, but inside the political corridors, the diplomatic relationship between Germany and Turkey is far from harmonious. And it's been getting worse over the last year. Two countries led by strong and yet very different characters, bound by mutual interest and a sizable Turkish community in Germany. But there are serious issues of disagreement.
With Turkey and Germany, it has always been some kind of like an odd marriage. So like partners who sort of like love each other, but eventually we get into a fight, but there is no possibility for divorce because you have children, in this case the Turkish-German minority of around 3 million people.
Events of the last year have increased the tension, notably the referendum in Turkey in April to redefine the presidential powers.
Hundreds of thousands of Turkish people here in Germany took part in that referendum and they had strong opinions. But the fact remains is that many of them feel more bound politically to Ankara than they do to German politics.
Which is why Turkey's politicians wanted a campaign in Germany, something denied to them by the German authorities. At the same time, Germany's allowed rallies in support of the PKK, not only regarded in Turkey as a terrorist organization, but also by the European Union and the United States.
We have been disappointed by the attitude adopted by Germany in the process ahead of the referendum. So if they have any feelings of disillusionment, ours is even greater than theirs.
Difficulties have been heightened by the German decision to grant asylum to more than 400 Turkish people accused of taking part in a coup attempt a year ago. But political divisions can be reflected at street level within the Turkish communities here. Kazim Erdogan came to Berlin from Turkey more than 40 years ago. He works as a psychologist and specializes in improving relations between the two communities.
It doesn't help to say the fault is the Turks or the Germans. Both sides need to admit their guilt, and this is how you begin to solve problems. We need to develop a new we feeling, we who live in Germany, instead of you Turks and we Germans.
Like many a troubled friendship, this one will take work to heal the diplomatic wounds. But the bonds between Turkey and Germany are too strong for the events of the last year to threaten what is always likely to be a difficult relationship.
Well, Francis joins us now live from Berlin. And Francis, I want to start by asking about the final line of your report there, because 3 million Turks living in Germany, as you say. Did Germany and Turkey simply need each other too much to allow this diplomatic spat, I suppose, to continue?
Effectively, yes. I mean, the comparison we saw from Christian, the journalist we spoke to at the beginning of that report, was mentioned by more than one person that this is like a family, dysfunctional family possibly, but if there can't be a divorce because of the children of course being, as he said, over 3 million people who've been here a long time. Don't forget that Germany invited many Turkish people to come here as guest workers, as guest Arbeiters, as they say in Germany, to come and work in the 60s and 70s, and many have stayed, so that when you walk around parts of Berlin that I know quite well, like Kreuzberg and Neukölln, you're on streets that have signs for Turkish Airlines, there's food. It's very much walking around the back streets of where I live in Istanbul. So it is a complicated relationship, and it's been getting more difficult over the last 12 months, of course, for a number of reasons. That election campaign the referendum campaign to redefine those presidential powers in April, that caused an enormous row. I was here at the time following the Turkish foreign minister around, Mevlut Cavusoglu. He was talking to Sigmar Gabriel, his counterpart, on more than one occasion. But Germany, don't forget, said to the Turkish politicians, including the foreign minister, that they couldn't hold rallies inside Germany for that referendum. And of the 3 million, over 1.5 million Turkish people in Germany could have voted in that referendum. Many hundreds of thousands did. So it was an important diaspora for the Turkish politicians. The fact that they weren't allowed to campaign, they weren't allowed to do rallies, and the fact that we saw the foreign minister giving an address in the garden of not the consulate, but but the consulate residents in Hamburg showed you how annoyed they were in Ankara with the stance of the German government, and that's led to fissures, to fractures, to angry words from both sides. But there is a level of understanding, and that understanding really isn't going to go away.
Francis, we've got the German elections, of course, coming up later this year with Chancellor Angela Merkel up for re-election. Do you think Germany's relationship with Turkey could become an election topic here? We saw it with the Brexit vote when Turkey's accession talks with the EU became a political football. Of course, there's the EU deal on refugees with Turkey as well. Do you see Germany's relationship with Turkey becoming more prominent as we head towards that election?
It's certainly a weak point for Chancellor Merkel. Certainly the right wing and the strength last year and a few months ago in local elections of more right-wing parties here centred around concerns regarding refugees. I mean, don't forget that there are over 1 million refugees who've arrived in Germany over the last 2 years. Many of them have come from Turkish shores, but they've come from all over the world, including primarily, of course, from the conflict in Syria. Now, that caused a lot of problems for Angela Merkel. You can see her decision two ways. Those that know more about it say that, look, she's done the right thing in terms of establishing a workforce, and in 20 years' time, Germany will reap the rewards of having a talented, hard-working labour force that has arrived over the last 2 years. But the other side of the coin is the right-wing aspect of politics, and you're right to say it was an issue in Britain as well, whereby it can be levelled at her that she is diluting what is going on here, that she isn't taking enough care and attention of Germany and its character, and is paying more attention to what is going on regarding the refugee issue. The actual relationship with Turkey remains to be seen whether that's going to be an election issue. I mean, certainly Chancellor Merkel and President Erdogan know each other well. They've got together many times over the last 12 months, at least 5 times I've counted. They may not always agree. There may be some harsh words going backwards and forwards. And in fact, there is a law that was passed by the Bundestag, the Reichstag behind me, at the end of the recess of summer here in Germany, that prevented any country from outside the European Union from campaigning in Germany. That's a result of the rows they had over the referendum we were dealing with. Despite all this, they do have a level of understanding. They know where they're coming from, and that isn't really going to change.
OK, Francis, for now, thank you. Well, Selim Atalay is a journalist and commentator for 24 TV here in Istanbul. He joins me now in the studio. Thank you very much for coming in late on this Saturday.
Long night.
It is a long night for everyone. I want to start by talking about what we've discussed there with Francis and with the Ds in Washington as well. For whatever the reason, is Turkey more isolated internationally now than it was 12 months ago?
12 months ago, the last 12 months have been quite disappointing for Turkey, especially from we need to separate the US side and the EU side. Now, until the 14th of July, Turkey assumed that it was an equitable partner of the NATO alliance, budding candidate for the EU. We can discuss that later. It might take another 15 years to discuss that. But and then the closest relations with the United States. But what happened on the night of the 15th, especially the most crucial hours of, let's say, after 10 p.m. And onwards until after midnight, Turkey had a major disappointment from both sides, from both the US and both the EU, NATO, and its other allies. They were not fast enough to denounce this blatant criminal act. They were not fast enough to express their support, unwavering support to what it should be, to the elected government, democratically elected government of Turkey. And it would take only half an hour for any average smart diplomat in this country or abroad to understand what was going on. And they just waited and waited and waited, and until the people in the streets defeated the tanks, the statements, supportive statements started coming out. And Turkey never got over with that,
of course,
unfortunately.
with the US, I mean, we can come on to Europe.
Sure.
You could perhaps say that it was the Obama administration in its final few months.
Absolutely.
Have things improved slightly under Trump?
Absolutely. We can totally blame on the Obama administration. If if the United States is an ally of Turkey, it could have. We wouldn't even. I wouldn't even claim that they would have forewarned. I mean, a good intelligence service on behalf of the U.S. might have even foreseen this. But let's drop that aside. The night of the 15th and the most crucial hours, we have seen John Kerry. That footage has to be replayed over and over again because that's an embarrassment for John Kerry, and whatever legacy he's planning to leave, it erases them all. So John Kerry, the Obama administration, were not staunchly with their ally, Turkey. And then what happened? The Trump administration is a new administration. Turkey understands that, and actually, Turkish Prime Minister recently said Turkey is willing to forget what happened with the Obama administration, but with the Trump administration, the recent visit of Secretary Tillerson was a little bit more forthcoming. He just said he put it mutual, but it's only one-sided disappointment. It's Turkey's disappointment. He claims the U.S. was disappointed with Turkey, but I don't know what.
And sure, staying with that relationship now, it's the Trump administration, Rex Tillerson, repairing that relationship. I suppose now the relationship between Washington and Ankara, does it depend almost totally on the extradition request of Fethullah Gulen? And that must be a huge part.
Not quite. I mean, Turkey can even just understand the situation, the legal situation, and Turkey can maybe sidetrack that. But there are other things the U.S. administration can do. One, why is this person still active? Why is he still lobbying the U.S. Congress? Why is he still giving statements? And why is he defiantly running his clandestine operation? That's number one. Number two, U.S. started engaging in other bizarre activities inside of the border, Syria, vis-a-vis the Syrian question. So there were other obstacles coming in between the relations. So, and Turkey is actually, with a goodwill, is willing very much to discuss all these and settle these, but we can just we need action from the U.S. side in terms of what Gulen is still doing and what is happening in Syria.
Okay, Salim, thank you very much for coming in. Obviously, so much more I could have talked to you about, but time is against us because Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is now heading towards the Turkish capital, Ankara, where he's set to speak once more. He's going to address Parliament at around 2:15 in the morning local time. These are live pictures of the rally that's taking place. There, our correspondent, Shamim Chowdhury, is somewhere amongst the crowds. We can hear that the crowd is being addressed. Let's cross to Shamim, who is amongst the crowd somewhere. It looks as if someone's on stage. Shamim, are we expecting the president? What is the scene like where you are?
It's quite a buoyant scene, actually. There have been thousands of people gathered here since late afternoon, in fact. I'm actually stood on the main road that leads from this square, Kizilay Square, to the Parliament, which is about a kilometre or so ahead of me. Now, this road had been blocked off earlier in the day, and over the past few hours or so, people have been steadily making their way towards the Parliament. Now, exactly a year ago, many had gathered here today to play their part in overwhelmingly overthrowing the attempted military coup. The mood at that time was very different. There were tanks on the streets. People were climbing the tanks as acts of defiance. Today, this evening, it's a very different atmosphere. It's almost celebratory. We've seen balloons on sale. People have been drinking tea and have been singing and chanting. One of the songs that we heard earlier on today, people were saying, "Martyrs do not die." Obviously, the implication here is that they will live on in the history, the memory of the Turks forever. And they were also saying saying that unity does not divide. The message here really has been throughout all of today about unity, and this is what we're continuing to hear, and this is the message that the people are repeatedly saying as they head towards Parliament. So a very buoyant atmosphere. We expect the crowds to remain here for a good couple of hours or so. President Erdogan is due to arrive within the next hour or so. He will head straight to the Parliament, where he will deliver an address where many people outside the Parliament will be able to hear via video link.
OK, Shamim, thank you very much. We will be back to you and back to the Turkish capital, of course, throughout the evening here on TRT World. We are continuing our special coverage uninterrupted over the next few hours. But throughout Turkey, as we've been showing you, people are taking to the streets to commemorate the momentous day 12 months ago. From Gaziantep in the south of the country, Nick Davies-Jones sent this report.
Here we are in the 15th of July, Democracy Square in Gaziantep, and thousands of people are already here. Thousands more are going to be coming to the square, and when they get here they are reminded with pictures of what took place in Istanbul and Ankara. Security is tight, a number of checkpoints you have to come through, and they've also put big lorries in the middle of roads to stop any potential terror attacker driving into crowds. And I suppose really that is the epitome of what is happening here tonight in Gaziantep, because if the coup had been successful this time last year, the whole security of the southern region would have been really thrown into question. And this time last year, Daesh were really at the height of their terror powers in southern Turkey. There had been a number of attacks, rocket attacks, suicide bombers in towns across the southern area. And had the coup been successful, they would have probably really capitalised on the instability, because a number of people that I've spoken to in the past 12 months have all said a very similar thing. They would have taken up arms against the government, or the military government as it would have been then, and it really would have been a very troubling time for the security of Turkey, and it could have even altered the outcome of what is taking place in Syria. So people are here today and they are celebrating the continuation of the Turkish Republic and the government which they came out of in support of last year.
Nick Davies-Jones there in Gaziantep as TRT World continues our special coverage of the anniversary of the failed coup attempt in Turkey 12 months ago to the day. We've been live in Istanbul all evening, where the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan addressed the crowd. He's now making his way to the capital, Ankara. These are live pictures from the capital, where you can see tens of thousands are gathering once more. And TRT World will continue our special coverage over the next few hours. Stay with us.
Taksim Square sounds more like a rock concert at the moment. There is so much pride around from the people here, and we spoke to them a little earlier, and they said yesterday, a complete change from today. They were sitting by their televisions waiting for President Erdogan to give the order to go to the streets and to take democracy back and to go out and fight for their country. They've done that. They've succeeded.
Coming up next week on Showcase, we'll tell you about Montreal's Just for Laughs Comedy Festival, which features top stand-up acts, theme shows, and comedy galas. The 40th Galway International Arts Festival is set to present world premiere theatre productions, major art exhibitions, and a stellar music lineup. And one of the biggest comic book conventions, Comic-Con International, is due to take place in San Diego. That's Showcase every day on TRT World.
I remember my brother-in-law saying, "Oh, no way, it's fake news, it's not real."
I called my colleagues and no one answered and everyone's phones were off. And that's when I knew that something was wrong. I went outside, I was walking through my neighborhood of AU, crowds were forming, and I just remember wanting to document every single second.
Are people getting on that bus to go to the airport? Are they going to the airport in that bus?
No, they're going to the airport, yeah.
Okay, so as you can see, there's a bus full of people.
No matter what their political leaning was, standing up for their country and not take a military coup lying down. That says a lot about the resilience and the bravery of the Turkish people. It was the first time I had ever seen people power.
The world is just a click away. Get the latest news from around the globe with fast and accurate coverage at trtworld.com.
You are watching TRT World with me, Paul Scotch, as we continue our special anniversary coverage of last year's failed coup attempt. The day is being marked with marches and events across Turkey. We will be bringing you all the latest news and analysis from Turkey and around the world as the country remembers one of the most momentous days in its history. Shortly, we'll be hearing live from Nicole Johnston, who's on the July the 15th Martyrs Bridge here in Istanbul. But first, let's hear from President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who addressed the huge crowds gathered on the bridge. In his speech, the president paid tribute to those who died 12 months ago.
If only this bridge could speak and speak of the heroism displayed on that night. If only the soil, the stones, and every centimeter of the land could speak and talk about the heroism displayed on that night, because our language is insufficient in putting the heroism into words. That's why I would like to make another quotation from a poet, poet Mehmet Akif, in his poem for the martyrs of the Gallipoli. The whole land, the mountains, the hills are full of bodies of martyrs. They have been shot in their heads, on their forehead, and laying on the soil, and many suns set for a crescent. So yes, many suns set that night. On the night of July 15th, a lot of suns set for this crescent, and I wish blessings to their souls. They were our sons. May God bless their souls. They got injured, they got wounded, but they did not bend, and I'm grateful to those on behalf of my nation. They defended their freedom, they defended their calls to prayer, their flags, their nations, their homeland, their state, and their future. I'm grateful to all members of my nation who defended their future. The night of July 15th, when the coup plotters attacked, we have lost 250 heroes as martyrs. And do you know what we gained in return? In return, we saved the future of Turkey. On that night, 2,193 brothers and sisters were injured and became veterans, but millions of brothers and sisters who were watching them got hope. That was the price that we paid. Mothers, fathers, wives, brothers, children. Of course, their tears cannot be measured, but as a return for what we sacrificed, we won our freedom and our future, which again is priceless. Do you know what God says? When people fight for their country, when people fight in Allah's way, Allah pays them in heaven. This is the consolation given to us in Quran, and our martyrs have gone to heaven. That position is the closest position to our Prophet, and may they enjoy their seats. And now here we have also prepared a symbolic seat for them. And as our God says again, as our God says, do not speak of those who are slain in Allah's way as dead. They are alive, but you perceive it not. As we built this, we thought as people, as servants, and as their brothers, we will not forget about them, and we will not let them be forgotten. In Ankara, we built a similar structure right across the presidential complex, which hopefully we will inaugurate tomorrow in Ankara. There's a difference between random crowds and nations. Random crowds only come together for random interests, but nations have a shared history, shared values, and shared aspirations. For these, when necessary, they are ready to sacrifice their lives. The Turkish nation on July 15th, just like it did many times over in its history in order to protect what was holy to them, it did gladly sacrifice their lives. Throughout history, we have always been tested with fire, with treason and attacks of enemies. We are no regular, no ordinary group. We are a nation, but they are the evil ones. This is our difference. Just like iron turns into steel, the treachery that we face makes us stronger. It unifies us, just like we see here today. It unifies us. It makes us one. It makes us stronger. The coup attempt on July 15th was not the first attack against our nation, and it will not be the last. Terror groups are used as pawns, which have pains coming from history. FETÖ is not about the FETÖ terror group itself, or PKK is not only about the PKK terror group, or DH is not only about that terror group, or other terror groups are not about the tip of the iceberg. We know this quite well. We know that who are backing them. But it's a fact that without crushing the pawns, we cannot get to the other players in the chessboard, and we cannot get to the king. For this reason, we will decapitate these betrayers first. On Kandil, on Küpe, at Besler, in all mountains of southeast and eastern Anatolia, our soldiers, our security personnel, our police, our commandos, all of our security personnel are, yes, cleaning them one by one. Clearing them one by one, and the rest is up to the parliament. We are a rule of law. When it comes to the parliament makes the decision, and when their decision is brought to me, I would approve of it. Because when I visit the families of martyrs, or when I visit the veterans in their homes, I see the fire in their homes, the fire in their hearts. Regardless of what some people may think, first we should go and ask those families. They say otherwise because they don't have the fire in their hearts. The terror groups that we see might not be just about what we see, but they should also know quite well that Turkey is also not just about what it seems like. Behind us, we have a tradition, we have a history of thousands of years.
That was Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in the last few hours on the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge here in Istanbul, 12 months since the failed coup attempt. Well, also on that bridge is our very own Nicole Johnston, who joins us now live. Nicole, good to see you there. It's a bit calmer and a bit quieter than it has been throughout the course of the evening. Tonight was a national unity march. Was it a unifying evening?
Well, it was certainly a success in terms of the commemoration of the evening, which was one of the main aims from the government's perspective. They read out the names of 250 people who died on the night of the attempted coup. A memorial was unveiled. We heard a lot about personal sacrifice, about standing up against tanks, against soldiers and snipers, of bravery, of the heroes of Turkey. But in terms of national unity, it ended up being a day that highlighted some of the deep political divides that we see in Turkey right now. It started with speeches in Ankara in the parliament from both the government. We then heard from the opposition, the CHP, the HDP. They were highly critical of the government, the path that it's taken in trying to crack down on the FETÖ organisation, saying that the purge had gone too far. The language was strong. They used words like repression and a black stain. But tonight it was the president's turn, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He fought back against his critics, against the opposition. He personally attacked the leader of the CHP, the main opposition party. He said that he had walked through Istanbul Ataturk airport on the night of the attempted coup and did nothing. He also fought back against claims that this had been a controlled coup, as though the government had had some kind of role in it. So tonight it really did highlight some of those divisions that we see. because while Turkey is unified in its opposition against the attempted coup, while most people believe that it was the FETÖ organization behind it, people remain divided on the measures that the government has taken, on the sackings of tens of thousands of people.
Well, of course, talking about that, Nicole, the harshest rhetoric was, of course, for the members of FETÖ, the Fethullah Gulen terrorist organisation, designated terrorist group by the Turkish state. What did the president have to say about that crackdown? Because, of course, it has been, as you mentioned, a source of controversy, not just within Turkey, but internationally as well.
This was an opportunity for Turkey to emphasise the measures that it has taken. It's something that it hasn't been shy about. It hasn't hidden away from those staggering numbers. 111,000 people, the Turkish president said tonight, have had their ties to the state cut. That means they've lost their jobs, they've lost social security benefits like free or discounted access to health care. He also said 134,000 people had been detained and 54,000 people arrested. As you said, the international community has spoken out against many of these arrests and detentions, criticised Turkey, raised concerns about rule of law here. The government continues to maintain that it has due process, that it's set up a commission to hear any complaints from people who feel as though they've been treated unfairly. But as you said, it remains a contentious point, not only in Turkey, but internationally as well.
And Nicole, there is one other thing I want to ask you whilst we've got you there. When he was talking about the traitors, as he calls them, President Erdogan said that they will decapitate or cut off the heads of those traitors. Is it clear whether he was talking metaphorically here, or was this talking again about the possibility of bringing back the death penalty, which is something he has mentioned in the past?
Well, that's a good point. He did say during the course of his speech that he's not opposed to the death penalty and that he would support it. So no doubt it's something that's still on the cards for the government. We haven't heard a great deal about it in the most recent weeks and months, but he certainly put that one out there again tonight. But essentially, the president was speaking to his followers, to his supporters, because while you saw a sea of red Turkish flags behind us, most of the people attending the rally were supporters of the AK party. So this was a speech targeted towards the domestic audience, and that's why we heard such strong rhetoric, strong words like, you know, cutting off the heads of those involved.
Okay, Nicole, thank you very much. Let's stay in Istanbul and take you to the Blue Mosque now, where special prayers are taking place to commemorate the events of 12 months ago. Let's just show you these pictures. Well, events aren't just taking place in Istanbul, they are taking place across the country, most notably now in the Turkish capital, Ankara, which is where President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is heading. He's going to address Parliament in around 2 hours' time. Shamim Chowdhury is in Ankara. Shamim, we can see the crowds behind you. They must be gathering now, quite it's in numbers.
Yes, they have been gathering in greater numbers in the past hour or so, but actually they've been coming to this spot, Kizilay Square, since late afternoon. There are thousands of people here, quite possibly tens of thousands. The atmosphere is, as you can hear, a very buoyant one. They will be heading towards the Parliament, which is about 1 kilometre or so away from where I'm standing, just ahead of me. In fact, this is the main road that leads to the Parliament. It has been cut off since the earlier part of the day, and people have been steadily making their way towards there. We are expecting President President Erdogan to arrive here within the next hour or so, and he will go straight to the parliament where we know that he will be addressing the crowds. Now, most of these people will be outside the parliament, but they will be able to hear his speech via video link. Now, he's expected to start speaking at around 2:32 local time. Now, that is the time when the first airstrike hit Parliament itself a year ago today, so it will be a significant moment. We can expect him to reiterate much of what he's been saying today, particularly in terms of unity. Of course, this is something that he's been talking about for the past year or so since the attempted coup took place last year, and that's something that we can expect him to reiterate this evening.
You mentioned, Shamim, the moment that the Parliament building was struck by those fighter jets. That was, of course, just one of the incidents that took place 12 months ago. Just talk us through the timeline of what happened in Ankara and why where you are right now is so significant to what happened a year ago.
Well, there were a number of attacks on that night, on the 15th of July 2016, in the capital, Ankara. As I mentioned, the Parliament building was hit, the presidential complex was hit, as was the police headquarters. So very significant strategic strikes on that night. Now, the significance of this particular square, Kizilay Square, is a number of tanks had rolled up here. Many people gathered to show their defiance, to show an overwhelming rejection for the military coup. They climbed on these tanks, and eventually the result, as we know, was the end of this attempted coup. Not just, and that was the manifestation of not just the people here in Ankara, but across the country. So Ankara really was one of the places that was quite focal on that fateful night, and this square in particular holds a lot of significance. Thousands of people had gathered a year ago in this place, and since then it's actually been renamed 15 July Kizilay Democracy Square as a mark of remembrance of that night.
Thank you very much. We will, of course, be passing back to Shamim over the course of the next few hours here on TRT World. But now, Galip Delay is the Research Director at the Al Sharq Forum. He joins me in the studio once again. And Galip, good to see you. Thank you for hanging around to talk to me. I just wanted to ask your thoughts about Turkey now and where it is and how it's changed in the last 12 months. What's your assessment of where the country is right now?
Well, Turkey has changed significantly for two reasons. One of them, after the coup, the whole state structure, Turkey has started to think about its whole state structure, from the military to the police to the judiciary. The whole state structure has been rethinked in a way to reform it, to make sure that such kind of incident is not taking place in the future. And on the top of this, Turkey of last year, when this coup attempt was happening, was a country that was ruled by parliamentary system. But with the new introduction of the new presidential system, particularly the passage of the constitution, this is basically has been another impetus to this momentum towards restructuring the whole state structure. So on the one hand, I think that Turkey, there is much more right now. There is a process of getting rid of the state from these elements within the military, within the police, and the fact that only 6 weeks after this vicious coup attempt, Turkey could start the Euphrates Shield operation in Syria with a military that many, particularly in the West, thought that was not in a good shape to do so, is an indication in itself, because that means right now probably the political authority has more trust in the military for a very simple reason, because they think that at least a portion of the Gülenis that was nested within the military has been right now discharged from this position. So this in itself, I think, gives some vitality to the institutions.
We touched, you and I, earlier on in the evening about how this coup was different from the previous ones that Turkey has experienced. President Erdogan said in his speech earlier on in Istanbul that there's a possibility it won't be the last coup attempt. And he actually went on to say that we know the foreigners who support the coup plotters, Who do you think he was referring to particularly in that?
Well, some of them is, the quite obvious one. There has been so many email leaks, there has been so many documents that has been circulated in the media. The fact that some in the Middle East, some of the countries have either directly or indirectly has been part of this process. The UAE is the first country that came to the bonds, and that it was in the news. It was reported previously by both some international media and the Turkish media. The bank transfer, the links between the UAE and some of the Gülenist network, in which the transfer of the transfer of money was involved. So probably the first country within the region that comes to mind is the UAE. But nevertheless, also there is a very strong belief within Turkey, the fact that the Incirlik base, which is a NATO base, which is in close to the southern city of Turkey, the Adana, was one of the central locations for the coup plotters. That brings to the mind of many people in Turkey, many analysts, many decision makers, that in one way or another, at least some section within the U.S., some institution within the U.S. should have had some knowledge of them.
Is that a widely held
belief?
It
is quite a widely held belief. At least it's not like, U.S. government as a unanimous entity has supported this coup. This is not, the belief that is being carried out. The belief that at least within the U.S. government, some institution, some element was aware of the fact that what was happening. Whether it was an active support or not, it's something is not known. But there is a widely held belief that at least within the U.S., some institution or some element did know what is happening. And on the top of it, Turkey did not get the level of sympathy or solidarity that it was expecting from its traditional partners. I mean, put it that way. If tomorrow there is a coup in Poland, which is, a member of a European country, or in a coup in a candidate country even, would European countries, would the European leadership hesitate to show solidarity with them? The fact that Turkey could not receive a high-level European delegation month after the coup created understanding and perception within the government, while they would have been probably a significant section of these Western leaders would have been at least pleased to see the coup succeeded. Whether it's reality or not, that's another question. But this also comes on the top of another historical memory, what has happened in Egypt, and in 1997, what has happened in Turkey. So it's not only a perception, but this perception is built upon an historical experience as well, too.
So from what you're saying, that there's potential strain between Turkey and some of its countries in the Middle East region, particularly the UAE, with countries within the EU as well, and within Washington. How does Turkey, is Turkey quite isolated right now, if you look at it in that respect? Strained relations with many countries.
Well, certainly Turkey doesn't have the best relation with these countries, but nevertheless, the word isolation would be a quite strong word. For instance, the Russia showed the sympathy and solidarity with Turkey quite early on, and some other countries within the region, the countries like Iran, countries like Qatar, etc., etc. So what was disheartening for Turkey was not that the UAE was involved, because UAE was involved and the Saudi Arabia was involved in also Egyptian coup. So the Middle Eastern dimension of it was not something unexpected, because with the Arab Spring, these countries got frightened. And one of the mechanisms that they have devised to deal with the Arab Spring was to create a counter-revolutionary force within the region, counter-political Islamic force within the region, to try to get rid of this Arab Spring, to try to basically suppress this popular trend that was unleashed by the Arab Spring. So the Middle Eastern dimension was there. What was perplexing and what was surprising for Turkey is the level of silence, in a sense, on the European front. I mean, in the end, Turkey is a candidate country, whether this process is going smoothly or not. And what has happened was an act against the foundation of the democracy in Turkey. I mean, the parliament was bombed, and Turkey expected more. Turkey expected, solidarity by the visiting of the European head of state to Turkey, and put this in perspective with what has happened with the Charlie Hebdo. I mean, the scale of it is not even comparable. I mean, what has happened, it was a vicious terrorist attack in Charlie Hebdo, but put it in comparison to the vicious coup attempt which was morphing into a full-fledged terrorist campaign, the whole world leaders, the Turkish Prime Minister back then as well too, was in Paris showing solidarity with France, marching together. But after the coup attempt in Turkey, unfortunately, what Turkey has received was silence.
Of course, many of the EU countries would say that the response from the Turkish government was very different to that of the French. That's another discussion. But talking about the EU and the accession talks, I mean, we could talk for hours, I'm sure, about that. We don't know where they're at the moment. It's certainly not looking particularly good. But something that the President mentioned in his speech on the bridge a few hours ago was that he is personally, it seems, in favour of bringing back the death penalty. That would end all EU accession talks, yes, because that's not compatible. Do you believe that that is a judgment he is prepared to make, a step he is prepared to take to end the accession talks completely by bringing back the death penalty?
Well, this has been a debate for quite some time, and when he says that he is in favour of it, and he also laid condition for him giving an approval to this death penalty. Let me put something, let me put some clarification to this issue. The Turkish-EU relation is not going well, and it's not in a good shape, and definitely neither side is very much committed to this process. Turkey is not very much committed to this membership talk, and the EU is not. But the Turkey-EU process, the EU membership talk, did not die because of what is happening in 1 or 2 years. Turkey-EU process actually derailed in 2006-07 when supposedly Turkey was experiencing one of its golden era in terms of democratization, in terms of reform. And that was when the French French President Sarkozy and the German Chancellor Angela Merkel very clearly they said that they don't see any prospect for Turkish membership. And they frozen so much of the chapters that was potentially should have been formed part of the negotiation team. So this process was killed in 2006-07, not 14-15. What has happened since 2013, 14, 15 has only aggravated the situation, but it's not the real cause of Turkey-EU deterioration.
Okay, Galip, as always, thank you very much. Now, there were many moments of the night of the attempted coup 12 months ago that stand out for those who lived through it. Now, here is a look back at some of those pivotal events, including the chaos of the first few hours around a year ago right now, when civilians were subject to airstrikes and shelling.
İşgalcilere ülkemizi asla bırakmayacağız.
You are watching TRT World. We are coming to you live from Istanbul, continuing our special coverage this evening, running throughout the night as Turkey marks 12 months since the failed coup attempt. Earlier on this evening, we heard from President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who addressed hundreds of thousands of people on the 15th of July Martyrs Bridge, as it is now known. Those people are heading home. The president, is now heading towards the Turkish capital, Ankara, where at around 2:30 in the morning, he is going to address Parliament at the exact moment that the Parliament building was struck by fighter jets 12 months ago. These are live pictures from Kizilay Square in the Turkish capital, where you can see that tens of thousands of people have gathered once again. And then following that, the president will head to Ankara, to the centre of Ankara, where he will unveil a memorial to the 249 people who were killed 12 months ago. It was a monumentous night for Turkey and Turkish history. TRT World will be continuing our special coverage over the course of the next few hours. But coming up next here on TRT World is a special edition of In the Loop, as our journalists and colleagues who were there recall their memories of the night 12 months ago.
It was just another day in Istanbul. Go to work, get out of work. It all started with a phone call from my friend. She was passing the bridge. She was heading to the airport to see family outside of the city. And she saw the tanks. She was passing from the European side to the Asian side. And she saw the tanks on the Asian side just when she passed the bridge. And she was like, she called me, she's like, do you know what's going on? Like, there's tanks on the bridge and, you know, there's something going on. And I was like, oh no, I'm just like, let me check the news and see if there's anything going on. So I was just checking the news and there's nothing on the news at that point. I got another call from another friend, and she told me that her grandmother was in Ankara at a wedding or at an event, and that these soldiers came and locked them in for no apparent reason and said that they can't leave, and her grandmother was very scared. So then we were just like, okay, wait, what's going on? Like, there's soldiers on the bridge, there's soldiers locking people up in Ankara at a wedding. So you're just like, okay, there's something going on. So we headed home, and then when we went home, we opened the television. So the Prime Minister was on a phone call with one of the national TV channels. He was saying the military is putting up an act against the government, but everything's under control, there's nothing to worry about, and they're gonna get to the bottom of this, and whoever it is doing this is gonna be punished. At that point, you're just like, here's the Prime Minister speaking, but where's Erdogan? And I was just like, oh my God, you know, did they take him? no one thinks of a coup at that moment. When I heard that the soldiers were on the bridge and there's a tank on the bridge, I automatically thought, okay, maybe there's like an attempt of a terror attack, or they must have got news or awareness that something's gonna go on, so they're just there and ready to take control of the situation. So many different mixed thoughts, mixed emotions, and you're just like confused, and you're just like, well, how can anyone attempt like a military coup? And we're just like, okay, this isn't something that's just this simple. It's just an act of soldiers who are just angry, and they're just like, you know what, we're gonna go out and we're gonna stand up against the government. This has been planned, and not a plan that you sit down in a meeting for an hour. This is like a plan that must have taken them months, maybe even years to plan. So when you think of that, that just really throws you off, and you're just like, whoa, like this situation is actually much more bigger than it looks. As the night kept going by, we were flipping through the channels and we came across TRT. There was a female anchor. She looked very scared. And she was making an announcement, which she was forced to make. She passed on the military's message saying, there's a coup, we're taking over. I was just shocked. Like, how is this even possible? How? You wouldn't think that something like that would happen. And you're like confused, you're scared, because there's still no, presence of the president. He's nowhere to be found or seen. He still hasn't come out to make an announcement. And you're just like, where is he? Like, if only he comes out and he says something, he's gonna make us feel much, much better.
Ülkemizin birliği, beraberliği, bütünlüğüne yönelik bu harekete karşı İnanıyorum ki milletçe vereceğimiz güzel bir cevapla bunlar gerekli olan cezayı alacaklardır. Yani şu anda bu milletin imkanlarıyla ortaya konmuş olan tankı, topu vesaireyi, uçağını, helikopterini kullanarak milletin üzerine gelmenin bedelini bunlar çok ağır ödeyeceklerdir.
The president, he connected through a FaceTime phone call. So once we saw him, it was very comforting to see him, to see that he was alive, and he's there and he's speaking. He told his people, go out on the streets, come out, I'm coming out too. Don't let them do this, don't let them take your country. coup. Not only were they trying to take and run the country, but they wanted to kill the president. That was their first aim. So he knew the military is at the airport waiting to take him. It may have looked like he was putting people's lives at risk, but in reality, when you look at it from both sides, he put his own life at risk as well by coming to Istanbul. There's military aircrafts in the air, so it's only a matter of seconds to take down the president's airplane. So he just put a message out there, and he hoped for the people to come out. So we went out, and we were walking towards the airport. And at first you're just like, okay, like we're going, but we don't even know what's gonna face us. Are there gonna be soldiers? Are there gonna be tanks? Are there gonna be guns? Are there gonna be other people coming with us? Because at that point, it's just me and my fiance. And we started walking out, and then we got onto the freeway. There were no cars because the military blocked off people from driving. They stopped them at certain areas, so people weren't able to get home. People left their cars and they walked home. Or people just left their cars and they started walking to the airport. So as we kept walking to the airport, it just kept getting more crowded and crowded. It was from, you know, a couple of people to a couple of hundred to thousands and thousands of people. And then me and my fiance looked at the group of people, and then we looked at each other, and it was just very comforting to see that there were more people. It was just very emotional to see that these people are not ready to give up their country. This country's been through a lot, and the people are aware of that, and they're ready to do everything to keep this country safe. Even though I wasn't born in Turkey, my parents are Turkish, and you know, this country belongs to them. It belongs to their forefathers. It belongs to me. So I'm not gonna just let that slip and slide and just let, you know, a few soldiers or a few of these guys who just plan to take over this country. People wanted to save their country, regardless of anything, no doubt. So it made me feel proud that, you know, it wasn't just me out there alone. Because for a second, you're just like, you don't know what's gonna happen when you step out there. You don't know. You know that, all you know is that there's tanks out there, there's soldiers out there who are attacking civilians. So you don't know what's gonna come your way, but at that point, you don't really care either. Even if I have to give out my own life, I'll give it for the sake of this country, for the sake of the future of this country. We went out there, we're like, there's a war and we're gonna take this war. We're gonna win. We're not letting them take over this country. It's our country, not theirs. You know, people lost their lives because of this. There were tanks out on the streets, running people over, killing people, you know, unquestionably, undoubtedly. And when we got there, the soldiers had blocked off all entries and exits to the airport. But there were just thousands and thousands of people in front of the airport, and they were just shouting at the soldiers, and they're like, stop doing this, you know, just give up. This country's ours. We're not letting a coup take place. And it was more of like a celebration for them. People are ready. They're ready to die for this country. But it's not just a matter of nationalism. If a man is doing that, he could be a father. So when people do things like this, it's not a matter of in that moment. He does it for the sake of God, for the sake of his wife, for the sake of his children, and for the sake of his country. That night, it was a miracle that, you know, the army didn't win. Because whenever you look back into history and you see, you know, a country's own army go against its own people, people usually don't go out onto the streets. They run into their homes and make sure their family's safe, they're safe, and they're not gonna go out and face death or face these, you know, soldiers with weapons. The people never win, and it's never an attempted coup. They're always successful. So it's miraculous, but it's also because that thousands and thousands of people were out onto the streets. They went out onto the streets, and they weren't ready to let that happen. The people were just ready to just, you know, walk over the soldiers, take them down, but they were talking to them. They were saying, stop doing this. You guys don't know what you're doing. You know, just surrender, come on to our side. You're a soldier, you're meant to serve and to protect the people, not to attack and not to kill us. And it was sort of like a war. It's ridiculous because there's a war between the soldiers and the people of Turkey, which is so contradicting, which is something that just should never happen. No one should face that. Finally, the president's airplane landed safely. He got out safely. So at one point, the tanks stopped moving and they stopped running people over and killing people because it got very crowded. There were thousands and thousands of people. When the sun was rising, the military aircrafts stopped flying over the city. The soldiers surrendered, but it's a matter of how did they surrender after they killed all those people. Some of them willingly surrendered, some of them unwillingly, some of them because they were out of bullets. The 249 people that were killed, on the Bosphorus Bridge, out by the airport, in the capital city in Ankara. And it's all thanks to the people who died that night. As much as it was very upsetting that the country had to go through this at this time and during this day in the 21st century, it also makes me very proud that I was a part of that and that I was out on the streets with those people. We proved as a country, as a nation, that we'll never give up our city, we'll never give up our country. And this city, this country is our home. And to those who come in, they're more than welcome to be our guest. It can be their own home even. But if you come into this country and into this city with the wrong intentions, with bad intentions, then you're gonna be taken out. You can't take over this country. no matter who you are, we won't let you take our country, and that's it.
Behind every face lies a story. The story of children who are left behind after the chaos of war and violence. A Day With, a unique documentary series made for TRT World.